Hello. Welcome to another fun time Friday. Let's get the link posted around so we can have a blast. I saw Deer King yesterday. It was a movie. It sure exists. What the heck am I gonna write here? Join the conversation at plop. Publish. Cool. All right. The stream link is on the locals page. Let's get it DM'd around Twitter. Wow, we got our man. Yeah, boy. I think he's working. I'm gonna send you. I'm gonna send this link anyway, but I think he's working. We're working right now. Boom. Badoom. Badoom. Oh, that's right. You weren't around last week. That's why you're so. I was like, why are you so far down pop culture on my list of like people to send a link to? Badoom. Boom. Oh, whoa. What is this? Aren't you working?
Yeah, that's the thing. I've been sick recently, so
Oh.
I'm not working.
Convenient.
Yep.
Convenient. Well, I hope your sickness isn't interfering with your life too much.
Yeah, I'll be back to work tomorrow, so
Oh, I see.
at least I'm feeling better today. So
You already know that you're like, oh, I'm gonna be better soon.
pretty much.
How much worthwhile is the uncensored harem in a labyrinth?
Episode 1 is bearable with it being uncensored, and I actually like episode 2, even though there's nothing to censor. So yeah, I think the show just had a really bad episode 1.
Yeah. What else was I watching? Vermilion Gold. Vermilion Gold is like kind of boring in that first episode, but it's the kind of boring that makes me feel like there's still more to come that'll be exciting. Was that the one? Maybe there's someone else. They were making fun of me because I was like, "Yeah, it's not bad." Because I've seen like really boring starts to shows before, and it just sort of reminded me of that as opposed to being like, "Gotta drop it" or anything like that.
Yeah, I haven't seen episode 2 yet, so I don't know if it's gonna get any better, but I thought episode 1 was pretty boring. I don't know.
Soranos, you saw episode 2 though, right? Oh my god, should I bring you in and you're not even like ready to talk to anybody? Get out of here. I don't know. I don't know how to tell if you're like ready to go.
There we go. That'll go. Yeah. The
There
only
you go,
problem
right.
was I was fine, but my mic just didn't come output. I'm not sure why, but yeah, I watched some episodes. I watched like 50 episodes of anime probably since the start of the season.
Jeez, Lou, you are on top of things, my friend.
Maybe not quite that much, but a decent.
I like
amount.
how the spring season lines up perfectly with me not having like anything to do, and then summer season's like, oh hey, by the way, the world is a thing that exists, and you got shit to do now.
I'm gonna post my little tier list I just finished because I watched second episodes of just about everything except for I think it was that When Will Ayumu Make His Move and Bastard. I didn't get around to watching second episodes of those, but everything else I did. And
Bastard is a fun second
Did you see the
episode.
second one of Overlord?
Yes.
Dude, that one had me hyped. That ending.
Yeah. Everything on my list except for Devil's Part-Timer, of course, since that was the first episode as well.
I keep getting has Made in Abyss actually started?
Yes.
I keep getting like ads for it.
But as I have not watched the first season, I still gotta wait on that.
Gotcha. Gotcha. I'm gonna switch you guys because your avatars can look at each other that way.
Yeah. Assuming I drop a couple more shows, like I'm probably not gonna watch the third episode of Remeal and Goal because it was just boring. Still,
Is it?
it doesn't seem like it's gonna be going anywhere, at least not anytime soon. If it does, it's gonna be
Damn.
end of season at best that it starts doing something.
All right, for tonight, I have a maybe the big one. This is a Hawaiian sake, but it's called Takara Masamune. Masamune, of course, gonna be the Date clan's what I think of, but Takara, I'm unaware. But it says it's the finest quality. But how can you grow rice on Hawaii? Like that doesn't even make sense in my brain.
Aren't most of
here?
the rice? Whoop.
Aren't most of the rice what?
Am I still on?
Yeah, you were.
Oh, there we go.
You said whoa.
The screen was cropping. I was trying to my phone so that I can screen on a larger format. Working out. It wasn't.
I don't think I got a full
in
sense
most
there.
of in most of Southeast there, patties grown on the sides of mountains. I'm ribbon like.
I thought that was just because it was like the whole rice cultivation on the side of mountains was because you had to do that. That like the Chinese rice paddy, like listen to me, where you've got a field that just naturally floods is the easiest way to do it. But in Japan they don't have fields that just flood, so they made little like the rice terrace thing where they flood it when it needs to be flooded and such.
See,
yeah, there's a bunch of different ways
growing rice.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. In I could see them doing it that way. So soil is probably.
If you're talking now, I can't hear anything.
Now?
I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure I can only hear about half what Steven's saying.
Yeah.
I understand what he's talking about
pretty
because
choppy.
I know
Are you on Wi-Fi or are you on like a cell phone signal?
I'm on so maybe we're messing around.
Interesting. Somebody must be downloading a lot of uncensored anime in your area. Why, hello, Dragon Rose. Listen to that. Listen to that deep voice. Pop culture.
It's just the way.
Like the ring representing how loud everybody is. Like the ring is huge today, but like nobody's really volume is that crazy loud. It just looks like you are when you talk. Kampai, everyone.
So it would seem.
Kampai.
Have
you ever gone
with ice cream? Feel like I'm doing something to damage my body, you know?
Damaging your body? I damaged my body. I ate half a tub of popcorn covered in oil.
Ooh.
I'm not even kidding. Look at this. Hold on. So this was July 13th. Little peek behind the curtain here on the locals page. This was me, July 13th, 172.2. And then on the 14th, I saw Deer King. Boom. Movie theater popcorn.
That's all it takes.
I added 4.2 pounds by eating a pound of popcorn. That's math.
Ooh.
Exponential growth.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta be cautious, man.
Every bite of popcorn is a little bit more. I would normally say, oh, I don't want to spoil this movie, but Deer King is dumb, like really bad.
Sounds like a parody based on Nichijou, you know, Deer King.
It is. You know that whole like, oh, there's no new ideas in the universe theory where it's like everything that we come up with has already been done at some time before?
Is the Deer King all of the ideas we've already done before?
Yeah. Every single scene in that movie, I'm like, I've seen this before. Wait, I've seen this one before. Wait, I've seen this one before. Like everything. that happens in the whole thing is like, yeah, I've seen this before. Like, you know where it's going when they like, you know, what is it? It's a 2-hour movie, so probably like 40 minutes in, you're like, I know how it ends. I got this one. Like, you'd have to not see anything. And then if you haven't seen anything, why would you go to like a weird limited showing of an anime movie, you know, in a theater? It's just strange. It's just strange.
Yeah, it's basically a direct
How's my-
Netflix movie, it sounds like. I heard you say how.
How's Mike?
How is
That's
my
what I
sound
heard.
now?
Oh, that's better.
Okay.
I heard
That
that
one
sentence.
time it worked. So it might be better.
Yeah,
I'll have my Gundam
why that
master.
is. What was the name of the film? Is this feature?
Called The Deer King. It's the Deer King. Because somebody watched Princess Mononoke and was like, it's really cool you ride a deer. What if I make a show where a guy rides a deer? But then also Mononoke is really fun. So like, what if like there's a weird curse thing? It's like a Ghibli movie. But then I also really like Avatar. So what if there's like a kingdom and conquering and stuff? And it's so much other stuff that it blows my mind.
And just reading the synopsis, I could see that they throw all the tropes in there. So somebody was just watching it, like you say, watching a show and like, yeah, let's do that.
So
But
did
like,
the Falcon Nation attack at some point?
I mean, practically. It's more like Deer Nation, Wolf Nation, and Eyeball Nation. Those are the kingdoms that are
How
fighting.
did they come
Oh
to
yeah, because
that?
they killed off the Falcon Nation. Yeah, now I remember.
Yeah,
Eyeballs took them
Yeah.
all out.
that was the last. That was the prequel.
Why did they decide to make an eyeball nation? Do they explain that in the movie?
Kind of. I mean, here's the deal. I know why, because I've seen other shows that have like an emperor that's built a cult around what he like has. So like the emperor, they always talk about like the emperor's eyes, because like the emperor's eyes are always watching, and then everybody that lives in that entire nation has like an eyeball tattoo on their forehead. And you're like, yeah, I've seen a few either sci-fi or historical fiction things where you've got an emperor that makes a cult. Like this goes back to Conan even, you know, with the snakes and everything. And it's like, I know why, but does it ever explain why? No, I just use my historical knowledge of shows to figure that one out.
Well, usual 2 cents. The symbol has got to be a metaphor of joining the post World War. Like that's
I'm gonna try to translate what I just heard. The symbology of what's going on with it is like 100 years ago, these people were attacking the eyeball people, were attacking the deer/wolf people who like work together because they're the same people, but like different groups within that group. And then after they won, then they kind of like half integrate, but it's like subhuman integration through a truce. So you've got the classist thing going on with you used to be a deer/dog person, and we're eyeball people, so we're better than you, but we don't do X, Y, and Z. And guess what? X, Y, and Z is why you don't get the curse. And it's I don't know. I guess I'm glad I watched it because it's very pretty. And I was like, I would wonder like, oh, I wonder if that's any good. But now I know. So like, I'm glad I watched it. So I know it's not great. But it is. I mean, it's production IG's doing some really good work. When it does have CG like sweeping in and stuff, very, very hard to tell if you don't know like what it takes to animate. Like they have like a camera that pans like through some prison bars. And the way that it pans, it actually like splits the prison bars into CG and lets them kind of pivot instead of actually like animating that. And it was done very, very cleanly. And I don't think most people would notice something like that. nothing that was like, oh no, a CG bear's coming right for us. It was all just very, very subtle stuff where it's like, hey, this camera technique is really difficult to do in animation, so let's just CG this, but make it look damn good. I do need to find it though. Like I need to find it on the 7 Seas or something, because I need to see these credits again. Because I swear to you, as I'm watching the credits, every studio in Japan is listed doing something. I think like there was Studio Dean, there was 3 Hertz, there was A1 Pictures. I mean, just everybody did something to help this movie get made, and I was like, why did you all help on this? It's so bad. Anyway, what have you seen this week that's good, Pop?
Oh, what have I been doing? Having a look at. I've been watching some Gotcha Man.
Oh yeah, the original or Gotcha
that.
Man Crowds?
No, just the original.
Okay. Is
there's
Crowds
100
on your list to follow it up with?
Yeah, if that's a sequel, I'd like to see that.
It's good because it's a sequel that you don't need to see the original. So if you just jump into Crowds, you're like, oh, that was really good. And then you find out there's more Gotcha Men. You can go back and find it. Yeah, no, Gotcha Man's a fun classic.
It is, and it's really takes me back to my childhood too, because I watched it back then, and it was you're a little kid and you're like, that's so cool. The ship turns into a phoenix.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, and there's playing some games. That's really been my escape there, playing some Game Boy games and such.
More than just Batman? Have you been dinking around to find the next one, or do you just jump in blind every Sunday or Saturday?
No, actually, I've been off stream. I've been looking at other Game Boy games. I got a list here.
I hope Metroid 2 is on the list.
Metroid 2.
Electric Boogaloo.
Where's my list here? Okay, there, and Game Boy. Yeah, so I've been trying stuff out to see how I feel when I play it, and Castlevania, that's always a good standby. I was looking at Conker's Pocket Tales, Darkwing Duck for the Disney fans out there. That was a good show.
And these are all on the original green Game Boy that you're playing them
on,
right?
Yeah, but I've been looking at Game Boy Color and Game Boy Advance ones too, like Mario versus Donkey Kong. That's a very fun puzzle game. And Shantae for the Game Boy Color. And what else?
Is Shantae that old?
Yeah, I think it is.
That's crazy. I didn't play Shantae until PSP? Like when she jumped to Sony?
Oh yeah, okay.
I had no idea.
And then there's Super Puzzle Fighter 2 Turbo. That's a tough one. And I can't read it, but I downloaded Uchu Senken Yamato for the Game Boy.
I can't read it, but I'm going to play it.
That's right. I'm going to push every button until it does something.
I've been there. I have Evangelion on the N64, and that's Japanese only. It's I just got to figure out how it works.
Yeah. I hear you. Yeah, I got Macross 30 years for the PS3. And yeah, can't understand it, but gonna play it.
There you go. Shantae started out in 02.
There's got to be some line.
Yeah, because the connection, at least according to Restream, is good. Like it shows a 10 out of 10 connection for you.
Am I still choppy?
Still kind of choppy. Very strange.
Let me back out and come back in.
Oh yeah, there you go. Delete, clear out all the apps, then open it back up. There you go.
I'll be right back.
Have you guys heard of Mario Puzzles and Dragons?
I did just now.
It is for the 3DS, and it's some crackhead mobile game crossover shit.
Oh, weird. This is a new game.
Well, not that new, but yeah.
I rarely
But,
play
like-
mobile games.
No, the craziest thing, it was a mobile game that crossed over with Mario to release on the 3DS, so it wasn't even like
Oh,
it was
Yeah.
really weird.
Puzzle and Dragon Z crossover with Mario to do it weird.
yeah, that is.
All right, let's try that mic again, Steven.
Sounding now.
I heard sounded now.
How interesting.
How into. That's all I got on that one.
How weird.
Hey, class, what's up?
E-Class is here. How's it going?
E-Class.
E-Class, did you watch The Deer King? Did you fall asleep during the movie?
Just
Did you
get
watch
ready.
a
In
movie?
15 years, they'll make a sequel called Deer Queen. Just like with Avatar.
Dear Queen. To be fair though, if you give me that existing footage and a knife, I can make a pretty good movie. But dang, like 120 minutes is too long. Too long for an animated movie that doesn't say a lot. There's entire chunks I would just remove and you would never know they're gone. And then we would just get a nice tight here we go, bang bang boom anime show, and it would
Do
be
you think you
great.
could cut it down to like 30 minutes?
Could probably do 70, maybe bring it down into an hour, but like there's about half of that movie that I could chop and you would never notice it was gone.
Because it's just characters repeating stuff that's already been said, right?
It's entire scenes that
Yeah, whole
don't do
scenes.
anything.
It
Like
doesn't help
there's a
characterization.
scene.
It doesn't move it forward anything.
Yeah, like there's this whole thing where like you never see the Emperor, and then there's a scene at the end where like you catch a glimpse of him in a darkened doorway, and then it pans across like a bunch of people that are already bowing. Like there's no movement in the scene. It just pans across a bunch of people that are bowing to him, and he's just standing in the doorway, and nothing happens. There's no reason for that scene to be there. It's like, I just remove that scene. Gone. Now you're not like, oh, there's the Emperor. You're like, oh, I wonder what that Emperor looks like. And then it's forever like a kind of interesting thing for you to wonder about. Now we've got your pull this up here.
I was gonna say it's like to put filler episodes inside of a movie.
Exactly. There's a filler scene. Well, it's like
Padding the runtime.
exactly. 2 hours of actual animation in order to pay everybody's bills. What's the who's the guy that took the he took Star Wars, like the prequels, and chopped all 3 of them up into like a single movie?
I do not remember. I know there's a bunch of different cuts of the prequels, so people have just done it over and over.
He's the Eric Foreman on that 70s show.
Oh, Topher Grace?
Topher Grace, yeah. So there's a Topher Grace cut of the original or not the original, of the prequel trilogy that went on to YouTube years ago, back when you could just play movies on YouTube, and it's so much better being just a nice short quick cut. It's kind of mind-blowing.
And it's fair talking about like having a knife and stuff. Ooh, yeah, this is the little tier list I finished up just before the show, or actually just after the show. That's when I finished and took the little pick.
All right, let's start at the top.
Yeah,
I
All
agree.
the Night,
All the
very
Night.
very good. I really love the way they just do the art of the city. It just looks so pretty in basically every single shot.
Okay.
What's that show on the right of S?
The
Right of what?
Uncle one or the
Like
far
yeah,
right?
the far right of S tier.
That's a Lycoris recoil.
Okay, I didn't recognize it that small.
Yeah. Cute little girls that were trained to be assassins, basically. and they live in a world where crime is just quickly eliminated without anybody noticing.
And you've got Uncle in S tier as well.
Yeah, I
And this
really
is-
enjoyed the humor and all the references and stuff. Really related to me pretty well.
Cool.
Yeah, I decided I would probably split up what I had previously in A because I felt Overlord was decently better than pretty much all the other shows that I watched. All the other ones below in B tier.
Gotcha.
Although I did not get to see the second episode of Bastards, so I just kind of kept it where it was before.
This tier list going to Twitter is not my decision to make. Although I guess anyone can snip it and send it to Twitter now. So
Yeah.
hey, look at this asshole's tier list.
Yeah, I could put it in my own Twitter even and promo myself. And Devil's a Part-Timer, I liked the first episode. It was pretty funny. I didn't like the animation very much, especially compared to the old one, but I found it entertaining.
Did it change?
It's definitely different.
Like studio?
Yeah.
Or is it just
actually,
like,
I'm not
style
exactly
stuff?
sure if the studio, but the style is clearly different.
Okay. I'm gonna check to see if the studio changed.
I would assume it did. It's been years.
Oh yeah, I guess you're right. Even if the studio didn't change, it would still
Yeah, it's been a long time.
it would still be.
But then again, you
bunch
could
of
bring up something
different
like
people doing-
Bastard, and the style is, even though it's drawn more modernly, the style is just so old still.
Okay, so White Fox did the first one, and then Studio 3 Hertz did the second. Okay, so did it even change studios too then? Tell Bakamatsu guys, is this fun? You got it in B tier, along with
Honestly,
Bastard, which I also like Bastard. So
I was gonna say I probably could have lowered it because the second episode wasn't as interesting because there was two fight. I think there was two fight scenes, but I remember there was like one fight scene that was quite well done in the first episode. Like, wow, the show keeps doing good fight scenes. I'm like, I'm gonna like it. And then there was like one fight scene that they had towards the middle of the episode, which was like, eh. I was like, I kind of killed my hype for it a little bit, but they actually did at the end. It seems they're being a little bit too strategic with their money spending in terms of being pretty lax on animating stuff when they don't care about it versus having a less than a minute long fight scene that they actually put animation effort into.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha. So it's not that there was no fight scene in the second episode, it's that you just didn't like the fight scene at all.
Yeah.
Okay. Bastard, I can't believe you've only seen 2 episodes. The whole thing's been out. How have you not finished it yet?
No, I didn't even see 2 episodes. That's the thing. That's the one I didn't get to see 2 episodes of.
Oh.
Yeah, so I did not move the place of those 2 at all because I just didn't see.
Gotcha.
I liked the second episode of Yakuza Babysitter quite a bit. Yeah, it definitely bumped it up for me, just because we got to see the little girl actually talk and express herself more. And that helped because she's the center point of the show, right?
Good.
So the more you know about her, the better.
Yeah, it's not an Aharen-san or one of those where she just doesn't make any communication at all. We actually get to talk with her. That's good. Are you learning about shogi?
The first episode.
Just the first.
The second episode came out like sometime in the middle of the day today, so I actually didn't notice.
Could you beat me in a game of shogi?
No. I don't know how shogi works. They didn't actually explain it. Really.
I don't know how it works either. I'm
they didn't explain the rules. They just like showed a little bit. It was like, it's sort of like chess, but it's definitely not chess.
It's definitely not about shogi. It's about those 2.
Gotcha.
Yep. And their interactions were definitely amusing and kind of cute.
Yeah, first episode was real good. I haven't seen the second one yet.
Not joining in because you're watching Love After World Domination with your daughter. That's a good thing to do. I'll get dabbed on with that.
Yeah, my little dog barking. But yeah, and then the last episode that I have on, or the last show I have on B tier is Chimimo. Chimimo. I like Chimimo.
Chibi MILF is what I understand this to mean.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, just the general plot of the demon guy trying to take over the world, well, the fact that he has no ability to do so. He's actually going to be Devil's part-timer, basically, it seems like. They tricked me into watching Devil's a Part-Timer season 2.5.
That makes sense. All right, now we're getting into the fun part.
Now we get to the middle.
You C-tiered this one, Phantom Idol.
I definitely enjoyed it, but I put it below the other ones. Yes.
Interesting. based on premise alone, I feel like Phantom Idol for me would be above Ayumu.
Because
But
it's just more interesting dynamic.
yeah, I like the. I don't know if you've noticed this. I like when you mash opposites together and see what happens. So we literally do that here, and I think it's a fun idea. Prima Doll makes me sad because I thought this was going to be a fun one, but you're telling me it's a meh one.
It's pretty okay. There's definitely
pretty
some
okay.
interesting. There's definitely some interesting things or ideas they have, just with the world setting that could make it go interesting places in terms of the story. But it hasn't really done very much yet.
Gotcha.
It's not like it's not a great opening to a show. I'd say it's okay.
Now,
It's enough that I'm not going to drop it yet. Remember the
Are you
Labyrinth?
are you judging this based on
uncensored, yeah.
censored or uncensored?
Uncensored.
Okay.
I would not bother watching it all if it's censored. There's no point.
Yeah, I can second that.
I wouldn't
It
say
was really
literally no
bad.
point, but it's just so much stupider looking with it censored, especially what they choose to censor, because they censor all this blood and stuff. And that's one of the parts that like makes it stand out a little bit, is because they're going for sex stuff as well. There's like, let's go overboard on the blood too, because it's fun.
Mm.
That's part of what makes it kind of interesting, or just more entertaining, I should say. There's definitely a
Have
lot
we
of
met
weak
the dog
points.
girl yet?
Yes, she shows up.
Yeah,
in the
episode 1.
and that's
Okay.
and it gives him a goal. It's like, I want to buy this slave girl. That's not a great thing for protagonists to be saying, but it gives him something that he's going for. When the goal of the show is in sight, I think it helps a lot for me. I definitely like it when there's a very concrete thing. Usually
Gotcha.
it feels like everything can tie in together better when it's like, this is for this. I am doing it for this reason and to go here.
Is
Stuff
she
like this.
animated with the thickness?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, you'll like this one if you can get past the just uninteresting bits, because there's like him just like walking through the dungeon, killing a monster, and then picking up a twig. I think the monotony is actually intentional, and it would work better if it was just a manga where you could just like quickly go through it. But when they pace it out like in the anime, it definitely is worse. It's definitely worse animated when there's continually
Gotcha.
showing scenes of him just going through the dungeon. But I think
Nice.
as they introduce more characters, they'll probably be a little bit better. I'd say I'm not in
Protagonist should
danger
only
of
buy a
dropping
slave girl on
anything.
discount.
Yeah, I'm not interested in dropping any of the shows in C tier yet. I think
Gotcha.
D tier is more towards I might drop this.
D tier is teetering. One more episode that you go, and you're thinking of letting it go.
Yep.
I'm surprised that you haven't already dropped, whatever the heck Dr. Pharmacist is.
I think the pink hair girl's pretty cute. That's about it.
Oh, I see. I see.
You can't say pink-haired. Come on. Don't give him any credit.
Yeah.
Is this
That's
the
Black
Black
Summoner.
Summoner?
It is like isekai. That's what it is. It's isekai. There's not really much more to it. It's isekai.
Sometimes E-Class, the slaves that they buy are half girls. Sometimes they're half girls. Wait, is Black Summoner the one where it's like I got 2 powers, or he just has like a superpower?
No, the 2-power one I already dropped. You can go scroll down a second.
I'll scroll down a second. Okay. Couple know something they so ga. I can't read this anymore.
My stepmom's daughter is my
Whoa,
ex.
it's down here. But what about the Greek memes? Are they not carrying the show for you?
Yeah, honestly.
I don't know what Greek memes you're even talking about. I'm not gonna.
I don't understand them either.
Subject.
Michael posts them and they make me giggle.
Yeah. I'm not gonna broach the subject. All I'd say is it's a little bit funny, and not really interesting me. Yeah, I think.
Hey,
what's
going on
I
there,
think
Bora?
my stepmom's daughter is my ex, and Vermilion Gold. I think I'm already basically dropped those two. I think I'm basically not going to be watching any more episodes of them. I may watch Vermilion Gold later on, but I'm definitely not watching any more right now. So it's basically dropped.
Really? Basically dropping Vermilion Gold.
Yeah.
Oof. Okay, so again, I was missing the reasoning. Why is a premise as great as your stepsister being your ex? How is that being dropped?
Well, it's entirely about their relationship, but I don't care that much about it. Their interaction with each other just doesn't interest me as much. It seems like they could have more jokes or I'm not sure. But it
Something.
just feels like it needs more. It doesn't feel like it does enough in an episode to
It
justify keep
needs
watching it.
more. Gotcha.
Yeah, Gemini.
Thank you, nerd,
We almost had
for
that.
coming by, dropping your
We almost
like.
had that. If he chose the pirate world, he definitely would have bought a Greek.
Oh yeah, there would be plenty of Greek slaves going around. Man, if he just
Is this an 8chan thing?
If the Harriman Labyrinth guy just chose a fantasy, or if he just chose a pirate world instead of fantasy, we could be watching an A tier show.
It's true. I
Yeah.
like think of a pirate related anime that isn't fantastic.
I can't think of any. I don't even watch any pirate anime shows. It's hard.
I mean, Jenna the Pirate Princess was pretty bad.
Was it?
Yeah, because
I
it
didn't
was
watch it.
samurais on a submarine. It wasn't even pirates. It really pissed
Oh
me
well, they're
off.
not
Like,
pirates then.
yeah, but it called itself a
you
pirate show.
could be
so
pirates
piss
if
me
you're in a
off.
submarine.
Yeah,
What
you
is a
can,
pirate
but, like,
other than a
they're
samurai?
the only pirates I see in the first 2 episodes, and they're on a submarine. So
I don't
Call
think
that quickly.
samurai would even be pirates though, because pirates are bandits, and bandits don't have masters, so they'd just be Ronin. It'd be the Ronin submarine under the sea.
well, no, because they have a master. It's the princess,
Oh, they.
the pirate
guess-
princess, who
Pirate
Isn't a
princess
pirate.
is a master princess.
But they don't have any land.
Yep.
Pirates don't
Wait,
own
pirates
land.
don't have
usually.
land?
Yeah, pirates don't own land. How can they be feudal lords? That doesn't make sense.
I
Michael.
never continued the show
Samurais
after the
aren't-
second episode. It was really bad.
Maybe they're
so.
Ronin. Okay, a pirate is a Ronin then. They're a masterless samurai.
Yeah, even if
'Cause-
even if they have a captain, that doesn't mean they're samurai. Like
No,
call
but
yourself a
their
pirate
captain's
princess
a
doesn't
literal
make you
princess.
actual royalty. It doesn't actually make you royalty just because you say it.
I'm pretty sure
no,
to be a
like, she's
samurai, you
the
only
heir
need
to a
uh,
throne. So.
you just need to be a retainer for somebody.
I guess that's true. I guess maybe that does count.
As long as your master eventually owns land and is a lord, then you're good to go. And they're
Yeah.
lords of the sea. Exactly. Gemini understands it perfectly.
Yeah, generally, the teetering, very teetering, especially with the fact there's so many shows I'm watching. It makes it easier to drop them if I have just other shows that I find better, right? That's just how it goes.
Yeah. Okay. Now let's get to the really fun part then, shall
let's
we?
get to the ones that were so bad I did not bother watching a second episode. Or in terms of Arnstoria, just the one that's between Yuri Deco and the double summoner or the double class guy.
This one?
Arnstoria. It just really doesn't seem like my kind of thing. It doesn't actually seem that bad. I think the animation's pretty okay. It doesn't seem like it's actually a terrible setting either. It's just it doesn't really interest me.
Yeah, I was going to
Would you-
ask you about that because I think Blaine would probably like that show.
He
Just
might
because he
like
likes
that, yes.
boring things with dark undertones.
It's
Yeah,
true.
there is potentially dark undertones there.
I want to be clear. I want to be very clear. I don't enjoy them. I just want the dark undertones to come forth one of these days, so I eat them like a carrot cake, where it's like this isn't really like I'd rather have like good cake, but it's like an unfrosted carrot cake. And
Are
I'm
you
just
talking
hoping
about dark
that
undertones? Prima Doll? Yeah, those
Prima
dark
Doll?
undertones are gonna show, guaranteed.
okay,
Like they already show
'cause
by episode 2, like some of that
I'll-
in terms of like
I'll
the,
eat through this cake if eventually I get a bite that has some whipped cream on it, or some sort of
Yeah.
frosting. Like I'll dig through it. I'm not enjoying it, but I want that experience so much that I'll deal with the rest of it being
Prima Doll
garbage.
is absolutely a show you will like watching this season, I think, if that's
Okay.
your outlook. Because there's already political machinations going in the background of that show. And the characters talking about stuff
of evil.
in terms of country-to-country tensions about the robots.
And you're dropping
and
Yuri
the playing
Deco as
machines.
well.
It does not appeal to me. I do not care about the modern commentary, the modern day commentary, or
What's
like specifically
funny-
this modern day commentary about social media. It just is so bland and so tiresome.
I think that the modern day commentary is the most interesting part of this show, and the actual we gotta figure out who Zero is the boring part. I'm like,
I don't know. I don't care about that at all either. But that's
It's
what I'm
like,
talking about. The
what
most
are we
interesting part does
doing?
not appeal.
What are we doing? We chasing someone around?
I'm far too invested in politics, so I hear stuff about this all the time, and I don't have any interest in watching anime that is going to be doing this.
That keeps it going. Yeah.
Yeah,
Makes
the only
sense.
good parts of that show were that the outlines of all the characters weren't black.
That is true.
That is actually, yeah, that's actually interesting. It's a little bit different.
It's like Samurai Jack.
Yeah, and then we got the first one in the drop category. Go over that one. Lucifer and the Biscuit Hammer. Man, that's trash. Just straight trash. There's nothing redeeming about that.
Is it the back arrow? Like, is it bad animation and bad writing, or is it just bad writing?
Both. The bad animation, bad writing. It's just bad. Bad.
Wonderful.
Like, did you see the first episode, Michael, or anybody else here?
Yeah, I saw it. I didn't like it, but I'll probably
Yeah.
give it a second one.
Seriously.
Yeah, I'm really bored recently, so
But look at the rest of my tier list. Everything else I have every other show I would put in the drop tier. Every other show, every single one, I would rather watch over Lucifer and Biscuit Hammer.
yeah, well, that's fair. Yeah.
He doesn't even have an argument. He just gives up immediately. He's
Look,
like,
I mean,
There's
if I have time to
something
watch
there.
Episode 2, I'll end up watching it. So,
yeah.
Is there a monster girl in it that we're unaware of? Are we?
There's
maybe,
a lizard. Also,
maybe eventually.
the enemy might be the enemy they face in the first episode might be a monster girl, but it doesn't have any girl qualities.
Yeah, no,
It
that's
just might be a
frog.
female by happenstance.
Okay, engage kiss.
I
This
found the
surprises
characters
me.
very generic and annoying. Just like,
Okay.
oh, this guy left the blue-haired girl who's his girlfriend or whatever, for the
Mhm.
lolly, because he's a pedophile.
Oh,
Also, she's a demon.
no.
Also, she's a demon. She gets embarrassed really easily. It's like,
Oh,
so all of
no.
these different tropes that these characters have that I just don't care for, and they don't show any. They don't show any interesting traits whatsoever. It's just played straight.
Yeah, it's
Right.
the generic pink-haired yandere of the season.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Also, she's blatantly overpowered. Like, she just crushes the. I mean, they'll have to create some obstacle for her later, but in the first episode, she just demolishes the enemy that they're supposed to be having a tough time with.
Gotcha.
And everybody knows it too. The blue-haired chick is like, "Oh, she's here. It's not going to be a challenge now." And yeah, she just mops the floor with it. It's like, wow, why is anybody else doing anything then? Why not just send her in with her boyfriend that she gets love power from?
Yeah, the
Is
whole thing
Lu-
where he's like under betting and then losing all the money buying support. Like, I didn't get that when he just has that girl with him.
Yeah, I don't understand.
It's like he's
It-
trying to be poor at this point.
Like, he could easily bid just like a normal number that's like significantly lower still, because there was like
Right.
an auction who will do it the cheapest, to kill this monster for him.
Yeah, for
Right.
like no one was going
And he
under
bet like $1.
100,000.
And he bet like $1. But basically, he just bet $1.
Yeah, everyone was going like 100,000, and that's their cutoff point. He went to like 38K, and then gave the other team like 36K. So
He paid like $30K to hire some like other people to work with him. It just really frustrates me when characters are this stupid.
That makes
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah.
Extreme Hearts, not extreme enough for you. It didn't catch your heart.
The animation was really not good. The character design looks pretty bad. Maybe it could be okay, but it's just like that instantly just turned me off the show and didn't really give me a reason to keep watching it.
I was
What
only annoyed.
upsets me.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
you
go on.
I was gonna say it upsets me that this field looks like a normal ass field. But
Yeah.
isn't it supposed to be like hyper sports?
Yeah, like the thing that's hyper is like they have like special shoes and stuff. What's my dog doing? Jeez, I'm gonna go grab her.
Bark, bark.
You keep going.
Yeah, the really annoying part for me
Python.
was that like they switched out the two robots for the two real girls without letting the only girl on the field know. So like I didn't see how they could do that, like how the ref would allow that to happen. It was really weird.
Because
I
it's
also have to ask,
extreme.
you know what's so odd? Why are androids allowed to compete as teammates in like in a sport competition?
Because it's extreme.
I don't. It doesn't make any sense. You have humans competing against robots, and robots are way worse.
You know, if your idol group can't beat a group of robots, why are you even here? Honestly.
Yeah. We all know this to be true.
Yeah, they didn't actually show any of it in the first episode either. They weren't like singing, but they showed that it's going to happen. They didn't actually
Gotcha.
show
No, we
them
saw a girl sing.
singing. Oh, you did? Alright.
Yeah, because she plays the guitar one time.
Oh yeah, no, I'm talking about like they had the little stage thing like after a race in Pretty Derby. Like after Pretty Derby race, the winners will go on stage and like do an idol performance.
Oh, I never watched Pretty Derby. I should.
Oh
you
yeah,
count that as a musical? Count idol
not
performance
really,
as a
but
musical?
I'd say
I
the show's
found
kind of
out-
mixed. Yeah.
Found out Healer Girl's not the only musical. There was like a reverse harem that was also a musical.
Mm.
And it's apparently really, really bad. So Healer Girl, not first anime musical as much as I want it to be.
But it was the first good one.
First good one that I'm aware of. I can qualify shit out of that.
Can we count Cats 2019 as an anime musical because it's all animated?
Shut up.
It's CG'd.
I'll not have you associate with any other animated properties or anything that could resemble being some good content, Michael.
The only good thing I watched was Overlord. There's no getting around that.
Yeah.
Really? You just keep watching garbage and Overlord?
Well, I haven't had any time. Like I was sick,
Oh.
and I get really bad at watching shows when I'm sick.
How
That's
interesting. I'm
Yeah,
exactly
I'd find
the opposite.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess I'd take care of my dog though. I guess I don't know what she wants, but I'll be back.
All right, go have fun.
No, what I meant like by bad at watching shows, like I watched like a whole season of an entirely different, unrelated to this whole new anime season show.
Oh, weird.
Like I could have watched Bastard, but it didn't come to mind. I just threw on like Evangelion or something like that.
Oh, see. Well, that's a plenty good show to throw on. Even if you're watching the Netflix dub, doesn't really matter. You always throw on some Iron Chef. I love Iron Chef. There's a new one. There's a new Iron Chef out. No, nobody else likes.
No,
like Chef
Iron
like-
Chef's
No.
good stuff.
Oh,
I
yeah,
do.
there we go. God, finally.
Get the old Iron Chef going. Let's go. Morimoto all the way.
Morimoto's an asshole.
He might be, but he makes some good food.
He does. I will say he's not great at passing on that recipe. When I went to his he's got a restaurant in Seattle called Momosan. And the like he makes a jellyfish dish that was really tasty. The first time we went, like during the opening, like the soft opening and everything, and then every time I've gone back to get it, it's awful. Nothing tastes right about it. So soon as he leaves to go do something else, the whole restaurant goes to garbage.
Well, that's not good.
No, it's not good. When you're like,
No.
I'm Morimoto. I'm a guy who puts my face on one cup sake. I like to put my face on ramen that I sell in the grocery store. I like to throw a tantrum when stuff doesn't go my way. It's like if that's you, maybe you should have better people to work for you.
That's right. You hear that, Morimoto-san? I know you watched Blaine, so you got to get back to your restaurant and whip those people into shape.
It's true, but don't physically whip them. That probably won't help.
That's metaphorically. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a problem. I think the metaphor doesn't cross the language barrier.
How am I sounding now?
I heard you. You're a little tinny, but that's fine as long as I can hear you.
At least as long.
I don't know about that, Steven.
No, I think there
Yeah,
must be
you're
like a
out.
storm between us or something. I'm in Seattle. Check for weather
That's
patterns
so-
between us.
There's a ring of thunderclouds around the globe right now.
It's just a straight line between me and Steven's connection. Just all right, let's talk about what the greatest time travel anime of all time is.
God
This
damn it.
is this the final season?
Ugh,
Is this actually the final season?
overdone.
No, I hope there's like 3 more final seasons.
Because I love that they call it the final season, but this is going to be final season part 3, I think.
They could just call
Like,
it the final arc instead of final
yeah,
season.
because it was final season. Was 3 season or three released seasons ago. Then it was final season part 2, and now I'm pretty sure there's gonna be final season part 3. Like, how many more final seasons are we going to get? Where they're just like, yeah, this is the end. It's probably the end. I don't know. It's like, don't you have the book? Can't you read it?
I think calling it the final season was the worst mistake they made. Calling it like the final arc or something like that would have made everyone a lot more comfortable with there being like multiple seasons for it.
I think so. I think I still would have made fun of it because for me, arcs have to be like within a season. You know, I know that's not a rule. Like, you can have an arc that spans multiple seasons if it's like a really big, like Fairy Tail probably has like big arcs that'll span seasons. But for me, like, an arc is like a little thing inside of the season. You know, and maybe your core. But if you're like, we're gonna have a final run that's like 3 more cores, sure. But I feel like we're gonna get another one. I feel like it's gonna do the thing where we just have like it's seasons 1, seasons 2, seasons 3, then like season 4 is the final season, but then it's 1, 2, 3, 4. It's freaking biblical. Like the last one is just another set of the next one. So we're just gonna keep going until the end of time, basically.
Please no.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Bonds Beyond Time. Is this a good time travel show? Maybe it is.
I guess they could have called it part 2 or Attack on Titan the second half because there's a time skip.
I wonder, right? Because it's like, were they trying to make it 1 season? Because I feel like this kind of shit gets planned out before they even really start drawing. That they'd be like, okay, yeah, we can wrap this up in 24 episodes or something like that. So they know how long a story is going to take. And then it just keeps going and going and going. New AOT anime-only characters will be born and die before then. Go ahead, Steven. How's our connection?
It sounds a lot the way they just added.
No, the way they just added what? I'm on the edge of my seat now.
Oh, I'm not coming in.
No, it's cutting.
Have you tried hitting your computer?
Phone.
Don't hit it too hard.
It's the phone. Maybe I should just. I'll be back.
Alrighty.
Cool.
Alrighty. Have fun. We'll see you later. I gotta be over here, and let's do this and do this. There we go. Very, very specific about the way everybody has to face. Otherwise, it'll drive me nuts. Now
Soranos, what's your profile pic from? Because I always think it's like Tabarn from Fire Emblem, but it's not.
The Castlevania?
Castlevania?
I don't know. Is that
oh yeah, no,
okay?
he's doing his dog right now.
Don't say that.
He's taking it for a walk, you mean?
It is.
Yeah.
It is Castlevania. Or it is...
Or it's Tabarn.
Tabarn.
Yeah, we got it right.
Yay! Congratulations. Nice. The either or wins again. Last thing you know is Flamenco trying to gaslight his friend into thinking there's a character named Johnny Popcorn. You don't remember Johnny Popcorn?
Oh, it is Tabarn. Holy shit.
All right, let's try this again, Steven. Give us the words.
Soranos is a furry, confirmed.
How about now?
No. Oh my goodness. That was a whole how about now. and it was loud, and I could hear it.
Oh, very good. Much better then.
Oh, it's like words. Thank you.
Ah, there
Yeah,
you
you
go.
sound
Very
great.
good. Excellent.
I like how Geminire brings up flamenco, and flamenco also happens to be trending on Twitter.
For not so good reasons.
What happened?
He got mad at someone for making a parody song about him, calling him a pedophile.
Oh my goodness. There are things someone could
Oh, this is
do
good.
online that would piss me off. But anything that has to do with making fun of me, I can't think of a dang thing. That's hilarious.
Oh, and it was a really good parody too. It was like, hey, flamenco, leave those kids alone, and it was like
Oh my.
that song or whatever.
Oh, that's perfect.
Oh, in the wall.
Yep.
Also, we got slander Soranos while he's not here. Tabarn turns into a full-on hawk, so Soranos is a furry confirmed.
A hawk? Wouldn't that make him a feathery?
Doesn't matter.
Oh my-
They're like semantics.
Wait, what? Is this the real Michael that's on this channel that I'm talking to here? I thought you were hyper specific about this stuff.
No, I also group Beast Girls and Monster Girls in the same category, so I'm aware there's differences, but
He's
I
just
don't
like-
think it matters.
He just like completely destroyed his argument from last time.
Yeah,
He's talking about,
Did I
oh,
think
this is
so?
a monster girl. That's not a monster girl. Transformation? Nah, that ain't it.
No, I'm making fun of you. No one else knew what I was talking about. I was trying to slander you.
I
Yeah.
thought he was just lumping furries into one giant pile, which I was okay with. I didn't know this was
I would love to
monster
throw all
girl.
the furries in one giant pile. That would be a great idea.
Yeah, they love
They'd
that
love
stuff
it.
too.
You can beat me to it.
Nice.
Uh,
Wait, is Ricky Martin trending too? What is going on with
How
the
is
internet
flamenco
today?
still trending though? That was like 2 or 3 days ago.
Oh, I have no idea.
yeah, I like Tabarn because
some-
he looks cool.
He is cool. He does some cool stuff.
He's also a very strong character. That's part of it too.
Yeah,
He just
doesn't he?
absolutely whoops ass. Yeah.
Doesn't he fake his death like twice?
I don't actually remember, but I played the 10th game before I played the 9th game actually.
Oh,
By
same.
happenstance, yeah. And he was just like really strong. I was like, I love this guy.
Are you playing the game right now?
No, that's not me.
Nope, sorry, that's my wife's phone.
Oh, that's fine. It's
Interesting music, yeah.
It's a
little
ringtone.
Old school marching.
It's like Blackpink.
Oh.
Just hang on, give me a second.
Yeah, you could.
Oh,
You should probably take that if it's your wife calling you. It's probably more important.
Is it?
What would you say if your wife started just calling you? Bling? It'd probably be rather important if she just calling you during your show. Your little fun.
You know,
time.
to be fair, it would probably not be important. It would probably be one of those things where she's like, "Where do we keep the peanut butter now?" It's just
Are you
like,
sure she
why
wouldn't be
now?
calling if she just locked herself outside and then she's just banging on the door and you don't hear her. And then she tried
No.
calling you and then you just don't pick it up. It's like, I'm working now, honey.
Real good return on investment. This work is.
So, Serrano, are you married?
No, I'm a child, basically.
Okay. Yeah.
Damn it, baby.
I paying no judgment on being single. I don't call myself a baby or anything like that, but I think single guys see the wife calling very differently than actual married
Oh
guys.
yes.
Your wife call you at work because she wants to tell me how long the line was at the grocery store. Oh,
Yeah, exactly.
the
See,
worst.
there you go.
I also know
Cool.
about that kind of wife calling. It's only one or the other. It's always nothing or it's always something, you know.
But
I
like
don't get
sometimes
that.
it is.
It's
Sometimes it is
50-50.
like, oh, the car won't start and I've got to get somewhere. And like, you know, I've got the jump pack. She technically knows how to use it, but like she'd probably call me for something like that if she had to go somewhere, right? And it's like, sure, I'd jump down, I'd fix it, but like there's like a 1 in 100 chance that that's the phone call that I would get.
Yeah, basically 50-50, because if you don't answer and it's important, well,
It either is important
Yeah.
or it isn't. There, it's 50-50.
yeah.
I don't know if you took a stats class ever, but I don't know if that's how it works.
Well, it is either is or isn't. That's the only two
Hey.
factors.
Have you ever seen these images from Chinese classrooms? I'm promising you, I'm gonna roll right back into what we're actually talking about here. But the students all have these headbands on that show a red light or a green light on their forehead, and I think it has to do with how stressed they are at the moment. And like the teacher will call on them to find out, you know, to answer their question because the ones with the red signals are the most stressed out or something. I didn't hear a report. It was just like this was the background image of some report on teaching in China. But I think with this 50-50 phone conversation thing, perhaps cell phones should have some sort of a stress detector.
Oh, yes.
That sounds like a thing that doesn't exist. I'm gonna be honest.
It's like the like I want variable brake lights on all cars. Like I want lines or like 3 lights, so it's like 1, 2, and 3, so you know how hard the person in front of you is braking.
Yes.
That's a good idea.
Yeah,
Just like
Yeah,
a
I thought about
variable
that.
horn of 1, 2, and 3.
Oh.
You know, something like that, so you can just like have a lighter honk.
yeah.
'Cause I've seen people like
there
put
really
that
should
into
be
their car. Yeah.
a separate
Yeah, so you get
button
like
that
what,
just does
like
a little toot toot.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get
Like,
one like a little horn for your bicycle, and then when you're really pissed off, it sounds like a train horn.
Oh, that's easy. You just get a PA set up.
Yeah, but you shouldn't have to do that yourself, though.
Right.
Or
It should
just don't
come with
tailgate.
It should come with every car.
Me wanting to know how severe the person in front of me is braking has nothing to do with tailgating and everything to do with people randomly full on braking, but being like they're far enough ahead that like, sure, I can stop and everything, but like it'd be nice to know that they're full on braking and not just like you know, you tap your brakes a little going into a turn because they were hitting it a little too fast. No, they're slamming on it as they enter this tunnel because they're terrified of tunnels, like some sort of a weirdo who's never been behind the wheel before. Like that's what I want to know.
No, Blaine's one of those people who's so close behind you that he doesn't see your taillights.
I don't tailgate, I just go into oncoming traffic to get around you.
It's preferable at that point.
Yeah, Blaine can see himself in your rearview mirror.
That is the ideal. Oh my goodness, Pop, you are on top of it today.
I almost died. I just like took a sip of my lemonade at the wrong
Okay.
time.
My
Sorry,
brain is still
Soranos.
trying to noodle that one. What does that even mean?
Because you could stare at
I think
their,
I'm in the driver's
rearview.
seat of their car now.
No, it's just that you are close enough that you can see their rearview mirror, basically. I'd
So,
say. Yeah.
oh, that's so fantastic. So I forever and a day have been driving. I'll call them ricers. That, you know, that like right now it's a Subaru 02 Bug-Eye that's all dolled up for rally and stuff. But because of the food trailer that we're doing, because it's less licensing on my end to do a food trailer than a food truck. I got a 2015 Tahoe, so now I can just put their car on my hood and drive like there's no problem. It'll be even easier. But I found the brainwave lights. How can I do this easiest? There we go. Is everybody on the screen?
Yeah,
There we go.
I see myself.
Someone's got
Car alarm?
alarm.
Yeah, there's a car alarm in my background, I think.
Oh, that's funny.
It's my
Okay,
bad.
good. As long as it's not my
Oh.
background, we're okay.
Yeah, it's hard to tell because it doesn't show up on like the little voice thing. It's just there.
Okay. You honk when people slow down for a turn using blinkers and everything. You might get that in the future after they install breathalyzers and cameras in future cars. I've had friends who have breathalyzers in their cars. It's
Yeah. Oh, that's
it's
coming.
pretty funny.
I can understand
that-
it getting installed by state, but I don't know why anybody would willingly buy a car with a breathalyzer. They're just gonna make all of them have it one day.
Would they make all of them have it one day?
I would assume so, because you have to. If they, I would
Let's
assume they'd
let's
have to
be
enforce
realistic about this here. Teslas are already pretty good at driving themselves. My Hyundai can kind of drive itself. Like cars are already kind of driving themselves. So instead of breathalyzers, it'll be more like just the car will do it for you. Like by the time we noodle through all of the like the rights and stuff for travel to deal with like figuring out if someone's intoxicated or not, the cars will be driving themselves and nobody's going to care. It'll be like me and 12 other dudes on the road in actual manual vehicles, and everybody else will be on their little iRobot X driver cars zooming
right? And
around.
honestly, they might actually ban self-driving your car
Yeah.
at some point because
Yeah,
it's too dangerous for
or
self-driving cars.
They'll charge for inspections, and you'll have to take special courses. The same way you do with a gun permit.
Yeah. Because, I mean, driving your car when everybody else is automatic, or every other car is automatic, is even more dangerous. Or actually, it wouldn't be more dangerous, but the fact is, you are far more dangerous than an automatic driver.
There's an anime
Right.
for this.
Yeah.
X Driver.
There are
It's
several
amazing.
animes for.
Yep.
Freaking love it. And the weird thing is, even if you're a wild and crazy driver, because of the way we're building the sensor tech on the cars instead of like some sort of neural network, it becomes less of an issue overall if you are a bad driver.
Well, I
Because
mean,
like
the thing
let's
is,
say you
it'll
start
save
let's say
them.
you start swerving over, they'll start swerving over too. And then the cars coming on will also see that, and so they'll just start swerving over as well. So like everybody just kind of like shimmies. It's weird. Weird.
Well, and
A
I
bill
assume
that got passed
the
a while
problem-
back mentioned all future cars having breathalyzers built into them after 2027 or something like that. Can you find me the bill number on that? And are we talking state or federal? Because we're not scared of reading bills in this forum.
Wouldn't that
but
Just
before-
remember. Yeah,
sorry,
again, Bob.
wouldn't that go against your civil liberties and all that? Like that's not cool
It
doing
absolutely does, but they
So-
don't care.
You have a right to travel, but you don't have a right to travel by a specific conveyance.
that.
So long as some form of travel is allowed, this being walking, you don't have a right to it necessarily. It's sort of how it's how stuff like the no-fly list works, where it's like, yeah, they can't fly, but they could drive. And then it's like, oh, well, you have a suspended license. Well, you could walk or you could bicycle. So there's always a form of travel that's open to you. And that's how they justify the idea that they can regulate crap like that. Do I agree with it? No, I think part of the right to travel is the right to travel in the way that I want to travel, as long as I can afford it, right? But that's that's me having a very clear and open view of a lot of the rights that we see in the Constitution.
And there'll probably be some sort of a laws over it that doesn't it kind of blankets over it without actually speaking directly to it. So the insurance regulations will say something along the lines of you're not allowed, human rights regulations will say you're not allowed to endanger man. Therefore, if you're drunk, that regulation would fall underneath. So endangerment would always
definitely be
trump.
the greater good counter argument. Yeah.
Right. So it's not actually interfering with your travel regulations. It's interfering with your right to harm somebody.
Mm-hmm. Do you have rights, pop culture?
It's not. We got a different kind of like constitution and bill of rights than you guys do. It's not written such as what you guys is. I also think that our prime minister has way more power than he should be allowed to have over the people.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of a screwed up thing, but we just kind of nobody gets right upset about it, Well, I guess they do, but it's tough to fight against it,
This just in, I just found a shiny Bidoof in Pokemon Go.
Congratulations.
Well, that's awesome. Right in time for Rosie to come in and tell us all that we're wonderful people. Thank you. You must not
Hello,
know
Rosie
me very well.
Gamgee.
We
I
try.
feel like it sounds like something a furry would want.
You have a shiny
I
Bidoof
found
now?
it. Okay, it came to me, not the other way around.
Did you lure it there? Did you use a lure, Michael?
No. I
What
could've.
Pokemon are we talking? Are we talking Go or Arceus?
Yeah, we're talking Go.
Okay.
They're actually really common in Go, so it's not a big deal. But
That's
No.
no big deal. It's just a friggin' nice Bidoof. That's all. It's no big deal.
yeah, it's just a gold rat. I mean, come on.
Isn't it a
It's a rodent.
raccoon or something?
Is it?
Is it
It's
a?
not. It's not a rat.
No, it's a beaver.
Bye,
It's
Rosie.
yeah, it's a gold
Good to
beaver.
see you. So I found the headband article, and I was sharing it. I don't remember what got us off track. This is over 2 years old though, so I do want to say
We're talking
this
about
is
cars.
old news. A headband that claims to monitor children's brainwaves in order to improve their focus is available for purchase in China, aimed at tiger mothers and fathers who will do everything to help their children succeed. But many of its target customers are already creeped out. The Focus One, or Fuxi headband from US-based startup BrainCo, claims it can measure how closely students are paying attention through electrodes and detect electrical activity in kids' brains and send the data to the teacher's computer or mobile app. A light on the headband that gleams red, yellow, or blue also purports to signal how engaged the child is with the task at hand. Oh boy, I don't know that could measure specific engagement if they're just going on brainwaves. Like,
So stupid kids will glow blue.
yeah, because even when I wasn't paying attention in class, I was drawing like those mass stick figure army things. Like, so
You're
my
a
brain
10,
would have been
yeah.
lit up,
Yeah.
but like not for what's
Yeah.
in class. How are they?
Some kids will have like the flat line.
They're basically inventing a new way to bully kids.
Oh my goodness! What's up, redhead? It's got a whole new meaning now.
No, they'll insult the blues because those are low brain activity.
Is
I don't-
it?
This gives
I
me
don't-
this gives me
Yeah.
River Tam
It
vibes.
says red is
F.
the highest level of attention, so that means blue is
Oh.
they're not intended at all. It means they're just not there.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, this is new. This is bully fodder, 100%. Because like the new bully is the smart kid. Like I don't know when that happened, but suddenly like the bullies are smart and they make fun of the other ones. Look at this
Yeah.
blue bitch over there. Oh my goodness. What is the stupidest thing you ever heard growing up in school? Student or teacher? Who's wearing the blue bandana in your past?
I was homeschooled.
You were homeschooled?
Mm.
Okay. So you or
Yeah.
or do you have a sibling?
It was me.
It was me. Okay.
I don't remember anything from school, but I remember in boot camp there was this one kid, and I am not joking. There was this one kid who, for the life of me, I can't remember his legit name, so we'll just call him Hamburger because that's pretty much what he was.
Yep.
He didn't know. He was like 20-something years old, didn't know, had never brushed his teeth, ever.
What?
Right? Backwoods of Kentucky kind of guy, like that kind of deal.
Yeah.
And he would quote specific interpretations out of the Bible to justify his hate of all the black guys in the platoon. It's like
Whoa.
Oh
Yeah,
man.
like-
What?
so dumb that he didn't realize that he was insulting everybody because he just thought the Bible's legit and everybody else is dumb or Satan or something. It was weird.
Yeah.
That was the dumbest thing I think I've ever heard in my whole life, was his existence. Like some of the stuff that came out of his mouth was just like, dude, you need to shut up or somebody's going to hose you in the bathroom or something. It's like, what the hell?
Yeah.
I mean, if you're
That's
just a dumb motherfucker, you're not really gonna get anything from the Bible. That's gonna be useful. You still need to have base level intelligence, I feel.
That's
You
funny.
know, not to pass judgment on anybody's personal beliefs, but like when you're in a crowd, your instincts should just kick in and just say, you know, maybe I should keep my damn mouth shut for 5 minutes.
Isn't that like how they teach you to survive in basic? Like just shut up and do what they say.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. That and the
That's
Quick and the Dead.
incredibly strange.
That's fine.
Yeah.
There was a girl that went to our middle school and high school that there was not a lot going on upstairs that she could communicate if she was smart, but like I remember she asked the teacher this one time, like if you ran fast enough, could you fly? And it was like, what why? But more
Well-
stupid to me was because that one at least you're like, yeah, I guess theoretically you could. So like
Yeah,
maybe the
like-
question is actually like how fast would I have to run?
Yes.
But the one that got me was when she asked if windmills dipped in the water.
Wow.
Got those confused for water wheels, I assume.
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
called water wheels or windmills, and they kind of tell you where they go.
Pretty
Early man
simple.
wasn't real creative on that stuff.
Yeah.
Well, it had to go across the language barrier, so it had to be straightforward.
Yep. Okay, here we go. Geminire. I remember a kid in my 7th grade history class made a bet with the teacher, who was also the football coach, that Lincoln was a Democrat. He had to do burpees or towel runs. What was the bet? Like who made the bet one way or the other?
He bet that Lincoln was a Democrat.
Oh,
But
that
did
kid probably...
the kid bet that, or did
The
the
kid
I
bet
was
that.
assuming the kid bet that. Yeah, the kids purported that no, Lincoln was definitely a Democrat because Democrats are the good guys.
yeah?
Oof.
They did the good things. That's yeah. There are people that say that.
Is it like
Not literally.
I never
Lincoln was a
remember if that's
Democrat,
true or
but,
not, but didn't like all the names change or like the stances
No,
change? So like even if you
that
go
never
back like
happened.
80 years, did that not happen? Is that not a thing?
It was
No,
a
they
very
claim
slow
that-
change over a very long period of time because purported to the party switch, it would mean Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who was a socialist, and I believe it was one way or the other that Hitler and him liked each other. that guy was a Republican actually because he came before the party switch.
Oh, interesting.
Oh wait, that guy. I think he was like praising
also had
Mussolini
Japanese
multiple
internment
times. He has
camps.
quotes of that.
Yeah, that would mean also FDR is like one of the most celebrated Democratic presidents, and the fact
Right.
that he came before their, in terms of by Democrats,
Right.
because he was like,
Yeah,
no,
isn't the-
right?
Isn't the
Any more
claim that
sanitizer on
Democrats
this?
like
Yeah.
stop caring about the racist voters? They stop pandering to them, so Nixon picked him up or something like that.
There's a lot of different things that happened, but by the 90s is when the switch like pretty much happened, where the South, the Southern strategy, quote unquote, happened, where the South was actually Republican pretty solidly. Because even just nowadays, there's still counties where there's like high black population. Well, I mean, we don't need to be talking about politics the whole time, but basically, it wasn't really until the 90s that the South became hard red. It was after Reagan, actually, that the South became a safe Republican.
Interesting. It was the kid that initiated the bet. Could have worded that better. Oh, don't worry about it. As long
I
as you're
think
here
Blaine
to
was the
clarify,
person
that's
that
all that
actually
matters.
didn't understand. I think everybody else understands. Like, yeah, of course, the kid in 7th grade was the one that made the bet, right?
Yeah, Blaine got that blue light on.
Blue.
I'm red lighting over here, man. I overthought it. That's my problem 90% of the time. So I'm like, wait a minute. He made a bet with the teacher who was the football coach that Lincoln was like he made a bet that the teacher thought he was a Democrat, or the kid thought, like, I just think about it too much.
I read the comment and I couldn't get past it. The teacher was the coach with the football and Lincoln, and I thought that Lincoln was the name of the football team, and my brain just broke.
You mean like
Blame it,
Lincoln High School?
Okay. Yeah, I should not purport to speak for everybody when Steven's here telling his side of the story.
No shame on the
we're
comment, though. No shame on the writing
We're
of the
dubs,
comment
not
at all.
subs around here, apparently.
Hysterical.
So apparently my children are humans, not animals. They don't need to be cultivated like this. Wrote Weibo user Danlong Xiaozhong. That's crazy.
We're
Wait,
going to
don't
see
you
some
cultivate
weird
plants?
educational tech. over the next like 5 or 10 years, we're going to see some very strange homeschooling tech and streaming schooling tech. There's going to be all kinds of bizarreness. I think the next big thing is how to educate, because I always thought it was really strange that they were disassembling the U.S. schooling system. Like between like 95 and 2015, they just started deconstructing the entire structure of schooling. And it was going at the same speed as cell phone, internet, and cable technologies, along with video game education. And I was baffled. I'm like, this thing is for free. We're already paying for it. How about you give us all a tax rebate before you destroy something we're paying for? We're losing a whole generation of kids in the process of all of this. And now with what happened in the last 3 years, we basically saw the culmination of probably what they were intending to do in the first place, like global classrooms, perhaps, and worldwide universities, worldwide school systems, worldwide homeschooling systems. We're definitely going to see a major shift.
Whatever makes it so I don't have to wake up early for school, that's best.
Tell me about it.
You're gonna have to start waking up at 3 a.m. because it's gonna be held in the United Kingdom. Yeah, your teachers from like the UK is from South Swindon. All right, class.
Yeah, and I think it's crazy how like fast that stuff moves, and like maybe Michael can touch on that more. But like, when I was in school, it was no phones like at all, right? Like if you had your phone out, you'd actually get like kicked out of the class for the rest of that period, right? But then I watched Dylan Burns was talking to Jesse Lee Peterson. No, is that his name? JLP? Yeah.
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 And then he's talking about how like in class it's like constant with laptops where he was at, and he's only like 6 years younger than me or something, maybe 7 years younger than me. No, he's 20. Never mind, he's like a decade younger than me. And it's just mind blowing for me to think like to have a computer aiding me with school the entire time, because let's be real, that's how we function in day-to-day life. So that's how we should also learn stuff, because learning how to learn with a computer is far more important. The tech isn't books anymore. It's just kind of mind blowing how fast that stuff moves.
Hell, Pop Culture, you could probably back me up on this. Maybe E-Class could as well, but they didn't allow calculators when I was in school. And then
same.
I didn't get calculators.
Yeah, we had that.
Yep.
Yeah,
you had to figure it out on paper. Yeah.
It was very specific.
What's that?
I was gonna say, so I had a couple classes because I took Calc 1 when I was in high school, and you needed a graphing calculator basically for the way they taught Calc 1 back then.
And it's calculus, right?
Yeah,
calculus,
and
calc.
You had to bring your calculator to the professor, so like everybody to line up like 30 minutes before the test, so that they could have their calculator inspected to make sure you didn't have any like programs or anything on it that would help you kind of cheat the answers, because those like the TI 84 plus titanium, whatever like the rich kid calculator was, could just do math on its own, and you had to have that disabled. So some calculators were allowed, but for the most part, it was like no calculators ever.
Yeah, those are basically protophones. Those are nuts.
Yeah, I had classes that required you to have those programs on your calculator.
I'm sure it had one of the strongest mobile computers for its day in the graphing calculator.
Well, and you gotta think like you're never gonna be in the field and be like, oh no, I can't use a calculator. I have to do this in my head.
Right. That was the big argument shift that occurred, and it led right people being allowed to have their mobile phone and Chrome opened, and you could Wikipedia anything on the test during the test. I mean, that just blew my mind. But the actual argument was, what are we educating our children to be? And that is semi-computer assisted, office people or work people. And my brother would do calculations on his phone or research materials and how to use materials on the job site. So, I mean, it's now, but when they were introducing it, it was like, wait, we're trying to teach these kids how to think, aren't we? And,
Yeah.
the answer is no.
Yeah, that's kind of the problem. I would agree
Yeah,
on
really,
that front.
it depends on your end goal is, right? You want someone who can just listen and regurgitate, or do you want someone who can solve a problem, right? And teaching someone to solve a problem is one-on-one. Like, it's very, very hard to teach someone the skills to solve a problem without being able to tweak the problem around it, which is why games are so cool, because you can have the game and the AI in the game actually sort of like lead you through the puzzle solving like dynamics without it being like a direct tutorial. And if you figure it out, great. But if you don't figure it out, you never enjoy the game. You just kind of like, I don't know what I'm doing, I'm out. And it just sort of like, it's very difficult without like direct involvement from a parental unit or equivalent.
And I could see that set of systems for gaming will probably be the first major introductions of AI on, in our lives, where they'll almost be like a shadow manager during the course of the game that will either come out as an NPC or will actually be some sort of like a god within the game construct that will be like, you need to work on this, and if you want to improve, if you want to get that cottage, you're going to need to go on this adventure. And it's almost like a sage would be in a fantasy story, or like an artificial intelligence would be in a sci-fi story.
I am very curious to see how games implement that.
Well,
There's obviously
just go by, like-
limitations you have to use for terms of how you're going to build the game world if you want like your AI to be able to affect it.
Yeah, what I'm suggesting is something more autonomous within the game that would actually be tracking your movements. But I think most games all have something semi into them that's just not as fluid as I'm suggesting.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
But go ahead, say something.
Yeah, you're suggesting like AI and stuff. I was thinking more along the lines of like, if you never know what to do in Skyrim, just open up your menu. There's all the quests you've already started are on that sidebar. So I was thinking stuff like that's already been implemented. If you look at Fire Emblem games, like I'm thinking Fire Emblem Fates in my head, there's always a guide in the pause menu you can look at to know how to play the game. So
well, I mean, the basic, for Fire Emblem, the way they do it now, modern, they have like the basic map objective, and they also have a little guide for all just basically the game actions that you can perform.
Yeah. I agree with.
It's pretty simple.
I agree with both of you those things are easy. But what I'm talking about is an AI that would assist in the immersion process, so that because I get that those are the mechanics of how Skyrim does it, and that's the mechanics of how most adventure games do it, is have a side menu, and you would bring up something that looks like a scroll or has the burnt edges like a scroll or looks like old parchment or something. But that's still stepping you out of the game. I mean, it's not like you could pause the game in the middle of combat with a dragon and find out what weapon class you're actually using at that moment and whether or not it's going to function properly, as opposed to a voice in your ear that would actually read it to you.
Yeah, you want it to be an actual character.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to get that level of immersion until like VR games are really situated. So I don't think that, I just don't think it's necessary at this point, unless you're playing like a really open world game and you want something like that. I guess that's all right, but I don't see how something like Tekken needs someone like that, but like I think that only works for open world games, not like any other type of game.
It's obviously more focused on adventure games, but I don't think you need to have it in VR whatsoever.
You have to ask yourself if you want that too. Like, some people don't.
Right.
Some people want it. Some people won't.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm suggesting it as an option that, but I could even see in a fighting game where every time you finish a match, you would back off into a corner and your manager in the corner would give you pointers. Do you see this? Like what Blaine was doing with the chess game yesterday, where it said, "Oh, these are your botch ups," and so on, and it would make sense on and even suggest How come
Let's
you're
not talk
not
about my
using
chess
this
game.
special fight
Mhm.
technique? Or did you forget what you
Yeah.
did in the last match? Try that against this
Or
guy.
pay attention to where he's like failing his guard. He's not guarding low very well. He's very
Yeah,
slow to
yeah,
guard
yeah, and
low.
show you the statistics, but like in a dialogue session as opposed to some sort of a stat sheet on the side of the
Yeah.
screen.
Adding a lot more flavor, adding just a lot more actual computing to it, and like statistical analysis.
But
Just
well, I
like
think
a
what we
chess
need to
AI
do is
would,
just
except
add
for
a
something
better,
much more complicated.
like add a bit of a learning AI to Navi or Cortana, or we have that character in games, and it's just making them a little smarter. I think is the important part, because like Navi's a joke because of just the constant like, hey, listen,
It's also so
hey,
basic,
like
right?
yeah, and it's all just a really stupid stuff where you're like, yeah, I get it. There's only like 2 buttons for me to push. What do you want? But having it be a more complicated system that can actually kind of figure out where you are, if you're having issues, all that kind of stuff, and be more clever with the way it responds. So
Yeah, think about something like Death
definitely on that.
Stranding. Having like an NPC in Death Stranding that's an AI technology that adapts to how you're playing. Yeah, I
Right?
think that'd make a lot of sense for something like that.
Yeah, they were doing a little bit. I forget the name of the game now, but I went to an E3 event, and I saw a demonstration. This is pre Xbox One, and it was running on an Xbox. It was by Microsoft, and this was a camera-driven interactive AI on screen. And I walked up to the screen, and I started asking it question, and it started responding, but then its face started to get like a little cringy and was kind of backing away from the camera visually on screen. And I'm like, what's up? And he goes, is that a skull on your t-shirt? Are you into like death cults or something like that? And I am not joking. It made comments on what I was wearing and
That
and
stuff
on
is
my facial expression.
really cool.
I was like blown away, and they never introduced it. They just never introduced it. They never brought it to the next level.
Well,
It was
there's
an experimental thing.
yeah. The problem is how are you going to use that? It is a little bit difficult to try to use, especially for it to also be running. Because it actually does take, I would assume, pretty moderate or substantial computing power to have this thing processing all of these different variables.
Yeah,
AI
I mean,
guides.
unless there's like a smaller tree, like a
Yeah.
smaller interaction where it's only going to ask a set of questions, like the detective game where you would have interviews and you would interview people and check and like fill in your notebook and stuff like that. And
Like LA Noir.
Noir.
They did that for
yeah,
LA
that's what I'm
Noir.
talking about. That's what
Yeah.
I'm talking about. Yeah.
And it does need to be an offsetting. Dragon Rouge is correct,
Yeah.
because sometimes you want
In
to
terms
be
of
like,
helper,
you
yeah,
shut up.
absolutely.
Don't talk to me. But as far as like what Steven's talking about, like I was at a mall in Tokyo, and there was a little AI robot lady that you could go up to and talk to, and she was the information services. You'd be like, where's food, or like what food do you have, and then she would like talk to you about like, we have Taco Bell and all this other stuff, and then she'd be like, it's behind you to the left. And I think where it belongs is in places like that, because especially with I guess there's multiple people that would be into it, but like an older generation is going to like talking to a person or a personoid thing. And then maybe a younger generation that's more reclusive will enjoy the human contact, I guess, or quote unquote human contact. But that's an area where they can be used very efficiently.
One interesting thing I would like to see is a more dynamic game master. Like, there's already plenty of that in just like how just the game's AI is tuned and how it will react to how you're playing. But it's even more advancement in that area. Just like how Left 4 Dead, how its stages and counters are based on how you're doing. Just basically something like that, except taken to the next level. Like far beyond what is able to be done there. And just like a
Like an
D&D
old
campaign.
yeah
Like a
yeah
real
yeah.
Dungeon Master. Yeah, something
I'm
like that would be
surprised that
very interesting to see.
Like, wasn't like the
that
original
doesn't
Silent
exist.
Hill? Or
What was
maybe,
that, Blake?
Silent Hill 2. Silent Hill 2 had like the quiz at the beginning, and then used like your answers. So like a quiz that's in the game that you don't notice, that it is then able to use, because it was like after you answered this quiz, it would sort of tweak parts of the game on how it would respond to you, and it knew stuff about you, kind of a thing. But if you incorporated that into the game, so that like the game can learn more about you, or it's mobile and you say yes, you can have access to my cookies, and it just reads all of your shopping history and it's like, all right, well we're gonna bring up this.
I'm just imagining like, oh, what ethnicity are you outside the game? And then you just get super racist.
You
Right.
just bought a pack of condoms at Walgreens last month. Did you use all of them yet? You haven't gone back to buy more.
Did you really need them, or were you just buying them to show?
We're just
this would be
buying
the
them so the cashier saw you buy them.
this would be the perfect spot for a clip on the roof of Captain America: Winter Soldier, where the guy's saying, "Your tweets, your social network, and this is how we're going to wipe out all the people that are against Hydra."
Look, you bought a rope and you haven't used it yet. Can you hurry on with that? I don't like you. This is your game
Oof.
thinking.
Nice.
What a mean game.
Did anybody of you ever play Fable back in the day, or is that like
No.
before any?
I played Fable 2 a little bit. That was the one on the 360, right?
Yeah, and basically the thing that really set it apart, as far as I guess gaming history is concerned, was that if you did a bunch of evil things, you became more evil on a scale of like really evil to like really good, and the villages would react to you differently. And even some of the monsters would react to you differently. If you were hyper good, they would retreat out of fear of being attacked, or if they were evil, they wouldn't even bother with you. And so that was like a full-on functioning dynamic within the game in real time. And so if you killed civilians, you would gain evil points.
See,
Yeah,
I
I don't
was
know that
doing
one.
I was probably doing first grade when Fable came out.
Okay.
That's where I
What?
was.
It's a
I was
pretty
6.
simple game. I wouldn't be found some interest in it, because even just as something to like tinker around with for a little while, it's a very, very simple game, very small
Yeah.
adventure, pretty small map as well. I mean, not much going on there.
Yeah, not a
But-
huge game.
I was pretty anti Microsoft back in the day, so I didn't even touch their Xbox.
Yeah, there was that.
It was
too.
out of
Yeah.
principle. It was out of principle.
It was definitely before my time. I do know what it is, but I never played it.
Yeah, and I didn't like
was such
Fable
a-
2 when it came out. I was a little disappointed that it didn't do what it promised. And then they did Fable 3, and that was just like a monster. It wouldn't run on the computers available, and and then it became this whole rat race with computing power. I was like, oh, that's it. I'm out.
Yeah, when they stopped making it about the games.
Yeah, and started making it about driving you into the next terminal.
Well, wasn't that Peter Molyneux's baby, Fable?
Yes.
Didn't he make promises he couldn't keep about the game? He bragged about how
Yeah.
great it was, and it's
Yeah.
like, no, man, it's all fallen short of what your promises are.
Yeah,
And
every game he was releasing, basically.
that AI was being developed by his company. The one that I
Okay.
described to you was being developed, and it was
Jeebles.
supposed to be a way of interacting with NPCs within the game, that they would be AI driven. So, and it would be a live camera, and they would be looking at you for basic motion, I guess, or something. I don't know, but I guess they didn't work it out, or privacy regulations stepped in and said, no, you can't do that right now. We can't let everybody
You haven't
know
gotten
that the
them to
computer's
agree to
looking.
the EULA.
Yeah. And then, TV shows like Psychopaths come out, and you're just like, okay, I see where we're going.
Yeah, it's funny. I remember way back, people were talking about Spore and how it's just like Peter Molyneux's games.
Yeah.
That's the reputation he had at the time when Spore came out. It was already
Now
not good.
the Spore
in terms of
creature creator
overpromise and underdeliver.
is pretty
Yep.
fun though.
Yep.
Yeah. Too bad the game is bland.
It's only bland if you don't know how to make a 10-foot dick monster.
Yeah, but then your 10-foot dick monster is fighting in Intercontinental War, and it's a boring RTS.
That is one of my favorite Game Grumps, or Steam Train, whatever the heck that sub show was.
It's a Game Grumps thing. It doesn't. You don't have to talk about their 10 billion different subcategories that they used 5 times.
I can't. Okay, good. Because they literally made a dick monster and it like walked on the scrot. It was, and then eventually like the levels of evolution, like the face was just like the balls had like an eyeballs on the side of this big penis nose. Like it was, and they just kept calling it a creature made in the Spore Creature Creator program. They never actually called it like a penis. It was great.
You know, I have 2 nieces, and one of them's now like just getting into her early 20s, but when explore the evolution iPad and iPhone games was just blowing my mind. The older one was really into these like job sims where you'd be running a salon.
Yeah.
And she'd be playing it at like 2 times speed and like handling 100 customers a day. I'm like, what? This is not a game. What the hell am I even looking at here? It's so crazy.
Well, and I think the way that works is you learn to see the patterns. Just the more you play, you learn to see the patterns.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
We need a Conker's Bad Fur Day too.
And what about your younger niece?
I agree with Dragon Rose.
Yeah.
My younger niece was into the coin runs. You know what she's into these days. She got into some like very earthy kind of stuff. She got into dressmaking and knitting and stuff like that, more real world, and just left the games behind. Yeah, very much, very much so.
Get her set up with an Etsy account and just get that slave labor working.
I dropped a $1,200 pile of Christmas presents on her doorstep that Christmas. I mean, I bought her a dress stand and sewing equipment and all kinds of books and magazines on the subject. And I got a yelling at by my brother and my sister-in-law. You can't drop that kind of money on her doorstep like that. And I'm like, who says? It's my money.
Yeah.
I can do whatever I want. She was into coin runs. That I don't know. There was so many different skins of the same game. Where
Temple Run. All those kind of games.
She loved that game. Just loved it. But what?
I more know that as an infinite runner game.
There you go.
I was just gonna say, as long as you were listening, that's the important part. Because like, you drop that cash without knowing they're into something, that's a problem. But like, if you're like, oh, they're really into this thing, I'm gonna help cultivate this. Now you're the best uncle ever, right? But if you're like, you should get into networking, and you buy them a bunch of like old computers and Cat 6 cable, and you're like, make this a network. Waste of money. Nobody cares.
It's strange.
Start mining Bitcoin.
Oh,
God only knows what she fell into a hole, and I don't think she ever got back out again, too. So who knows?
The worst thing about TikTok is it gets everybody. Like you'll see adults. Like I have like coworkers that are like old fogies, and they're always watching TikTok too.
Yeah,
it's scary.
It's specifically designed rhythm in there. You know, like we complain of them on YouTube, and it's like it's nothing. That's child's play compared to what TikTok.
And we complain about the fact that the algorithm doesn't serve the content that it should, and it blatantly favors people they want it to favor, right?
It ignores us.
Yeah.
The problem is my understanding does exactly what we make it do.
Well, it's because there's too many kids that use the website and they watch garbage. All the kids that watch the website want to watch garbage, so it pushes everybody in the direction of the garbage.
You damn kids watching your garbage.
Good grandpa.
Yeah, like there's never anything good trending on Netflix. That kind of deal.
Yeah, what you're saying.
Well, exactly.
Right.
But here's the crazy thing: is all the trending on Netflix is probably actually being watched. Like the algorithm is designed in those areas to just show you what everybody's doing. The problems are when we like tweak the algorithm or tell the algorithm, hey, algorithm, pause for a second and put this at the top. That's when we enter like the world of like problematic algorithms, is when someone else says, no, let's do this instead. And you see out of nowhere, van life is the thing of YouTube, right?
Yeah,
like that fizzled up for a month, right? It's just like, boom, just out of nowhere, right? When the stuff comes out of nowhere, that's how you know the algorithm didn't do it, because algorithms, they very slowly create things or bring things to the top because they don't want to move too fast.
Yeah,
because they get out of hand really
there's
fast.
actually one little thing I could comment on, that is because Metal Gear Rising Revenge is just kind of going up, and it just started getting recommended to everybody again. And I just like was listening to music. It also started recommending videos of Metal Gear Rising combined with like Asura's Wrath and just like other stuff like that, games that are somewhat like that mixed in with that, and that's like a normal algorithm thing doing its thing. It's recommending videos connected, all that kind of stuff. And then you have the fact that news channels are just getting shot to the top, always recommended no matter what, even if nobody's watching them.
Yep.
Yeah.
Or they just shoot to the top and then, oh, why are there a billion things recommending it, right? Or there's a billion people in this live stream and nobody's saying a word. You know, like it gets very iffy on some of those more annoying side of things, and it's like, just let the algorithm do what it does. Just leave it alone.
Yeah, and sometimes the algorithm, it just doubles your views, like Cozy or whatever.
Yep.
I would spend whole afternoons going into my recommendation list and just be like, never recommend this channel again, never recommend this channel again. Anything that had like 10,000 views in like 20 hours, I'm like, don't ever recommend this channel to me again. I don't want to see any of these huge top channels. I'm not interested. I would never recommend people I actually watched.
Does anybody else get recommendations from like those like Thailand guys that like build stuff out of mud in their backyards? Like they'll make like a pond out of like bricks and sand and urine, and it's like, what? That's insane.
You mean the clearly
but like
fake videos?
Yeah, like they're hilarious.
Yeah, as much as I want to talk about pee poo poo huts, I have to get going.
All right, later, furry.
Yeah. I will see you guys again next
Have a good one,
week.
Soranos.
Good night.
I'm gonna try to find these.
Always a pleasure, man.
Yeah.
Yep. See ya.
Now that I want to find one, it's gonna take me forever to find.
It's called like Hidden Underground, whatever.
No,
there's a bunch of guys like that in North America too, and some of those are actually what is it? Primitive Builder or Primitive Woodsman or Stone Age Construction. Those guys are actually pretty good. Those are interesting because I don't know about you. I find it fascinating. It's like, how do you make rope out of sapling bark? You know, and it's like that stuff is pretty cool. It's like Castaway. It's like watching Castaway, but in real time.
Right. No, this is. I know the one you're talking about, Michael, and I have been recommended that one. But there's other ones that there's like. I swear there were like 5 different of the same thing where it was just these little tiny like deck pond builds that they were making out of like bricks that they made out of the sand in their backyard. And they were very clearly like in Thailand or something. And of course, it's like now I'm getting legit pond builds. Like, oh, look at my beautiful pond. Oh, look at my beautiful pond. And I'm like, God, how do I get recommended a thing? And then when I go to try to find the thing, it's just impossible for me to locate.
Well, that is how it goes.
I think it's because something got broken. The other day, I was on a channel, and it happened just the other day, just yesterday as well, where the channel kept getting taken down. And I was like, because my brain goes wild when I start seeing things like that. Like, what's going on? Like, this should be a reliable, solid computer system. We make financial transactions over this damn thing. What's going on here? How is this even happening? They were watching. It was basically like a chill stream where we were recommending in the chat movies that had to do with like, I don't know, best rated R comedy of like the 80s and 90s. and they were just watching trailers and like clip scenes from those movies, and they kept getting shut down. Meanwhile, this was the same weekend that Thor: Love and Thunder opened. The guy in Japan got shot, and like several different labor movements were happening in Europe at the same time. And I'm like, somebody bumped up the restriction algorithms or something, and it's just not allowing you to share videos from YouTube to YouTube or something. You know, like you weren't allowed to do breaking news stories spontaneously, and it intervened on their channel as well, even though that's not what they were doing.
Yeah.
I think things like that just happen. And the same thing goes with some of these recommendations. Like, God, I listened to Rainy Storm, Black Noise or White Noise. And then every single one of my recommendations is all of the other white noise channels. And I'm just like, no, stop. Just stop that. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I got that
do.
too. You watch one horseshoeing video and boom, inundated with everything.
Cleaning the nastiest hoof I've ever seen.
Yeah, look, doing cow hooves and all that. And it's like, okay, why did I do that?
Yeah.
I'm only guessing this guy's from Thailand because of his shoe choice. He's wearing like not Crocs, but kind of Crocs. Like they're a woven lattice sandal thing. But this is the one that I find just insane every time they pop up. Welcome to the stream for the first time ever. Joe Ball is here. We're
can you hear me okay?
I can hear you, Joe. That's
good,
great. I'm going to pause. Funny man builds pond in his backyard, and we can pull up death, and you can introduce who you are.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
How's everyone doing tonight, by the way?
We're
so far great. So good.
Doing fine.
All right.
Pretty good.
Yeah. Now that we can hear you, Steven, that's the key here.
I went to YouTube just long enough to see if you were live. And I was like, okay, I still got a shot.
Perfect. Awesome. So Joe does art that is freaking blows my mind. And that's how I found you. And I think it was probably a flash cast would be my guess. And I immediately left that stream, actually back this almost immediately, because I had just finished watching 20 hours of Berserk content from Almighty Lolly, and I was like, I gotta keep feeding this itch. And so you've got this. When is it coming out, or when are you scheduled to?
December is the shipping date, so I'll probably start sending it off to the printer around like October.
Okay, awesome.
But yeah, December is I wanted to time it around Christmas, and I know people think that's ridiculous, but I wanted it to feel kind of like a Christmas present. I don't want to have to ship it out like Christmas Day, obviously, but yeah, I wanted to kind of come in that time span to be hitting mailbox.
There you go. And I've been saying biblical berserk, I think, time I go. Is that still the best description you have, or
yeah, biblical berserk, but with Transformers.
With Transformers.
Yeah, like it's the story goes through like the first book is kind of like sets you up for all the other books that will come after, but it's like the I guess you'd call it like the backstory is interesting enough that I felt no need to make it a backstory. It's just the beginning of the story. So it starts off basically during Noah's flood. There's a handful of Atlanteans still alive in Atlantis, but they're mostly like military personnel and some other personal servants, like people by duty that have to stay at their post. And they basically throw in the towel. You know, the waters aren't getting any lower. They're just going up and up and up, and it's raining and storming constantly. There's geysers just shooting out of the ocean, and so they decide to give it a shot, even though sailing has not done anyone any good. And ultimately, their ship is crushed in the ocean waves, and they go through a rebirth phase. Basically, God has a little sympathy for these few people, even though they're abominations. They're genetic abominations that shouldn't even exist. And God's like, you're not allowed to live here. Sorry, you weren't. None of this was intended for you. This was intended for human beings. Even though they look human, they're not at a genetic level. So,
Gotcha.
but he feels sympathy for them because they're not evil, and some of them still have souls.
Well, that's good.
When I say some of them, it's because there's one that specifically doesn't, but I imply it in enough ways, even in visual artwork that's out there, that I'm not too worried. It's not like a big spoiler. He's just he's very much a drone military type person. He's a do what he's told, soulless creature. But yeah, so they go through a rebirth phase on the planet. It's like a moon outside of Saturn, where God's placed things that were too big and too consuming for Earth, whether it be dinosaur-esque things or other creatures I just completely made up.
There you go.
Somewhere in the Bible, I forget where it's at, because I've read so much stuff that like my brain can't recall every exact scripture unless it's something very commonplace. Like John 3:16, like everyone's heard that a million times. But it references that God didn't. It doesn't say he killed like Behemoth, but it says he moved him. He was just too big, too consuming for Earth, so God moved him. So that's, in my imagination, this is the place God moved things like that to. Things on the dinosaur scale of big. So that's where most of the story takes place. The Noah's, like, it's not a story about the Bible. It's a story that jumps off from a biblical event, if that makes sense. I'm not trying to add to or take away or put anything into actual scripture. It's just something I have a lot of interest in. That's an easy jumping off point for me. So I was like, I love the flood. I need excuses to use genetic abomination. Like, I need excuses for certain things, and this is the perfect like storytelling ways to do it. So,
Perfect.
Ultimately, they populate this new planet. I don't spend a lot of time on that. I just kind of give you a little overview of how society develops in terms of, hey, there's only a few, then they procreate, then they become more aggressive and expansive, and then they kind of get comfortable because life is good, so they're not quite as aggressive anymore. Like, the normal things people, like societies, will go through if they're dominant. And
Right.
on that planet is where you meet kind of like the main characters. It's a mother, a father, and a child. And they're the big monstrous looking things you see with all the bones like grown out of them. So I know when you think mother and father, you think of these sweet human creatures. No, the focus is these critters on this planet. This is just kind of like the build up to get you to that. And that's what everything will focus around. And eventually, as you can tell by enough of the artwork, those creatures are mechanized. And
Right.
I really wanted to have a story where I could, and I know some of this stuff's just aesthetic. Like, some people would be like, oh, I want a story with all these deep thoughts. It's like, yeah, I want some like moral backbone to it. I want the dad to be a dad. I want mom to be a mom. I want them to care about their children. But at the same time, I want robots where if they get their arm ripped off, blood and veins are spraying everywhere. I want robots that bleed. I want robots with organs, kind of like Evangelion in a way. Like, I wanted something with a bio aspect to the mech, because I feel like it's way more dramatic. When you see a character fighting, like in Gundam, they did the 8th MS team. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but during that little short series, when the robots fought, you would see like hydraulic lines and oil lines like burst and spray, and it gave this extra touch of, you felt for the robot now because it was doing something kind of human. You saw its
exactly.
liquids spraying from it, and I always love that stuff. So much of this book is, when I tell people, it's inspired by all the things I grew up on, all the things I love, all the things I consider the highest tier of their realm, whether it be toys or comic books or manga or anime. I kind of am inspired by the highest tier versions of all those things, whether it be, the extremeness of Akira with the just being in a massive detailed manga, or a detailed movie with just things that are hard to wrap your brain around the first time you see them because they're just visually shocking. They're not gross, but they're shocking. They're not disturbing. It's just you've never seen nothing like that unless you're like a old school Mobius fan or something. So, and even he never did it on that scale. So, but that's
something you said there that I love is bringing bones and flesh back to something getting ripped off, because I'm tired of blood piñatas.
Me too. Yeah.
Even
it's like I like it, but yeah. Blood piñatas were really cool the first time you see them. Like the first time you come across like a late 80s, early 90s anime, and you see all these studios competing for blood spurts and just completely weird, messed up stuff. Like I can appreciate the artistic value of it and how difficult it is to hand animate that stuff. Like I have a lot of respect for it. But I feel like in a lot of those things, it became a gore competition rather than gore that's put there to emotionally attach you to the situation or to the character or to, things like that. Like yes, my book's violent. It's called Death, Death, Death. But when characters get hurt, I want you to feel bad for them, not be like, oh, that was cool. Did you see all the blood that sprayed out of him? No, you're supposed to be heartbroken because that much blood means this character might die. And if you like that character, that's not a good thing. So it needs emotional attachment. It needs backbone if it's going to be done, because the shock value aspect's been ran into the ground since I was a child. I'm like 40 now. So,
That's okay. You're bringing up the average age of the panel, so that'll help.
Sure.
Yeah, there you go.
But ultimately, it leads into being a war book from that point. Once they're mechanized and you get the real enemy identified, you'll see the Atlanteans and the mechanized creatures kind of on the same team, but the mech creatures don't really have a choice in the matter. It's like like being drafted, you could say. They're stuck doing it whether they like it or not. They're more or less prisoners that are being used for defense, and then you'll have the other army, which will be also oversized creatures. So the Atlanteans will always seem small. I needed something to help with scale initially, so you got an idea of how big these creatures were. Because like in Evangelion, you can have a good foot smash into the ground and see tiny trees getting smashed and rocks and the earth being moved. And
a hand where like a car is between the fingers.
Yeah. So for now, because eventually that oversized world will be more normal, I need to set the tone in the first book of just how big everything is. So even though the human-esque characters aren't forever, they're just a phase. They're not going to be in every book. I needed them initially for scale purposes too. Like there's multiple reasons I need a lot of things in the book, but that's, there's like key reasons they're there in ways. It's like, well, we need a little human just to get people feeling relatable to it. But if there's one thing we know from people that like Big Mech and Transformers and stuff like that, the humans just get irritating. So I'm not going to keep a human aspect there past this book. Maybe a little, but not much, because it gets annoying. It gets old being there, and I didn't want to run that trope into the ground either, because it's just not something I even cared about. When I was a kid, every time a human popped into picture that wasn't a pilot, I was like, get this guy off of the screen. Optimus Prime is just setting himself up for disaster, taking 8-year-old boys to battles all the time. Yeah. So even as a kid, it bugged me. So
awesome.
Yeah, Blaine, can you drop a link to the gentleman's artwork in the Discord at least?
Oh yeah, I can do that.
This week, because I want to refer to it later on. Maybe tweet some images out and stuff like that.
Definitely. I'll pop it on the Discord, as well as the YouTube chat here. The time when a human character to connect us to everything works well, I think, for the entirety of something is if it's Kurt Russell and it's Big Trouble in Little China. Then we have a connection point where it's everything else is crazy compared to this one guy. And it works really well. But as soon as you look at something like Gurren Lagann, right, where it's as soon as we've got these big robots fighting, and the robots are getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. I don't even care to look at the pilot anymore. I just want to watch them throw Saturn like it's a discus, you know?
Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah.
Me too. 100%. I'm right there with you. It's even in Evangelion, as much as I love that show and I praise it constantly outside of those last couple of episodes, because I consider End of the real end, just because it's better. They sorry, bros. It's a life reality.
It's just the physical world that occurs during 25 and 26. 25 and 26 is the mental world, and then End of Evangelion is the physical world. I don't think you can separate them. I think they are one and the same.
I'm fine with separating them. I don't need those last two boring. There's at least 3 episodes in the earlier in the series that are just as boring and awful that they could have done better. But outside of that, the things they did do right, they did so right and so good, and at such a high tier level, even the artsy fartsy shit, that it's, because don't get me wrong, I still respect the last few episodes. They're just not, they're not a good way to tie up a series like that.
No, and I don't think it would have been, if it was the way to tie up a series like that, we wouldn't have End of Evangelion.
Exactly.
You know, like
Right.
there's a reason that they had to go back and do it again.
And you know, I'm not a fan of like the rebuilds either. Like I like little aspects here and there, but like I can't watch the rebuilds. They annoy me. I hate the bad CGI that the Japanese were fine with for so many years, when even places like India and the Philippines had passed them by like 12 and 15 years in CGI quality. But I could look past most of that if it was at least as good as the original series, but it's just not.
The rebuilds are a shoot 'em up. They're a shmup like Toho or something like that, and the original is a Dark Souls where it's about like the actual like content and plot and like situations that you're in. Whereas like you know, like in Dark Souls, one of the baseline hollows can kick your ass at any point in the game. Just comes up behind you and stabs you, and now you're stun locked, right? Whereas in like the rebuilds, they're just gunning down these like other Ava units like they're nothing. They're just cannon fodder. They're just jabronis. Those are the star explosions in a Gundam series. Like it drove me nuts how little weight there was in combat as the rebuilds went on, and I hate them for that.
All the things that made
especially-
Evangelion interesting, all the things that made you squirm even if it wasn't gross, all the things that made you uncomfortable in a good way, were sucked out of it. It's like the life was sucked out of it in the rebuilds, because you needed the weird religious overtones, even though they weren't religious. They were, I would say it's their completely own take. It was just a lot of names being applied to their own creative ideas, which I was fine with. That's a lot of what I did too. But I feel like the life and soul of the rebuilds does not exist, and I do blame dude having too much money and being too happy in life. Finally, people are like, he does better work when he's sad. I'm like, we all do better work when we're sad, because we're trying to persevere. We're trying to show our best of what's possible. So, but in that, I get the rebuilds, and I understand why some people can dig them, but I personally, like, there's a standard I have that it just does not meet at all. No matter how flashy or how many things from the old show they try to drag into it to kind of appeal to people like me, I just, if that was the only Evangelion that existed was the rebuilds, I would not be a fan at all.
Yep.
I would hate it, because it would just be a bunch of
watch it every
rainbow
year the way I
colors
do.
swirling in my face constantly with no substance. So,
Exactly.
because that original show, man, it blew my mind the first time I watched it. Because I mean, I was a little behind the curve. Like, I remember looking at like previews magazines and things like that when I would do like my comic book shop orders as like a tween and a teen, and I would see the stuff from it, and I was like, "Oh, Evangelion rules!" Even though I'd never even watched it, I was just looking at the design work. So I would buy like the toys and stuff, and then when I finally got to see it, like I don't know, 2000, 2001. I mean, it shocked my retarded little brain, and it still does to this day. Like, when I watch it again, outside of, 3 or 4 episodes out of the, there's 26, 27. to this day, I still go, man, this is so good, even though so many of the tricks in it are simple animation tricks. So much of it's like stuff that I could teach a normie with no experience how to do, outside of some of the big fight scenes, which are crazy difficult animation where you really have to be a master to pull that off. Like, I don't know, I just respect everything about it. It's when people dog on it, I'm like, you just have to not be paying attention to what high quality is or something. I know it's all subjective, but I just don't see it that way. Like, I know high tier when I'm looking at it. I know high tier when I'm hearing it. I know high tier when I'm seeing or watching it. It does not matter what it is, what kind of entertainment it is. It's like Berserk. If you can read Berserk and walk away from it going, I feel nothing, I'm just going to assume you have mental problems.
Right.
You know what I mean? You're not a human. Yeah. You're some soulless weirdo that shouldn't have been born. If you can't get feeling out of Berserk, if you can't read
just
that.
In, you should not have been born.
Yeah.
Joe Paul 2022.
Yeah, I just watched a documentary. I was doing some research for a friend of mine on the doujinshi, the independent manga industry in Japan.
Yeah.
And I came across this very brief documentary, and I had only had like the barest knowledge of like what actually went down. But the evolution of One Punch Man from its original artist One is exactly what you're talking about. Here's this scratchy, unprofessional manga that this person just out of some sort of deep spiritual need just put down on paper and presented to the web, and it became this world phenomenon as soon as it was presented in the redo. That's exactly what you're talking about. All those old things in Evangelion, those little tricks and those little simple techniques and stuff, all of those visual things are irrelevant if the story is driving you. It really is.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the weird things about entertainment of all kinds is you can find people that maybe don't excel at every aspect of it, but if they excel at storytelling, that one key thing, you can get by and you can get a lot of respect, and people may even see the good in your other things, even if it's not, obviously we don't expect One Punch Man to look like a Kento drew it, but we still know, just from, even if you're just a normie that just stumbled across the show, you're in for a good time. You're in for something witty, you're in for something clever, you're in for something fun, comedic, and still deep somehow. Like that's what's so strange. Like how you hit all those notes, all those beats so well. It's really impressive that you can take a guy with like the greatest power, but you can still leave him sort of depressed and bald and like all these things. He's still living in a rink-dink tiny, like typical Japanese apartment, sleeping on the floor right beside his pile of manga and his TV just literally jammed right around his head. Like that doesn't look like the guy that can kill people with one punch, defeat any enemy, but they make it fun.
That's the one thing about 2D that I keep trying to present to people is this aesthetic morphing that occurs. Like in One Punch Man, we constantly get these visual shifts in the style of the drawing, where when he's regular, he's drawn more 2D than when he's super powered, and then he gets those almost like Yakuza anime or Yakuza manga, and all of a sudden he's got cross hatching and different shading, and the top of his skull has got a special epic glint on it, and Full Metal Alchemist did this all the time, where it would just shift tone visually, and yet they were still talking about a very serious subject. But you can't do that in live action. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen that done in live action where they were able to translate it. Maybe Scott Pilgrim vs. the World achieved it a little bit.
Yeah, it was close. I'll give you that. Scott Pilgrim's probably one of the best examples that I think a person could throw out there.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's copious CG and heart to even come close to that, because as soon as you change the way that like a person looks, even if they're still kind of that person, you kind of lose sight of who they are. You're like, oh, who's that character again? But in like anime, manga, cartoons, CG, any of that, we're looking at the silhouette, and we're looking at like two features on the silhouette. We're looking at the hair and maybe the type of jacket they wear. So as long as the symbol of that character has that on them, we can kind of follow along a lot easier because we're not reading them the same way we read another person.
Yeah. Plus, also, we've been raised on a certain vocabulary of visual treatment, where we're used to the idea that 2D animation is going to do those kinds of things. It's almost part of the mechanics of the 2D environment. But to bring up another live action example, in Kill Bill, he does black and white to full color. He does silhouette to single color. And he even shifts into animation when he can't do a live action version of, the 11-year-old assassin taking out a pedophile from the Yakuza. You can't film that in live action. It's just illegal to film that in live action. So he was able to do that kind of shift, but he shifted into 2D to achieve that goal.
It's like something that takes the right person and the right team. It's not something you can just lollygag and throw at your average studio crew. And and nothing against people that do great live action and CGI mix work, because there are some groups out there that do amazing stuff. But you really need like a director that's not only passionate about just One Punch Man, if that was the example of What If. You need someone that's serious about One Punch Man, understands all the aesthetics and all the style changes, and can find a way to properly translate that to a screen. And it would be quite a challenge. I mean, I think Robert Rodriguez did great with like Sin City, but that's because the tone and the look of that really doesn't change throughout the whole book. It's pretty standard, Frank Miller. So you don't he did a great job of making it look and feel just like the comic. But when you're talking about a manga like One Punch Man, or even the show, like you said, the show could only get away with certain things that the manga did because it was a 2D cartoon.
Go ahead, Blaine.
Like even anime, like as much as it can get away with, part of this channel is saying, oh, this show isn't so great, so watch this one instead because this show is good. And something like I watched The Deer King last night, which is the new animated. We brought it to America. G Kids imported it, and they're showing it off. And it's just so boring because it's so many other shows that have been just cut. Like, here's the prison scene from this show. Here's the deer scene from this show. Here's the estranged father meets up with daughter scene from this show. And it's just like stitched together in like, this is the next part of the show that should come along. And it's so boring. It's 2 hours of get me out of here while I'm watching this stupid thing. Because nobody cared, like we're talking, like to tell a story. Because when someone cares about telling a story, we get awesome stuff like Love After World Domination. Tell me about the Red Ranger falling in love with Rita Repulsa. I want to hear that story. I want to see that story. And you're excited to tell me about it because of how exciting I can tell just from the plot and the story and the characters and the banter, even before we get to how cool the art is on some of these shows. So someone has to care for it to start, no matter what, whether it's live action or if it's an anime.
Yeah, I think Arcane is probably my go-to example contemporarily. I don't know what they were feeding that art staff, but God, what they were able to achieve at the number of different demographics that were just falling in love with that property. And we're talking about a property that was a video game. So Arcane is like the best video game adaptation ever achieved. How do you explain that? They did CG animation better than anybody else has done CG adaptation. I don't, Pixar aside, and some of these other companies aside, it's just not the same thing. There was something really special about Arcane. I just don't get it. And by the way,
Uh,
Joe Ball, I think we keep talking about these visual elements, but at the same time, we all have to remember that the original storytellers were just speaking to a group, and that all of story visualizations were happening inside of people's heads. So
Yeah, well, I think it's all very interesting to me what you can achieve with visuals and sound. This is actually showing this picture in reverse. I probably should have checked the settings, but just imagine this all flipped the other way. This is just a little
it's
thing
okay.
I'm
This
doing
is
for a
manga
friend of
style
mine.
for us.
Yeah,
so much detail.
but I'm actually I've been keeping this on the down low, but I guess I'll talk a little bit about it here because I just can't help myself. I actually have a high-end CGI guy working on some stuff he's going to start here probably in the next couple of weeks for me. I'm trying to finish getting the storyboards and everything laid out for him. But we're going to put together a trailer for a Death movie. And
Amazing.
he's we're going to here's the thing. I've had this weird string of luck lately, and like I've just been stumbling across people that I would have never met otherwise. Like it's just, I would say it's pure coincidence. I call it divine intervention, but people can believe whatever they like.
You put yourself out there and say, "This is what I'm doing." The people that help you make that happen will show up. That's happened every stage of my life.
That's
so true.
It's excitement and success breeds excitement and success. But he's going to be helping me out with it at we'll just say an extremely discounted rate because he's passionate about it.
Amazing.
To accommodate what I can swing, because the hourly rates or the daily rates for these guys is like I'd be broke in a month. Like I would have every dime to my name would just be gone. But he has some other fellas that are also like, they're just sick of doing corporate work and commercials and Marvel movies and crap like that. So if it all goes well and it breeds enough excitement to get to think that this thing will crowdfund at a high enough level, because I'd have to make way more money than any comic book makes to do this properly. We're looking to get that out there as the next step and the next stage in all this. I'm hoping by around when I'm shipping the book out that the trailer is all done by then, so we can test the ground with it a little. But that's something I'm really excited about too. I originally wanted it to be 2D animation. Like that was my original goal for the entire story. It was never even to be meant to be a comic book necessarily. It's just all I've done my whole life is draw comics. It's like, well, I don't have a lot of money to work with initially. So
but I got a pencil and a pen and a lot of heart.
Pencil, pens, paper, stuff that really doesn't cost much. And I've got a talent for this one thing I've always done in my life.
Right.
So, but that's the thing is I've always held like cartoons, toys, stuff like that in the same regard as I did a movie or a comic book. Like I always loved that stuff and felt like it should be treated just as well. But yeah, so you'll hopefully get to see something that will feel and look like a live action Death movie coming here in the near future. I just got the soundtrack score figured out for it. I still have to do like what would you call it? Like the sound effects. Like I've got the backing music, but I still have to get that whole track laid out with the smashes and the booms and the dialogue and all that kind of stuff. Right. And once I get most of that in place, he'll start making sure the what he creates on his end matches up with that. Because whenever you're doing something like that, you want the pace and the beat of the actual music to kind of match up with the speed of what's happening or the frame jumping or things like that within the trailer to breed the excitement and the pace that matches all of it. So I did look into some licensed music, but it's like that stuff's so out of reach for me. Like some of the things I wanted. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I looked into a mishmash of free domain and guys that do like there's actually a surprising amount, I didn't even know this, of people on YouTube now that just make music, and for like
Yeah.
$20 it's royalty free. You can buy the song and use it for whatever you want. Obviously other people in the world will have access too, but who cares? You know, it's not a big deal. So
Yeah.
if I made a song, because I'm fully capable, I have all the equipment, and you know, I've been playing guitar and drums and all that since I was like 14, but it's time consuming. It's time consuming to sit down, get all those tracks laid out, then go through and mix all of those tracks as individual sounds and make sure they mix as a group. And then
Well,
you
there's
know,
this
it's just a
weird
lot
thing.
of work I don't have time for. So
And there's this weird thing when you do it yourself where, like, you know, I'm looking at your artwork and it looks perfect. But I'm sure if you are looking at it, you see something that drives you nuts, right? Like every time you do something yourself, like everything that I've ever done, like it took me a long time to get to that point of like, just put it out there because it's not going to be perfect. And if I were to like try to make a soundtrack or try to do any sort of musical thing, I would never release it because it would just keep getting, no, something's missing, no, something's missing, no, it's not right, no, I gotta tweak this, no, I gotta tweak that, I need more bass, I need more vocal, you know, what do I need to change? And I just get into those ruts where it's like I just keep like on a hamster wheel. That's why I like the live stuff, because I can trip over my words as I'm saying things, and I don't care because it's live and I'm not trying to like produce like a perfect quality thing, right?
yeah.
Versus you look at my hopper, it's full of things that I'm editing that I'm like, will they ever get released? I don't know. Maybe.
Well, I'll say when I look at my work, obviously I'm just seeing a series of lines. And it frustrates me because when I look at other people's work, I know they have that same hang up, but I see their work as finished pictures. I don't see their work like I see my work. And that's one of those things too, where you have these moments of clarity as an artist of any kind, where you go, can I ever truly know how good or bad I am? Can I ever truly know what's happening here outside of, you know, without people berating me about how terrible I am? Can I know it just based off what I'm doing right here, right now? And it is tough because you never look at your own stuff the same as anyone else's. And even when you try, it's a near impossibility. Like I can blur my eyes and kind of see it as a full image, and I know what I was trying to achieve, but at the same time, like you said, I see the offline. I see the spot that's slightly too thick. I see something that might bug me, but at the same time, I'm one of those guys where, like, because I've been doing this for so long, it's like, no, you just got to call it done and move on with your life at some point. You cannot let everything else fall behind because of some silly nitpick. Like when I see guys being like, well, I was going to have my comic book out on time, but I had to go back and remaster the first half because it didn't look as good now. I'm like, literally, dude, nobody knew the fucking difference. It still looked the same to everyone else. So that's why I try not to focus on it, because I know my own thoughts.
That's good life advice too.
Yeah.
Like, I've known so many people that are like, well, once I get X, then I'll leave this job. Once I get Y, then I'll find a new place. And you know, it's like sometimes you just gotta do it. You just gotta make it happen. And like, for me, doing that, it just involves like throwing out whatever I have. Like, here it is. Let me just get it. Whether it's a project, I'll just get it out to the world and be like, version 1, here you go. Whether it's like, I got to clean my damn basement. So I'll just like grab a tote of crap and like dump it on my living room. And it's like, well, I got to clean it up now. So, you know, you just force yourself into that step to move. And you got to force yourself to get it out there. Force yourself to do something.
If you really want to do something, you will make your own life hard to do it from the time you're a child. Maybe you don't know that early, but at some point you reach that point where that's where you're at with things. And I personally, like, because I've been doing most of what I do since I was a little boy, you know, I had one goal in life. I never had backup plans or anything like that. That when people would say, well, once I do X, Y, or Z, then I'll try to do this thing I keep saying I want to do. I never even understood the mentality growing up for a long time. Like, I didn't get that at all. It's like, but why? You have time to watch TV. You have time to play video games and tell me all about this shit. How can you not, like, how does that stuff outweigh the goal to people? Because I understand we have to relax every once in a while. I'm not capable, but I understand most people are. So I don't hold it against them. But I also don't have any respect for people that want to tell me for all the time how much stuff they want to do, and I cannot get them motivated to. Because if you really love something, you shouldn't even need tons of motivation. Some amount of it should just be an urge to do it, like an inherent weird urge where you can't stop yourself from doing it until you burn yourself out on it for a little bit, and then it's like, okay, time to take a step back. But
Exactly.
I've always wanted to draw comic books. That's all I ever wanted to do with my life. I mean, now my goals are a little different, but it's still like that one thing that people want to see out of me finally. So I have to make good on it. I didn't sink 30 years of my life into one thing to not do it, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Well, it shows.
I hear what you're saying, and to be a little more generous towards the rest of the civilians in the world.
We're not in the military. It's okay.
No, basically what I'm saying is I've always had this idea that like a tree that blossoms, there are going to be blossoms on that tree that come out perfect. Like those are the blossoms you want to pick. And then there are other ones that don't really blossom. They kind of grow some petals and you know, and they look like a flower enough, you know, to be acceptable. And I think that that genius and artistic endeavor and ambition are similar to that effect. That there are some people that are just the one, so to speak. And in the multiverse of like all of us existing on the earth at the same time, some of us are witnesses and some of us are those being witnessed. And someone like you may not understand, and I'm not expecting anybody to, you know, get you to understand. It's irrelevant. Go with your bad self. But there are a lot of people out there that want to watch the rock band and not be the rock band.
Oh, for sure. And we need those people bad.
Of course.
I think the saying,
they're super important.
I'm pretty sure the saying goes, "Like a tree, we are all blossoms." Not like a tree. So, I would say, Stephen, in the counter to your counterpoint, that we're all the tree and we all have blossoms, and it's important to look at what blossom wilts and isn't really that cool of a blossom, but see the blossoms you have that are big, cool blossoms. Because like Joe's saying, like we need those people. When I was on stage, I had a screamo band back in high school, and those people in the front row, like they may have felt like I was the blossom they were looking at, but like they were the blossom screaming that I was looking at, that like made me excited to be there, right? Like even if your thing is being there for somebody else, that's still a thing. That's still a quality to you that is great, and you need to cultivate that the same way you would cultivate any other talent, I would say. So
I completely agree with what you're saying, and to stretch the umbrella that I presented a little bit broader,
it's a big old tree.
That.
Sorry, I'm almost done
Joe
with an
Ball
entire like liter of sake. So
what Joe Ball it was talking about, like, how do you know when it's done? And the answer is that achievement is a reflective process. We need an audience. I used to have this argument back in the 80s about the definition of art. It was like, it was the thing that we were talking about in the 80s, all of us teenagers in art class. Like, how do you define art? And it became less about the final definition and more about like a Rorschach test on what kind of an artist you were by deciding what you thought art was. But the truth of the matter is, you do what you feel passionate about, and the audience passes judgment, witnesses a judgment, or just stands there in awe. And all three are relevant, and all three are important. And like you were saying, Blaine, it's the audience is required for the rock band to exist in the first place, right? I mean, you're becoming a band so that you could present it to an audience, and the audience is showing up because you're a band. So where is the separation? Is there a separation? And the answer is no, there is no separation. The arena is the full umbrella, and one part of it is the gallery, and the other part of it is the audience in the gallery, and that's the whole equation. And I think Joe Ball,
my point was, if, let's say, for example, the entire audience swears up and down they want to do the same thing you're doing, but only 3 of them are active and actually trying to do something, those are the only 3 I'm going to take seriously when they say that. The rest of them I'm going to be glad are just enthusiastic, money spending super fans that they're people you can please and possibly make their life a little better with your artwork. Like, yeah, I need them. They're the most important part of the process, or I'm just a guy that draws pictures for fun. And I don't want to draw pictures for fun. I drew pictures for fun long enough in life. I'm past that. So, I mean, granted, this is for fun, but I'm making money off of it because it's mine. This is nothing about this is anyone else's.
Make you money.
Yeah.
Make your fun, make you money.
That's right.
I love cooking for people, and I'm finally getting a food trailer so that I can make people food.
Oh, that's sweet, dude.
I've been cooking food for years, and I just got out of a contract with Amazon doing delivery, so I've got some cash in my pocket. It's time to make that happen because I love doing it. My grandpa always had a saying that was like, you can either do what you like or you can pay the bills. And I always hated that phrase. I hated it because I was like, why can't I just, what if I like paying the bills? Then whatever I do, it makes me happy, And so I started with that mentality, and then eventually figured out how the modern world is like, oh, hey, guess what? Anybody can, eventually make money doing a thing. Like you're making money on this comic book. Granted, you've got 30 years, so it's an eventual. You're not going to just flick a light switch and like, oh, suddenly everybody loves this thing. It's very rare that we get those lightning in a bottle things. But if you put effort into something, like you can eventually make your hobby a thing that will make you money. And I freaking love that about the modern world, the modern era.
Well, granddads and dads would always forget to refine that saying, because it's not that it's not true, or it's not that it's not acceptable. It's that they forget to just say, look, it's not that you can't do both. It's that you're going to have to do both for a long while and make money off of just one of those things. And you're going to have to live with the fact that your life's going to be tough for a long time. Are you fine with that? Are you fine with 10, 12, 20 years of working yourself to death in order to pursue your passion and make sure you still have electricity? And it's like, if you're fine with that, then dad or granddad should be fine with that. Like, that's the whole catch, is I think people, they go through so many rough times when they're young, even if it has nothing to do with pursuing a passion. It's just our life experience is so limited that we're learning the old fashioned way all the time between ages 18 and 30. That and even after that, it's just more extreme during those years.
Good, something to look forward to.
Yeah, that they never remember to mention that other part. They just don't want their kid or their grandkid to have a difficult young life, because they know how it is, and I can totally comprehend that and see, and that's really a caring way from a parent or grandparent's perspective to look at it. But they never explain that to people when you're growing up, that it's like, look, I don't want you to not pursue your thing. It's just I don't want you to be miserable and struggle. But they forget that misery and struggle is not always bad. It builds character, and it does a lot for a person. I wouldn't draw like this if I hadn't been told no 1,000 times. I wouldn't draw like this if things had just all worked out perfect. I'd still be stuck in Joe Ball 1999 mode. Yuck, boring. Who wants that? It's just dudes standing there. It's typical Western American generic ass comic books where it's all just a shot of a guy just standing there. It's like, what is this? How does this sell so well? It doesn't even make sense. I mean, I know our stuff here in the States is kind of lowest common denominator, but we have to get interesting at some point. Yeah. So, like, I've even done work for a lot of guys in the Comicsgate realm, and sometimes they'll be like, hey, I want a cover. Give me like 10 thumbnail options, 10 rough sketches. And I'll do 8 that are just mind-bending and interesting, and like an image you won't forget. It will stick with you. And then I'll do 2 that are your bare bones basic thing. A guy standing on the corner of a roof building with his chest poof out, just looking angry for no reason. Just looking out angry.
Send that chest way out there.
Yeah. And that's
Really?
the one they always go with. They always go with the most boring, generic, not interesting, not impactful, not memorable, and it's their thing. So I don't care. I'm a hired hand at the end of the day in most cases.
Yeah.
So I'm like, that's what you want. That's what you want. I'm just saying, if you want timeless, I'll give you timeless. If you want status quo and boring, I'll give you status quo and boring. But don't come to me later when you're not getting the reactions you want or when people don't care. Because I'm trying to explain to you how you get attention these days in this world. And it's not with another generic Batman, Superman, or Spider-Man. Like, you can have your influence for sure, but you don't want it to be a generic version. You want it influenced, not affected. And unfortunately, a lot of things are affected, not influenced. Even with my stuff, I try to ride that line on when I'm trying to forcibly get you to think about Transformers. It's like, okay, you wanted to think about Transformers with the silhouettes and some of the shapes, but you can't literally have your dude turn into a semi-truck because that's a little on the nose, and people might figure out that this whole thing is a fraud if you go that far with it. Like, you still have to be creative. You can't just be a generic fraud version of the things you enjoy. It has to have some influence and not be totally just affected by it. So that's why I love manga so much. I mean, I was blessed that I had a lot of military family growing up, so like I would get stuff from Japan, from Germany, from kind of all over as a little feller. So I was exposed to like some of this stuff prior to most people in the States on like a big scale. Like by 99, I think most people knew what it was, but in 1990, it was like a niche thing where you would go to a tiny convention at like a Holiday Inn and people were just trading bootleg tapes and stuff that was all in Japanese still, if not other Asian languages. You know, like there was nothing identifiable about most of it. You just had to play guesswork. And in those days, it was fine because when I was a kid in 1990, it all looked awesome because it was different. I didn't care if it was Techimoyo and his goofball adventure or if it was, you know, Dragon Ball Z. I liked every single bit of it just because it looked different and it looked exciting and neat. But I want more of that day. I miss that. That's why I'm so happy that manga is like decimating everyone else in print that's doing anything in the realm of comic books, because A, they deserve it because the Japanese are just frankly better and more creative at everything than we are. And I have respect for people that treat it as a cultural thing. You know, you can tell they're serious.
Yeah. And
that's
we
all
talked
I
about
want.
that before too, about how the Japanese industry is like, indie comics are a cool new thing in America, but like the doujin industry, like Steven was talking about earlier, like that is decades old of people just making their own comics. So by the time we get a manga and by the time that manga becomes an anime, it has such a following from somebody who's just a dude drawing his comic book to see if someone wants to pick it up, that we get so many interesting ideas just from the sheer number of people that are just drawing and seeing if somebody likes their ideas. And it's just this constant flow of like, let me make this idea, it's selling well, okay, I'll make a second one, it kind of died out in that circle, let me start a new circle. And it's just so constant, and the doujins are so deep. And when we hear doujin, like most Americans, when they hear doujin, think of Japanese porn mags, because a lot of doujins are, you know, One Piece is cool, but what if they dick Nami? Like that's what a lot of the stuff will be. But there's a lot of stuff where it's literally just an independent comic where someone's like, this is my idea, let's see if it gets traction. And with the number of people that are putting it out, you just have this wealth of weird ideas to pull from.
I brought up what was it? On the Galactic Express, a Night on the Galactic Express or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm pretty sure that was an offshoot doujin before it became an animated feature, because these were probably just two background characters in a Queen Esmeralda or Galaxy Express 666 or whatever, 999 or whatever the show is.
999, yeah.
And somebody just went all out and explored the galaxy that was already partially revealed, and they made these two little blue kitty cat characters and wrote this whole sub story where the characters wandered through some of the other mangas. I was in a chat earlier this morning, and the question that the host had proposed to the chat and the panel was, what kind of characters would you like to add to the current beginnings of the Rippaverse? I'm sure some people here know about the whole Rippa thing going on right now with his new comic book series that he's developed. And they were doing stuff like, Spider-Man adjacent, Batman adjacent, Superman adjacent. And I'm like, no, you guys have got this all wrong. Between One Punch Man and My Hero Academia, we can't do derivative characters anymore. That's a huge mistake. If Rippa wants to do something really, really special with his universe, he should do something that allows a Deus Ex Machina to exist within the universe. Like, every time this particular asteroid passes in front of this particular planet, a new superhero is created in the multiverse of superheroes, or a sage on a mountain is consulted and a superhero is created spontaneously because the world needs that kind of superpower. Something where, like, it's no longer DC or Marvel. We can't have this XYZ man, XYZ girl, or she this or she that. We can't do that anymore. That's last century. That's not the way this should be working anymore.
We've seen them do about every take you can do with that. I mean, I know someone out there will say everything's already been done, but anything's still possible. It's like, yeah, but in American comics, we've deconstructed the hero. We've made heroes into gray area bad guys. We've made them, like, we've literally warped heroics so many times that it's borderline not even heroics anymore. And that is why I love Japan, because they're like, let us give it a shot. I bet we can. When I saw My Hero Academia, and they do.
I couldn't believe at the number of superheroes that weren't even close to anything we had created in 100 years of creating comic books. It was like every other character was like, you got to be kidding me. Where did you even think of this? Like, it's because they had powers before they became heroes, I guess, is what made it more interesting. I don't know.
Like having the powers be just a normal thing in society, and it's like, oh, well, this is my thing. It's like, oh, I'm a good salesman, so I'm going to be a salesman man, but they just use whatever their skill is. Like, oh, I'm really strong, so I'm going to go be a firefighter. Like, it's sort of like that in that universe, and that sort of lets them be a little more creative with it.
Well, that's what I mean by. One thing I've always admired about Japanese creators and Japanese people in general when it comes to anything entertainment based is they are really, really good at, like, saying, what have we, like, let's say, for example, like, I know it wasn't the biggest hit to everyone, but like Mario Odyssey, you can tell they sat in a room and said, what about Mario have we not zoned in on yet that we can make a story out of? His hat. We've never, like, they'll take some random object. I mean, even early Saint Seiya episodes where it was essentially wrestling. A dude with string. They said, what could make this guy cool? String. Okay, now what do we do with string? You just make it really strong. It's like, it's so simple, but they find ways of taking these simple concepts, these simple random objects. I mean, even their toys are absolutely insane. Like, you got Transformers. They were like, okay, we're doing these toys called Diaclone. We want them to be household objects that turn into robots.
Yep.
So they just take a Walkman. They take a gun, as if Japanese people just have guns laying around. All these
toy guns laying around.
Yeah. It's just cool that they will take these things and find ways to just make them interesting and creative, even if part of that interesting creative thing is borderline cliche over there at that point. You know, it's kind of like the stories you hear about Evangelion, that no one wanted Big Mech anymore. It was running its course. He said, but look at this Big Mech. It's different. And yeah, I got slack for it, but look at even the Japanese. I think that's something I forget. Even they are predisposed to industry standards or just the way things have always been done, which I totally comprehend that because I know we're all prone to that.
Oh yeah.
Until we're forced to think outside of it or put in a position where we have no option but to think outside of it. But I think they have enough success stories over the years over there that now even their editors, the guys in charge of stuff, have loosened up a lot and don't base everything off of, does it look like a Gundam? Does it look like a certain thing we can sell already? Because they've realized if it's high quality, it's going to sell anyways. It doesn't matter.
Well, that's like Sunrise. Speaking of does it sell, Sunrise made oh my gosh, Birdie Wing, the Golf Girls anime, and it's like the team that makes Gundam made an anime about girls playing golf, and it was freaking amazing. Like it was badass. And yeah, they're gonna make golf branded stuff and make a bunch of money off the collabs with Jack Bunny, so they can like sell stuff from it. But at the same time, they were just like, yeah, what if we did this right now? Because this kind of interests me. What if I do that? And it's following that interest that is so cool. But I think there's a balance to be had between the this is the thing I want to do and this is the thing that sells. That sort of is the hard thing to talk about. My history is sales, so I've been the one on the floor making sure that other people want to buy the thing, and I sold guns for a very long time. I hate Glocks. They are weirdly square. They feel awful in my hand, and I don't like the way that they feel when I pull the trigger.
Which is funny because it's a common sentiment, but everyone in creation has a goddamn Glock.
They work. They work. Every single goddamn time they work. They work so well that they are continually suing people that make a gun that is too close to them because they're like, oh, you have a patent, blah, blah, blah. Whatever U.S. trademark bullshit they go through. I don't know the legalese on that, but they will do whatever they can to make sure that they're the ones that are making the Glock. And then somebody has to come along like Smith & Wesson does with their M&P and says, hey, here's the simplicity that makes that good, but here's our twist on it. Here's what makes it different. Like you were talking earlier about someone who's like, I want a robot that can transform. It's a robot, he transforms and he turns into a semi-truck, and I'm going to call him Optimal Pine. And that would be my robot man. And it's like that's a little too close, a little too on the nose. Let's be a little more creative here. And you've got to be more creative, but you still have to be something that somebody wants to pay for if your goal is commercial, right?
Yep.
Like most of honestly, the vast majority of doujins are just people that are trying to sell a few books at a convention, right? They're going to show up at the convention with their stack of books, and they're going to sell that little stack of books, and they'll be happy that they did that. Webtoons, as goofy as webtoons can be, I have started browsing some of these things. They are weird, they are funky, but that's what makes them kind of great, because I don't think that anybody really expects their webtoon to be the next big thing. They're like, I just want to tell my story, and this is a good place to publish it, so I'm going to put it here. And so you get weird stuff on there, but the stuff that comes to the top is the stuff that's like, it's close enough to what people want or already are interested in. They're able to make that next step, right?
For sure.
But like even death. Like what got me is your line work that has just so much going on. There's so much busyness there, and then all of a sudden there's a void space. Steven was talking about how like original storytellers told without visuals, and it's sort of that like that imagination, like what's in that void space, like in reality there's something in that dark space behind that skull-headed figure, right? There's something there, but the fact that there's nothing drawn there lets me figure it out. It
lets you zone in on the moment.
Exactly. And so it's like there's space between the space that I really love, and that reminds me of things that I like in manga and that kind of thing. So you've got an art style that I'm attracted to.
Yeah.
but your story's different. It's something else. It's this sort of like extra biblical idea, so I can build off of like my brain has like, okay, I know what the Bible says. I know this idea here, and I like this art style. And so we're building off of things. But when you look at the final product, it can't look like any one thing. Like Steve was talking about with all the different My Hero quirks, right? Like some of those quirks, like Frogman, or is basically a character that's been around in DC and Marvel forever as like your Aquaman variant. We just happen to be amphibian this time, but it's different enough that I don't immediately think Aquaman when I look at Froppy. And it's that fine line of being close enough to the thing that I know is a commercial success, but unique enough that it's clearly mine. That is such a beautiful balancing point with so much of this stuff.
Yeah, because what winds up happening is that you're tapping into the audience's expectations because of the vocabulary that's already installed there. So with Froppy, you're like, oh, she's aquatic, so I can guess at what her power set evolution might be. And then to see her achieve those goals or to openly discuss them becomes interesting because of the negative space. The negative space I bring to it where I'm filling in the blanks, and then the story actually fills in the blanks. And I'm like, oh, that's really cool. I didn't expect that to happen. That's really clever. But the part of the creative process that always astonishes me that comes out of Japan is that these people work in isolation. What was the name of that video game that just took over the planet for 5 minutes, where it was just a ball rolling across cityscapes, and the ball would get, I think so.
Yeah,
it would just get bigger. Like, where the hell did that even come from in the landscape of like creative thinking? It just out of nowhere, some guy had this idea of snowballing and just took it to the 11th level. That's the part of the creative process that really gets me excited. Is these astonishing pieces that come out of nowhere from some isolated brain.
Yeah,
that's looking at the world just a little bit differently and decides to take it to the extreme level.
Yeah, man, it's truly amazing what some people can come up with, even if it's ultra simplistic in nature, and how well it can take off. And you're right about the sales aspect as well, Blaine. It's a big thing to find something where people can find some common ground, even if it's very mild and just an aesthetic. Just a mild little thing to clue them in. And even with Death, I go through a lot of trouble to make sure that the story is being told with the art and with the words in a way where I don't have to explain things to people like they're dum-dums. Like, I'll send you guys, if I don't know who all here has me on Twitter or who's on Twitter, but if you do, just send me a message so I know who you are. And I'll send you guys out like a 12-page sample that's like a refined version that's for our ash can of Death that we'll be having.
I always want to say trash can. I always want to say
I mean, they're intentionally made to look homemade. That's part of the charm. So you might as well call them trash cans. They're supposed to be cheap looking, in nature. But I went through, and because so many people have been seeing artwork I've had done for a while, but they haven't seen like updated writing. They're still seeing stuff on sample pages that's from like the baby stages from years ago. And one thing that I don't want to humble brag too much, but I was like proud of myself for doing that. I didn't even realize I was doing it as well as I was till after the fact. Was cluing people in without having to over explain. So instead of saying with a box at the top of the first panel, Noah's flood, Genesis, whatever, instead of putting that right on there, you just see that there's a terrible storm. You see a guy showing up saying, no, I could not locate, or, I tried to locate the ark, but Noah said we can't come in. The door's sealed. Things like that. Like they're verbalizing what's going on so that I don't have to put these dumb clue-ins in. And then by the environment that you're looking at, that should clue you in too. Like basically with my comics, you could know what's going on without words. But I have just enough words to make it normal. Yeah.
Understand that the person who's going to love what you make is smart enough to figure it out, or smart enough to Google it and find someone else who's like, oh man, wasn't the Noah's Ark reference the coolest thing I've ever, like, you know, it's gonna be out there, right? Like, it's the Dark Souls approach of let me just throw people in and see who's smart enough to figure it out, and then see who will follow them into the excitement. And it's something that was really lacking in the stupid Deer King movie I just watched. It was like, oh, let me write out everything, but then not say this one thing. And it's like, I don't understand what this movie is trying to convey. I don't get it. Like, I know where it's conveying from. I know all of the source material. I can make this damn movie myself, but I don't know if that's what they meant, you know? And now I'm just sitting here like, God, I hated wasting 2 hours on that.
Yeah,
well, go ahead.
We're probably going to see a post Miyazaki period of about 5 or 10 years where they're attempting to do the same thing. There's been several different offshoots. What was that one about the underground civilization, and this one prince comes up to the top of the world, and it's Miyazaki adjacent, it's Ghibli adjacent, but it never really achieves the same level of follow through, where like the whole world feels like one thing. I guess we get a lot of that with whatchamacallit, Ishiki is the same thing. Where
Isekai.
we get these. Yeah, it's like, oh, here's a formula, and it's like, no, you're not getting it. It wasn't the formula that made it special. It's the idea that this really cool story was happening, and you think you could peel away a template, but you can't.
Well, I noticed a lot of studios, well, not a lot, but a few studios have been able to achieve the grand prettiness of what Miyazaki could bring to a screen, like the grand environments, the beautiful detail, but they never had like cohesive stories, or they never had that thing that hooked your heartstrings the same way. Like, they were good at making beautiful looking films that went nowhere and bored a person to death, and nothing ever seemed to happen in them. So I think there's going to be some Miyazaki mimickers for some years to come, for sure, or people just trying to replace that void. I don't know if he's ever going to come back again. Every time he comes back
again, he's coming back.
Yeah.
Suckers.
Well, I feel like he's kind of ran his course on stuff. I don't really want him to come back because I feel like he's going to get burnt out and just start putting things out that are going to leave a bad taste in people's mouth rather than a good memory. But
I'm on the other side, Joe, on this one. I appreciate that he keeps retiring and then he'll come back because he's like, oh, I'm going to make this thing called How Do You Live? And it's going to be great. And it'll probably come out in like 2023 or 2024. And then I'll retire again. And he's not... Like, when you say I'm retiring, that means if you come back, it's because you want to come back to talk about whatever the thing is. So I'm okay with this idea of him, like, just retiring after everything. And then he's like, yeah, I'll come back and make another thing to show you bitches how it's done. Because, like you're talking about, like, what's beautiful about Spirited Away is that they don't explain a damn thing about onsens or yokai or anything. They're just like, hey, guess what? This is fucking crazy, and you're going to love it. And then you're going to Google all this thing. You're going to learn about Nurebeko, and you're going to learn about river yokai and all this stuff. And you're going to be like, whoa, that's crazy. But if you don't, you don't. And you just enjoy this really good show because all this is just set dressing that I know and understand that's going to make my story more interesting.
Right.
But yes, we can't ever have a post-Miyazaki world because he just keeps coming back to make another damn movie.
And
I get it, though. He's so good. It's like, can you truly believe that man's brain stops?
No
matter how much he wants it to? It's not possible. I bet he's got tons of ideas cooking up in there we just we'll never know about.
And he's a workaholic. He's just a workaholic. I don't think he knows how to stop. He's like a shark. If he stood still, he would just collapse forever.
This new one is supposed to be based on a book. So what that means is that he read a book and was like, I can see this as an anime, and just was like, I'm coming out of retirement to make sure that this is good. So he read something that inspired him enough to then want to come out of retirement to make an anime about it. So I'm excited for it. We'll see what happens. As long as oh my gosh, as long as we don't get his nephew working on anything ever again, I'll be okay.
Here's what'll happen. They'll say he read a book. He really liked the girl's shoes in the book. So he got inspired by shoes. Then someone will make a sample. He'll be grossed out by his department trying to make a sample that looks like shit. He'll scream at everybody. Then they'll get it right. And then somehow we'll get an amazing film all about shoes. And we won't even understand how it happened from A to B, but it did. Miyazaki did it again.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Wasn't there an anime for that? I could have swear that there was like a shoe anime that just came out like a few years ago where it was like he was a cobbler and fell in
I
love
don't know
with
if
this
he was a
girl's
cobbler,
feet.
but he was drawing designs of shoes, and he met this office worker in a park in Shinjuku Gyoen Park.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, and then he just starts drawing her feet, and it becomes this weird like foot fetish with an underage boy, and like it's very, very interesting.
Foot fetish.
But like beautiful. You're like, you know what? I don't have a foot fetish personally, but they really animate that foot really well.
Well,
You notice how Japanese creators get inspiration from the oddest places. Like not every one of them, but the high tier ones, they always have the strangest, wackest backstories to how they were interested or came up with something or were just led down a trail, something that piqued their interest. And it always blows my mind how it can be something so simple or mundane or regular. I'm jealous of it, to be honest with you. I'm jealous that I can look at like random patterns created by like tree bark and be a little inspired and go, oh, I kind of see something, like when you see something in the clouds.
Right.
But I don't know how to take it to that next level like a Japanese person does that goes, oh, tree bark's pretty, and then they make an anime that blows my mind that just happens to revolve around tree bark. Like I don't know how they do this. It is so frustrating. And everything I love, I eventually realized came from them. Like even if I didn't know it at the time, like I had no clue where all these things I love were created when I was a kid. I had no clue that Transformers was now a 3-time recycled toy line that finally was a hit. I've no clue about any of this stuff growing up. But the older I got, the more I realized everything you love and that you've been most attracted to has been Japanese created. You just didn't even know it at the time. It's just circumstantial.
So true.
That's how it went. Whether it's
something
Nintendo,
like this, like
whether
Stray.
it's, yeah.
Where it's like, oh, cat walking down the alleyway. Let me make an entire video game about you being the cat walking down the alleyway. Just stuff like that, where like the smallest
that game
thing.
looks really interesting.
I'm so excited for it.
And before we get too far away from it, I have got to shout out the ironic coming back story of Miyazaki and the ironic coincidence of Soranos coming back.
At
And
the same
half of
time.
the people, and it's like Soranos is back, and Joe Ball is like, yeah, Miyazaki coming back. And I was like, I'm giggling in the background over here because it's like double coming back. We got a coming back article, and we got a coming back person.
Yeah, I just
Hysterical.
went shopping, and you guys are still on. So I was like, okay.
You were just like, oh, I gotta leave, so you just left. But here, in case you were
Just like Miyazaki.
curious,
Exactly.
Miyazaki.
I gotta go.
Garden of Words.
Yeah, it's
this
really,
movie was
really
so
pretty.
beautiful, so
Ah.
gorgeous.
I
He's like,
I watched it a while back. I don't remember every aspect of it, but I was super impressed with just some of the gazebo scenes and just all of it. It was just really pretty. There was another one too that
It's
was
freaking real.
visually great
I've
too.
been to that gazebo.
Yeah.
It's one of those where they're like they took actual pictures of Shinjuku
And
Gyoen
just
Park,
paint it.
and like I know exactly where they were sitting. Like it's crazy how accurate and detailed they are with that.
Oh my
It's
god!
like if
imagine
Thomas
the first
Kincaid was a
date.
Japanese guy.
I just have to wonder, one of these times when Miyazaki comes back, and he knows he's coming back, he just dies. They just like he starts working on the thing, and then he just dies because he's just like 105.
Hey,
He's like,
did
well,
I'm
anybody,
coming back for my 8th rodeo.
did
Well, I
anybody
hope
else?
he gives him enough direction before he dies, and then we
Did
still
anybody
get something
read
amazing.
the novel that inspired Howl's Moving Castle?
No.
I don't read books.
There was a book that was written. I think it was something like 15 or 20 years before the Ghibli got their hands on it. But I was so grossly disappointed in the book in comparison. The interpretation that Ghibli did with that book was like mind-bogglingly different. In the book, it's a video game world that Howl exists in.
What?
And
Seriously?
like, yeah, what like the presence of the movie is the video game, and all of the characters in the video game are actually streaming to the video game.
Wow, that's so much worse.
And it's like he's got a bad home life, and he's a terrible son to his mother, and the mother is actually the witch of the waste. And I was like, what the hell? How
It's too
did
relatable.
Miyazaki?
They had to remove that.
It was so bizarre. It like totally took me out. I'm like, these are two separate properties. Oh, in name only do they represent each other? It just was bizarre. But it just goes to show you, like, and that's the way I did. I tweeted out a share. I was like, I'm reading this book, and this is just proof that you can adapt anything into something better.
Absolutely.
Yeah, if some asshole can look at bark and make an entire show about bark, which I hope there's a bark dojin that I can find.
Oh,
There's
there
a dojin
probably
for
is.
everything.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Dojin will meet your every desire in some way. There's always something.
Oh, my desires for bark run deep.
Yeah,
I have a possible tool that could be applied that would allow any subject matter to become a full-blown series of stories, and that is to use a pantheon to overlap whatever your subject is, and adjust the pantheon to overlap the central aspect that you found attractive, and then allow the pantheon to fill in the outside and peripheral blanks. Because it's one of the biggest things I find fascinating about anime and manga is that they never lost their mythological background. They were never entirely westernized with a Christian overlap.
That's like Shintoism.
What makes the comic book industry in the West so fascinating is that we're so far removed from the pantheons of our past that we don't necessarily recognize that the pantheon of Thor's universe is an actual god set.
Right.
Like we've lost track of that somehow.
Well,
but in Japan, they never lost track of it.
Like, how many people? Because Japan's insane. There is a shrine, like a Shinto shrine, every like 100 feet. It blows my mind. How many? And sometimes they're like a little tiny, like a bird box size, and sometimes they're like Meiji Jingu, where they're an entire like government-sized park, and they're this huge place to go and gather. But that Shinto idea of like worshiping everything translated as the country was going into respect everything, and it still holds strong that even if modern Japanese people are like, yeah, there's no such thing as the Shinto komi of rice, that's not a real thing, but I'm going to respect the rice in the water and make sure that I use the best rice and the best water, and they bring that respect part of it into their everyday life, and it's built into the Shintoism that's there. And it blows my mind when you're there, and it leads to that where they still understand Izanagi, Izanami, even if they don't believe in them necessarily. Greetings, One Man Show. How go you?
There's some psychological truth that's been. I'm not using the right words. There's a psychological backing to that idea. And there's also a lot of mystical backing to that idea. It's when it comes to, and I don't want to jump on anybody's toes regarding magic, but I study a lot of magic just simply to understand the mechanics of it on a psychological level.
Like Penn and Teller magic, or
no, not stage magic. I'm talking about
'cause I love me some stage magic.
Mental magic. Yeah, real magic. When we were talking about visual vocabulary, and that the stories of the past can become the frameworks of the stories of the future, because we know what a flood looks like. We know what a gathering of animals means, and so on. We get the idea of an apocalypse. We get the idea of a savior, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And when you get a population that respects, regardless of whether or not they believe, they're accessing a national mentality where everybody in the past that respected those items breathes more power into those items because they're using the same words and the same ceremonies.
Right.
So it's probably one of the things that's powering a lot of the creative and spiritual strength of Japan, is that they continue to practice the old ways because those are the old ways. Why change them? There's no reason to change them. The old ways are not telling us not to use computers, not to build skyscrapers. They're just telling us to continue to respect the past and do whatever the hell you want in the future. It's okay. And even their anime does that. All of their science fiction does that the same way as well. They still bathe gravestones the same way they used to 1,000 years ago, even though this is a sci-fi story and the gravestone now has a hologram on top, and it doesn't matter. They're still using the same spiritual vocabulary.
Yeah. I equate it whenever I'm there to wiping your feet before you go in someone's house. A lot of it it's not meaningless, but it's much more of a like, because I'm a Christian, so like going to a Shinto shrine, doing like the purification ritual may seem like sacrilege, but to me it's the same as like wiping my feet and saying, hey, can I come in, before I go into somebody's house.
Yeah.
And so much of it is that way to most Japanese people. They're not looking at it as the religion. Like, I'm not purifying myself before I walk into a shrine. It's just the thing you do before you walk into a shrine. And just having
You're smart enough to know the difference between Satan worship and butchering kids at an altar and just being polite at the Japanese shrine. It's
Right,
two different worlds of participation. So
exactly.
yeah, I'm right there
Yeah,
with
I'm
you,
not-
dude.
I'm not
I'm a
butchering
Christian
a kid.
too, and nothing would hold me back from being polite to my Japanese potential friends. Otherwise, honestly, like, I've never been there. I would love to go to Japan at some point, as most people that are interested in this stuff would.
Let me
But
know.
what's that?
I'm going for my 7th trip here in the fall, so let me know when you go. I'll give you
Oh, right
every
on.
bit of info I know.
I'm lucky that I've got like a handful of connections over there, but they're not Japanese. They're just Americans that have either through military married into a family, something
Those are
to
the best
that nature.
connections. Those are the best. Okay, so I'm tangenting completely on this. So when we went, I have a friend who went to Japan on the JET program and lived in Japan for a long time after they were done with the JET program, because they were able to use like graphic design. That's what they did, and they could do that just from Tokyo. And we met with them, and we're hanging out with them and my cousin, who was also in the JET program, and they. At Japan, you can do all you can eat for 2 hours and then pay an extra $10 to get all you can drink. And then the guy comes to the table and is like, it's been an hour and a half. This is the end of your ordering. And I was like, but I paid for 2 hours of all I can eat and I can eat more. What are you talking about? And my friend, it goes from like talking to us in perfect English to perfect Japanese, just reams this guy out, and we get the next half hour of all you can eat that we should have gotten because that's what we're paying for. But it was amazing. So having that friend who like stayed there and also speaks English, it's so funny to watch them be like, yeah, no, how are we doing? And they just like they start exploding on this person. You're like, whoa, what had just happened to you? It's amazing. It's amazing.
Yeah, my buddy that lives over there, he's been there for about 10 years now. It took him like 8 of those 10 to get his citizenship, but he has some very similar stories, and he doesn't even know hardly any Japanese, to be honest. He's one of those guys that's just gotten through life by
They all
winging
say
it over
that. They're
there.
like, oh, I don't know I don't know a lot of Jap. They speak great.
But he's definitely had some funny stories involving, I guess you could say, customer service, where he felt like the workers were too nervous to be clear with the female he was with that was also American. Like it wasn't like they were not trying to. It's like, you know, that when you like don't want to look stupid kind of attitude, so you'd rather not participate than look like a retard. It was kind of like that. Like, he's like, look, I know it's not that they're trying to give bad customer service. They're customer service masters. It's that, you know, if you want a shirt, they'll dig every bit of stock they have to try to find you one dumb shirt. But he's like, if they don't feel like they can communicate properly with you, they will either shy away and just not try at all, even if they know a little bit of English, or they'll keep deferring to the male in the situation, hoping that that will make things easier. Just lots of little weird quirks and stuff that I think that a guy like myself that's never been there wouldn't necessarily think about if someone hadn't told me. There's a lot of things that I would have never thought about a country if someone hadn't told me the difference of it, because it was just never a reason for it to cross my mind. And that's for Europe, any place that my parents told me about when my dad was in the Marines, and they have weird tales from, you know, 1970s and early 80s Europe. And even Japan, my mom has some really fun stories about Japan from when she was over there. Them having birthdays for like bridges and landmarks and just all kinds of random things. And she's like, they go crazy too. They'll shoot off fireworks for the bridge's anniversary, and it's just as good as any big event here in the States. And it'll be in some small little town over there. A rural town will just have the most fun with some of these things. And that was like my first, you know, the first things I heard. She was still over there when people were still trying to rebuild, and it was a mishmash of paper and wood houses that just, you know, like my older brother, she said he would almost go right through the walls because they could not control like a 2-year-old around paper walls. Yeah,
it still exists. We had our city has a sister city in Japan, and we hosted a resident from our sister city, and then we happened to be leaving for Japan that fall, so we coordinated so we could go visit them. And they lived, it was probably an hour outside of Kyoto, but like an hour outside of Kyoto is Miyazaki fantasy world. Like, it completely changes to, you are in 1900s Tokyo, based on what we see in anime and shows. And it's exactly that same thing, like rice screens, the all wooden house. There's houses all over in their little village, and then there's rice paddies and stuff, and it's like those places still exist even today. Blows my mind.
Yeah, it's great that they were able to maintain some things that didn't get carpet bombed to oblivion, you know, pre even the A bombs. You know, like so much of their country just got burnt to the ground before we even got to that point. It's mind blowing that anything, even open fields, you know, survive some of it. But you know, they've set new standards because of it over time. And a little off topic, did any of you guys watch like New Japan Pro Wrestling, any Japanese wrestling?
Yes.
I don't watch any kind of wrestling whatsoever.
You don't watch wrestling? Get out of here! What are you doing here?
Japan is wrestling.
You can't see this stream if you don't watch wrestling.
Michael, Steven.
Look, I am a Kazuchika Okada like mark to the max. Like he's the god king of pro wrestling. I absolutely love the dude. Even my hair and appearance has taken on some of his, and I don't know if that's on purpose or if it's just subconsciously me being like, he's so badass, even though he fake fights. That's one thing I really want to do.
Still takes skill.
Oh, for sure, dude. I respect it more than, I mean, I watched Shibata headbutt Okada so hard it was like a real life anime. It's like you're watching anime real life for a minute. He grabs Okada's head, headbutts him. He looks up, and the camera pans on him right at the perfect moment when he looks up after the headbutt, and you see a little burst of blood come out of a crack in the skin on his forehead and start running real slow down the middle of his face to his nose, and he looks like a beast. So you're just sitting there going, holy shit, this is real life. Like, Japanese people are capable of having real life anime in the wrestling ring. And he hit the guy so hard, he actually gave his own brain a what is it when you start bleeding and you can't control it internally? He hemorrhaged his brain, yeah. And he almost died. He got to the hospital, but he's such a hard ass that they were able to fix him, and he was able to eventually get back in shape like 6 years later. But just the fact that a dude is such a hard wrestler that he can dish out a headbutt, bust his own head open, look like an anime character, get the classic anime spurt then run of blood, and then he still survives through the rest of the match on the verge of death the entire time, gets to a hospital just on time to get his brain operated on, his skull cut open, and live. Like, everything about it just makes my hair raise on my arms. I love Japanese wrestling.
On a return tangent from Japanese wrestling, did anyone else watch Kimono Michi, where the Japanese wrestler gets isekai'd and he freaking loves animals? He's basically if Michael got isekai'd. That's sort of what the entire story is. It was hilarious.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
I thought it was okay. I didn't finish it.
You didn't finish it? It was so funny. You watch like the dub. Episodes. Watch the dub. It's one of the dubs where the ADR, like the director, was like, "Let's have fun with this," because like he's like, "Get down here, nerd!" It's just it's great. Like the actual dub voice and cast and the director running everything was fantastic. So watch that one dub. But Kimono Michi brings a Japanese wrestler into the traditional isekai animal world, and he just loves animals. He wants to start an animal farm. And Dennis, the reason we're still up is because Joe Ball showed up, so I decided I have to do something akin to Flashcast where I stay up all night drinking, and I still have sake left, so we will continue onward.
Yeah, he's a nice enough host to just let me run my mouth about all my fanboy stuff that some of my other Westerners don't quite comprehend because they're too lazy to just go experience some things.
And by the way, Soranos, the wrestling, I'm right there with you, man. It's I get it. I can appreciate it.
Yeah, Michael.
I understand.
Michael, I need your answer too.
I understand the fandom. I could totally dig the excitement. I get it. But it's just never been a thing. Fighting.
Michael's just been asleep the whole time. He wasn't.
Yeah, I don't. He must be, Pokemon.
No. Okay. Like, I got two
what do you think of wrestling?
Oh, I don't care about wrestling at all. I used to play the WWE 2K games, but I stopped.
Joe, here's the thing:
are you a wrestling fan?
If you get the right Japanese wrestling, you will not be able to not like it.
I used to watch rock and wrestling in the 80s, and I also did it in high school. So,
and that stuff's okay, but it doesn't hold any weight against what New Japan did between 2012ish to about 2018. There's been a little decline. A lot of that was COVID kind of messing everything up, but that company did things that you will never really see anything like it for a long time to come. And it's because they were able to convince you, even though you knew it was wrestling, you weren't even suspending disbelief. You were now just watching guys fight each other. And it was really strange how they were able to convince you of it. And it's because dudes really did take a lot of hits. I'm not going to lie. A lot of it's because they accepted their fate of, if we're going to pull this off, we got to just accept that we're going to possibly get broken jaws or broken noses or stuff like that. But
it's like a redo of the Raw era where like not even Raw. I'm trying to think because like even SmackDown was really glossed over and like really prettified with everything, but NWO just really had like this. There was a little bit more realism to when someone took a punch. Like they actually took the punch. They actually took the hit. They took the flop. They whatever it was, they actually got hit. And the Japanese scene just really all in on that. Like hit me. No, hit me. And like that's what they did in the ring. And it adds that extra layer. I'm always gonna love like John Cena given the attitude adjustment to Mark Henry and breaking the ring. I'm always gonna love Undertaker throwing Mankind off a Hell in a Cell. Like I'm always gonna love that kind of stuff. But there's just that little bit extra of raw realism that comes with, you know, an amateur fight, or what they were doing in Japan that just adds that little bit extra line of like, yeah.
Even their late
hit him
80s
again.
and early 90s stuff, they had a glory phase in the late, probably I'd say for about 10 years once again. You know how a lot of these companies are. They have ups and downs and ebbs and flows on talent. But they had a glory phase in Japan then too. And I mean, I can go back to some of that stuff. And even though it's considered a different style by their standards, you know, when you're watching it and you're just seeing Japanese wrestling, you know, it's more generalized in our heads. Some of that stuff's just, it's uncanny in comparison to what we were used to. The amount of work and effort these dudes went through to get you invested in this choreographed fight in comparison to what people in the States put into it. And I know over here it was partially just more guys trying to make sure they had a future. They didn't want to kill themselves out there.
Yeah,
but
you point to the guy
the
who had
Japanese
brain
did
hemorrhage. And it's like, that's why they don't hit with full strength. That's why they don't. That's why they hold back their punches.
But they make you suspend disbelief so well at times that it's kind of it's really impressive. And it's one of those things where even if it's not your thing, there's probably, from the last like few years, there's probably like 6 or 8 matches I could hand to virtually anybody, no matter their knowledge on wrestling or what their predisposed ideas. They're going to get hooked on that. The catch is that's the best of the best. If you give people the best of the best first, it's like watching Akira first. How many of us, the first anime, or at least one of the first few we saw, was Akira? And now that's your standard. And now you're just buying anything that looks like anime or has Japanese words on it, and it's like hit and miss by a massive ratio sometimes of good to bad. You know, it is tough. You got to really be kind of selective to show people like this is when this thing is at its best. I'm not saying watch it all the time. I'm saying these suggestions here, this is the stuff that'll make you go, holy shit, this can be done in a way that is just, it looks competitive, it still has pageantry, and it's not gimmick filled. And it's got final solutions. It's got rules that is stuck by weight classes, all that kind of stuff, you know. So it's just I once again, it's another thing I'm jealous of these people of. Jesus Christ, stop doing everything so good.
I mean, Hitler
give Joe Ball a chance.
Hitler did respect the Japanese quite a bit, but I didn't know they took it that far.
Well, you never know, man. But I'll say this: I always want my art and my work to someday impress Japanese people. I know it sounds like a silly goal, but when everything you're inspired by either turns out to or you find out came from a specific place, from a specific group of people that are all pretty, you know, homogeneous. They're pretty solid as a unit. There's not a lot of change there, and it's fine. It's what I love about it. But I want them to love what I do, and it's tough because every time I come across a Japanese person online or somebody I casually meet and I try to run it by them, they're so unimpressed that it reinvigorates me to A, work a little harder, and B, just keep punching away at it, because they're not always easy pleasers, and it may be a matter of getting this thing out to a broader audience over there at some point when I can afford like proper translation and things like that for it. And an ability to distribute over there. I know a few people, but the best they could do was like set up a WonderCon for a few days for me and sell some books. I feel like it'd need a bigger spread than that, but
I'll just take a few of your pamphlet ash cans and I'll drop them at the Akiba Center, and we'll see if they sell.
Dude, that would mean the world to me. I would do you special favors for such an act of kindness and valor on your part. But
it's a crazy store because it's literally like 6 stories of dojins. So like every layer is just deeper and deeper and deeper, and then this is the 18 plus layer, and then we're back to deeper and deeper, and you're just like, how are there so many topics? How are there so many people? But it's just like all the stuff that you see at like WonderCon, and a lot of that stuff is all just there year round. and you can just find it like around. And I'm always just like, man, what if I just drop something here and just like had a website that someone could find the rest of it at? Like that's the kind of thing that I always think is kind of interesting. Like the reverse shoplifting would be pretty fun.
Oh, brother, if that's something where it's even easier for me to ship stuff over, if I got an address, I'll ship a whole box of them. I don't care. At this point, I'm willing to get to risk product in order to just know it's floating around in the right places, if that makes sense. Like,
we'll make it happen. We'll make it.
Bye,
happen.
Michael.
Yeah,
Bye, Mike. Bye, Mike. We didn't have enough monster girls for Michael, so we'll worry about that later.
Hey Joe Ball, what was your favorite monster girl?
say that again. I'm sorry.
What's your favorite monster girl?
Monster Girl?
Yeah, so we have an ongoing debate on this channel about monster girls. Michael Delucia III, who is now in chat because his earbuds died and he can't be here physically. We had an entire, like, the first ever Annie debate on this channel was about whether or not cat girls counted as monster girls. I still think they're inhuman enough that they're monster girls, but he believes they're not monster girls, and centaurs are the same as arachnid girls, and like it's a whole thing. But do you have, like, if I say monster girl, do you have a favorite monster girl you think? And while you think about that, I'll give you some time. I want to answer woo in chat. Is sumo wrestling really intense? It is when you have them at the highest level. Some low-level sumo wrestling can be very mismatched. Sumo is the one type of fighting where, well, not the one type, but like it's a type of fighting where a couple pound difference in fighters will mean one person just destroys the competition. So you can get a sumo wrestling match where one person just slams into the other person and bulldozes their tiny ass out of that ring. And then you can get two freaking titans. A good friend of my family growing up was a Grand Sumo, and he started a sushi restaurant here in Seattle. Really funny. But he was a massive dude. And it's just like, here is my foundation of muscle, and here is my guarding of fat. And that was how he was built. And like, you could not make this guy move an inch ever, unless you were also a grandmaster sumo. So it can get intense, but it is also a lot faster than a WWE style or WWF style or a New Japan style wrestling match. So there's less time for it to be intense, but it's still very crazy. All right.
I like watching sumo kind of with the in between stuff chopped out, and it's just down to back
there's
to
so
back.
much ceremony.
Yeah, so that you can kind of see like each level of a tournament quickly and efficiently. Because some of the matches are literally, you're talking seconds in some cases. If a dude gets bulldozed, it's done. Like it can literally be 2 or 3 seconds in and it's over. So
caught on his heel, it's gone.
Guys trip, they slip. There's all kinds of little things that happen in sumo that you don't always expect. Those titans, though, when you do see a couple of big boys, or even some of the muscular Westerners that have shown up over there that are just jacked out of their minds. Yep. I mean, that stuff can get entertaining because you're seeing two dudes where neither one of them's going to give the other an inch. So who's going to break first when they're yanking and pulling each other around and just going for it?
It's like a dude who can like knock down an oak tree in the forest, but you know he can, and you're just sitting there waiting for it to happen. Like you're just like on edge, waiting for that oak tree to finally fall.
They basically suplex a cow. That's how strong they are under all that girth. They could literally walk up to a cow and flip and throw that thing basically over their shoulder, rolling with the weight up. They can straight up suplex fucking cows.
Yeah, it's pretty nutty.
That's what I loved about Baki Hanma. Was
my god, Baki the Grappler!
So good.
I fucking love that show.
It was like every single moment was like this fighting puzzle that everybody was trying to figure out, and you're like, oh my, he's really in jeopardy. How is he going to win this one? Like, and I haven't even seen the whole show. I just every episode I saw was amazing.
Baki the Grappler got me into lifting weights. And then when Baki came back out on Netflix, I was like, oh shit, I gotta get back into the gym. Like it was one of those like moments where I was like, fuck yeah, all right, let's do this.
Yeah, there's actually.
And then I caught a
another
Camelot
one like
stream. I was like,
that.
my chest isn't big enough yet. I need to figure this out.
It was Hinamaru Zumo, sumo wrestling show anime. I saw like 2 episodes of that. I was like, I tuned it out. I was like,
All right. We need an answer though. Best monster girl according to Joe Ball.
Here's the thing for me, because I don't know enough about like personalities or character types of most monster girls. It's more or
You don't
less
need any of
like aesthetics
None
and
of that.
imagery that I've seen a million times. But I'm
Yep.
gonna phrase it like this: any character with some form of bat wings on her head. And it doesn't always have to be
Oh.
Morgan, because there's a lot of
Yeah, I
variations
was
on
gonna
it.
say
But
that's the first one I
anything
got thought of.
that falls within that realm, I think there was even one called like, what was that show? High School XD something. I can't remember,
High
but
School
it was
DxD.
yes. Like even some of the chicks I remember seeing on, because I used to own a couple stores back when. I would see them all over some of the merchandise, the drawstring bags, and the other stuff we'd get in, and I'm like, dang, these are pretty cool. I wish I had time to find out what this was and actually participate, but I'm busy 24 hours a day. So I never like looked into the origins of every last one of them, but I noticed every time I saw a chick with like bat wings, like there's a character in Death called King Blood. He's essentially a demon, but he just looks like a skeleton with like a weird, funky kind of Tim Burton-y king's crown, like just a jaggedy thing, and he has bat wings off the side of his skull head. And
There
that
you
was
go.
100% from those monster girls. And it wasn't even so much Devilman. It was the monster girls where I liked it the most. I was like, that just looks cool to me for some reason. Like, I can't pinpoint why. It just does.
I was gonna ask that
Times out of
next.
10, it's a succubus.
I was gonna say is like, so is Devilman your second favorite monster girl?
I guess you could sort of phrase it like that, I suppose. Devilman. You're such like
Devilman!
okay,
that
we
song
all
was
know like
great.
the green and red Devilman, like the old school one that was like the sterilized one for old school Japanese
The
TV.
original dub is one
like-
of the funniest things.
But the actual story and then the anime they made, what was it, like the 90s, the first Devilman one that was like an
Yeah.
up-to-date one.
Something like that.
I just remember feeling like, from a Christian point of view, there's certain things I think and I believe, and I could not help but feel like there was way too much accuracy in the way they were portraying like people allowing themselves through things they do, either ritualistically or the extremes of like just substance abuse or things like that totally falls into like that Christian reality of, yes, it's not so much just they're either genetically predisposed because of the family they're birthed from, or it's not even just because people can be weak. There's things literally making it harder for them on a weird spiritual level to not participate in these sins. And I mean, I have my own problems. I still chain smoke like bad. Like there's still things in my life I struggle with. I'm not like I don't like to sound like some perfect Christian guy, but I also see the parallels in Devilman where I'm like, this could be right out of the Bible. Like it's so close, at least this aspect of it. Not so much the guy turning into a demon and being a hero, but the aspect of here's all the things that caused this in the first place. It just always interested me, and I found that pretty cool too. Even in the old books, there was elements of that. Like, and it's
What I always liked was that like he becomes a demon, but then he's wrestling with that idea of him being a demon, right? Like,
yeah,
sure,
it
the
doesn't
demon
sit
is
right,
in
but-
him, but like he's fighting with it, and he's like, well, but I want to help, but I want to do things. My friends are in trouble. Like, it's that wrestling with that evil idea, with that evil power that I think really hits that extra level. Plus, like, I don't know why. I mean, I'm sure it's because I Google weird ass things, but like YouTube was like, hey, have you ever heard of the Testament of Solomon? Have you ever heard of the Rings of Solomon? So like, I have been listening to
I listened to it like 3
weird-
days ago.
Yeah, it's like, holy
Same exact
shit,
thing.
where is this fanfic of the Bible when I was in Sunday school? Like, I want to hear about Solomon calling demons and, like, figuring out, like, what demon runs what. Like, this is insane.
Oh, it's awesome, man.
It's
That's
so crazy.
You'll
I
actually
recommend
see a lot of those themes in Death, because I intentionally use the literal, King James version stuff, and I use a lot of Bible lore that comes out of some of the Jewish texts and the solid the text
Torah?
of Solomon. That same book comes
Yeah,
from a lot
the
of those
Testament of Solomon
origin
and the Rings of Solomon and stuff. Like, literally, like, you and I connected because I saw your art and I was like, fuck, I haven't picked up a pencil in forever. So I started drawing, and then you're like, yeah, draw, show me some shit. And I was like, okay, cool, I'll do it. And then I was talking to the chat about a manga that I remember, and like I'm redrawing the manga from memory to see if I can like get it to be a thing, because nobody on the planet remembers this thing about monsters where we have Nosferatu level vampires and Frankenstein level monsters and like all this shit. Anyway, I'm drawing it, and then I listen to this thing. I'm like, oh, but what if the Catholic Church is the one that's bringing the demons into the world, and they're using the Rings of Solomon to like control the and like you start hitting this thing where you're like, what if I bring in this ancient lore, because this is a story that people have been listening to for like 1,000 years. So that's going to have some staying power, obviously, and then we can bring that into like what we're doing with like different ideas that I have. And I think playing on those old ideas, like there's a reason those old ideas are still around, and that people still listen to them and still think about them, and that YouTube would say, hey, listen to this thing that somebody else read on YouTube. It's like, who was like, yeah, I'm gonna read the Apocrypha and put it on YouTube and see if people are excited about it. And then I am, right? Like, I'm the guy they made it for. It's mind blowing.
It's interesting because, like, when you're drawing truth of reality from that source, and you truly believe it, no matter how it sounds to other people, which I'm in that camp. I don't shy away from it. I definitely 100% lean into it, but it adds to knowledge that we didn't really have access to on at least some level. Even if you can't, like there's obvious things that I'm not too big on, like the Book of Adam and Eve. I don't know so much that when I read into the background of it and how it was, found or who wrote it and things like that. There's some of those books, the Book of Giants, where I'm not 100% on them, but there is enough things that connect what we read about Solomon to to his personal story that we can tell it all lines up and it's fairly accurate. And to think there was a guy out there that went through a phase, and I think it was even in the Book of Enoch. I'd have to double check. There was somewhere where they made a reference to Solomon being the only guy God called good, outside of his own son, which was basically a God clone in human form. But the only just straight up human that he called good at some point, at least in some text, was Solomon. And it's his whole story is interesting, and the things he did and the lines of questioning, and you understood where all the wisdom aspects came from, despite his failings in the end. But yeah, I feel like it's just untapped material. It's something where it can get people interested enough in the Bible to realize that, yeah, huge chunks of it are family trees. Don't get me wrong. I understand that there's going to be, 30 or 40 pages of this person begat that person begat that. You're just getting a family tree so that you can understand how things went from Adam to right now. And there's a lot of that kind of material in there. So much of it's just historical record in a lot of ways. So
one can imagine that at some point in time, that was just a diagram on a side page, and then it became text, and the diagram somehow disappeared. But yeah, there's a lot of that stuff in the Bible.
And when you start to put the side text together that either didn't make it in the Bible because they were just too deteriorated to be. I know a lot of people say certain things about Enoch, like it wasn't inspired or it wasn't this or that. It's like, The original translators said it's because the scrolls were falling apart. They didn't want to put something in there that was, 2/3 complete. And
Yeah.
just no one wants to acknowledge that there are some valid reasons some of these things didn't make it in, and it's because they were like, look, the context of the first word can affect the context of the last word. We don't want to put stuff in here where there's such a huge piece of the pie missing that people get the wrong idea about certain things. And
Right.
even
The
Enoch starts with, this
canonization
is
is a
meant
whole
for a
thing.
different generation. So it blows your mind just how some of it is set up for, like, no, this isn't really for now. This is for later. And
I mean, I got,
it's all very
some
interesting to me.
questions.
It's just stuff I really love and I enjoy. I could go on for the stuff for hours, so I'll shut my trap for a minute.
Yeah,
I have
got some
a-
questions.
Go
What's
ahead.
yours, Stephen?
My big question right now is, what bottle are you on, Blaine? Is that the second bottle you're on right now? Or what's going on over there?
I have the Shibui, the grain select whiskey. So I have finished Takata Masamune. This is the best US made sake I've ever had. All
So
right.
you're
So
talking
you
about
know
it.
I love me a sake where I can taste the rice patty. I can taste the warehouse that it was aged in. I know the wood that came across on that sake. This had everything. This had the dirt from wherever they were cultivating the rice. This had the wood from the warehouse they were soaking it in. Whether that's fake and processed in Hawaii or not, I don't care. It had all the flavors I needed for a good sake at room temperature. You heat this up, you're gonna ruin it. You cool it down, you're gonna ruin it. Room temperature Takata Masamune. So I ran out of that. That is now gone. I am now moved on to Shibui Grain Select. It is the same thing I was drinking on a Whiskey Wednesday. I missed Thirsty Thursday, so I have to make up for lost time because I really
gotta
do
drink more.
only.
You guys gotta make up for thirsty.
I
That's
only
great.
drink
I love
on
it.
stream, really. I swear.
So, like, basically, the first one is just like eating a bush. You get the branches, you get the leaves, you get some
It's
weird
the
stuff.
dirt.
The dirt.
It's
You
the
get the
dirt that comes across
Yeah,
in a
you get the
good
dirt
sake. And
flavor.
it's so
That's what
hard.
you're
Like,
really looking for.
Paru-chan was making fun of me the other day about, like, oh, you can taste the dirt. And it's like, no. Seriously. Like, tasting the earth that the rice was cooked, like, grown in, and then the wood from the rafters in the warehouse that it was aged in. That's what makes a good sake to me. That's why I like a ginjo. So ginjo sake polishes the rice about 70%. So there's about 70% of the grain left of the rice, and it leaves a lot of that good earthy flavor. And then you get the extra flavors from the koji mold and the warehouse and everything where it's being aged. Dai ginjo gets very flowery, and it's like a really good vodka where, like, oh, this is really clean taste. Oh, this has a good floral effervescence to it. And it's like, get out of here. Let me eat some dirt and some rice and some wood. That's what I want. As long as you get that, that's a good sake to me. But the Shibui Grain Select is a whiskey from Japan, so it's a completely different drink. I quite enjoy this. I didn't at first, but this has grown on me. This bottle is a weird one where when you first try it, you're like, it's got that like peppercorn spice to it, and it's just kind of like I feel kind of like that burny bit and that whiskey bit. But as this has aged, as this has been exposed to oxygen, it really gets a much deeper, better flavor where it tastes like it already has a little bit of lemon to it. What do we think about Magi if we watched it? I loved Magi. I wish we had more Magi. I also like the Sinbad spinoff. Both of those things.
Yeah, I watched Magi. I only watched like the first. I think the first like season of it or whatever it was made, and I think Blaine has, or let's say it's like, I think there's a lot of childlike qualities that are good to keep as an adult. Eating dirt isn't one of them.
He's drinking dirt. Come on, let's get it straight
Oh,
here.
sorry.
This is
Oh,
drinking dirt. And
Yeah,
I
right.
love this comment here that Blaine wants to taste the Viet Cong. that was
Hiding
hiding
in
in
a
the
rice
rice
paddy.
paddy. That's
Oh my!
genius
Good
comment
Lord.
right there.
Wow.
He wants to taste their ancestors in his drinks.
That's right.
Yep.
That's right. The rusting M16s in the
Yeah.
rice paddy.
The
That's what he
first
wants to
question
taste.
that I had earlier, though, is why hasn't DreamWorks made a movie? Why didn't DreamWorks make a movie about Solomon? That's weird, isn't it? Yeah.
You know, I don't know when it happened, but Western media just shied completely away from religious conversations
Honestly, the
in
people that
cinema.
make everything in Hollywood completely went away from a total rejection. Really.
Which is crazy when you think about like how much epic cinema was made and made the foundation of Hollywood. Ben-Hur, Ten
Mhm.
Commandments, The Robe. Just like the list is endless of these tremendous epic tales that were
Yeah,
straight out of the
Cleopatra.
scripture.
I
Yeah,
think I Am Legend was like one of the last movies that you saw that would have positive references to like Christianity at all. Not
Well,
literally, but it's like one of the last big ones you'd see.
I think inspiring stories just in general are on the low side right now. We don't get a whole lot of them from big Hollywood, where
That's true.
at least like things like 300, it was even if it's just completely contrived, it's still awesome and inspiring. You can watch that. The first time I think everyone saw that movie, if you were at least a teen or in that realm or older, like you couldn't help but walk away from it, kind of like after you read a Berserk tale that absolutely blew your mind. It's the same kind of testosterone building, inspiring, kind of stories that especially males are attracted to. So
I think
we're
I think
not seeing much of
Sleeping
that
in
at
the
all.
Sun, like Fighting in the Shade was like a thing that went around my what was that, early high school? When did 300 come out?
It was like
Anyway.
2006 maybe.
2006.
It's been a while.
Okay, yeah. My sophomore year, like that was like a thing that just went around my high school for like that entire year, was people talking about like, we'll fight in the shade. And it was just a thing where we're all like, yeah.
Yeah, it gets people jacked up, and really we don't hardly get any like high quality like tales of people protecting their families, or it's always really generic. It's like, oh, Brad Pitt's in a zombie apocalypse. It's like, I'll pass. Or we're already 15 zombie apocalypse.
It's
before
funny you talk about the one thing
you
I
know.
thought about was Quiet Place for like protecting your family, something like that. But then again, that's
Yeah.
also basically an apocalypse scenario. Or it is an apocalypse scenario, so it's not really any different.
But it's
I
done
didn't
well.
see all of A Quiet Place, but I saw enough to feel like they were trying. I got the impression that the family was serious and it felt realistic, and I liked the roles that everyone played. I'm not saying people always have to have those roles. It was just nice to see it again. When it's been since like the 80s or the early 90s since like they just could portray these kind of settings, let alone biblical stories that inspire you to maybe want to read the Bible or just know more about the stuff in general. And I know this sounds a little rough, but I think it's the difference between a lot of atheists being in one industry in comparison to people that are at least still in tune with their origin religion. And it's just it's not like a slam necessarily or anything. It's just, there's a big difference between like if an Israeli born Jew wrote a Old Testament movie where it would probably be a lot more authentic compared to some guy that was raised in LA and is basically a godless heathen trying to write a movie about the same topic. Like, it's just not going to translate. And I think
described
that's
the same person twice.
Okay. Before we derail too much, I knew that Quiet Place was good when they announced the sequel, and I was upset because Quiet Place is such a good, like, this is my family, we're taking care of my family. That freaking the birth scene, just you're on pins and needles the whole time, and like, things inside you activate. Like, I don't have a kid yet, but like the protect gene just is like, you need to to make sure these people survive, and I'm just watching a show, that tells me it's a good show. And then the sequel is announced, and I'm like,
Yeah, but they already did that. They already did
like that tells me that the original was really well done.
Actually, or my second question I just remembered now is for Joe is like, do you have any artists you really like that you follow on Twitter?
I mean, I do. That's just tough because that's like so many people.
There's not many that
Try
you
to
can single
pin
out.
down. I mean, I can rattle off like some of my most personal, like inspirational type artists, if that's within the realm. But if you want like literally people you can go dig up on Twitter.
Yeah,
Oh,
not
good
like
lord! Like some of them, I don't even know their names. They're just random Japanese accounts that do crazy artwork. I'm not gonna lie. Like some of them, I have no idea. I just know their follow counts are huge, so they're clearly effective in some way, and their artwork's on an exceptional level, no matter what type it is. Whether it's like I paint really well, or I draw really well, or I make manga.
Let's do a little bit of shilling here. Blaine, your Discord. You have a Discord server.
I do have a Discord server.
It has to be a very good place. Yeah, there's a very good place in the Discord server, just like posting links to those people that you like a lot. That's a little easier than just like saying it.
Let me share a random Japanese artist while I go ahead and make a new channel for posting of Discord
just
links.
Totally random.
Yeah, just so random. I just randomly found Japanese anime artwork that was good and fed to me on Twitter. Boom.
You weren't even following this person. It's just because of all the other stuff you
was
leave likes on. It was recommended because it knew you would like this.
It was recommended because it knew I'd like this. It knew it. My Twitter feed is 100% stuff like boom, boom, boom. Like that is my entire Twitter feed. That's why I know algorithms work, because I've made the algorithm work.
Oh well, too, if you like, let's say like a some random Japanese artist that does cool stuff, but it's something simple like he paints models at a really high scale. Because he retweets stuff that might fall into more crazier or pervy realms, by default you start getting flooded with it, like no matter what. Like I've had there's some lines where it's just too much and I've had to mute. I'm like, I love furry porn. Like I don't need all this furry porn all the time. Like I can skim past a pic or two, but when it's like, oh my god, my child almost came near my phone, that's an area of problem.
My limit for furry porn is 0. More than 0 is too much.
The blue phone is my phone that I use every day. The red phone is my work phone that I have with my work Twitters, which include this Twitter. So my stuff, everything else helps keep it separated. But it only happened. It only happened because I used to have a. Oh, you got bumped out. Let me bump you back in. It only happens because I used to run a delivery company, so I paid for like 40 phones for a year and a half. So
wow,
it was like
you
whatever,
get a free phone essentially.
One phone, yeah.
I gotta call it a night, Blaine. It's pretty late.
Pop culture.
It's very late.
Are you rocking it tomorrow morning with some video games?
Yeah, you bet I am. I'm gonna be playing.
Awesome.
I'm gonna be continuing on with Batman for the Game Boy. Batman the animated series.
You're continuing. Ooh.
Yeah, you bet. I want to get this done.
You starting after Mr. Freeze since you already beat him?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to do that again.
I'll set an alarm.
Okay. Sounds good. Have a good night, everybody. Nice talking
take
to
it
you.
easy, man.
It's crazy early. I'm switching your avatars again because it drives me nuts. It's crazy early mornings. At least like I can set an alarm and I'm like half awake so I can be in the chat and like talk to him. But man, some of you people that don't live on the West Coast drive me nuts.
Yeah.
Don't worry, Blaine. Next time I join, I'll just turn my avatar upside down.
Oh great! Then what am I gonna do? What if it's just you and me for like a half hour? Like
then you're just staring at an upside down avatar that's not looking at you.
Exactly.
I wish that was
All
an option, actually. I had proposed an interesting idea of how to present a live stage play just using the StreamYard setup. But that's completely off the subject. But it would be great if, when Blaine switched me to the other side, that my avatar flipped as part of the StreamYard program.
If this is the restream, because I like to see how loud everyone is, thank you very much. We don't StreamYard around here like some lesser shows.
Yeah, you have to manually adjust audio. What kind of garbage is that?
I don't know. It's one of those things, like I like having the visual of where everybody's audio is, so I can kind of tweak it without having to like click on them and go into it. But then it also does weird shit, like Soranos, when you joined us earlier and there were 6 of us and we did the screen share, it had like 2 columns of people, and I was like, why are there 2 columns of people? There's only one person in the second column.
I don't know what it's just.
None
like
of these programs are good. None of these programs are good.
It went over 5, and there's like, oh, I'm gonna make a new column. Am I gonna redistribute people evenly? No, I'm a capitalist. I think I'm on his own.
Yeah,
I wish we still had Google Hangouts, because it was like the easiest thing to use for like YouTube live streams. And Google was like, "Hey, there's
programs."
Yeah. Hey, we were doing something everyone loved. Let's cancel it.
Yeah, now it's like Google Meet, and like the Kino Casino is like, hey, look at our Meet address, and they share it every time they share something. It's so funny.
Oh, the Kino Casino.
Oh, we can Spider-Man wait, who can Spider-Man kiss? Oh, if he's upside down, then we can Spider-Man kiss. I get it. Gimme coming in with the hot takes here.
I was in a stream just yesterday, and there's these 2 guys. You may have seen them on Twitter. You may have seen them on YouTube. Flaccid Phoenix, Dom and Gator.
Yeah.
And they have these avatars, and they've made them so that, basically they're both looking into the center of the stream. And the joke is whoever winds up in between them is in a flaccid sandwich, which is a joke all by itself. And, then you could just play on that, the whole stream, like who's in between the flacids. And, because they've got this whole shtick of semi-gay or gay adjacent that they play around with. That's an absolute giggle.
Oh, yeah, it's a joke.
Adjacent.
Yeah, what do you call that?
I think that's just gay. I don't think there's any joke there.
What they
it's
do
just
is
regular gay.
They play it like
they're still pretending that chicken isn't gay. That's all it is.
They do the thing that like military guys do to each other, where they'll play it off to see if you'll play into it, and it's a trap basically, and they're just looking to sock you in the arm. But they do it so straight-faced that it turns into a whole other thing where you can't tell what they're really. Are they really being honest?
They do it so straight-faced, they're actually just gay.
I have the same problem with Camelot all the time.
Dude, that boy got me back in the gym. Don't you dare.
No, Camelot's cool. We're pretty good buddies, actually. But.
Oh, he's so funny.
He's like a fun guy.
But he plays that where he like I'm 90% convinced that if he sees Lofty, he's gonna just suck his dick because Lofty can't fight him off. Like that's just what's gonna happen.
That's the only natural outcome.
Yeah.
And Lofty's too much of a puss to fight back. He's gonna be like, it's just gonna happen. It's gonna be all right.
Well, it's weird because like I wish I could do an impression of Camelot because he sounds
just
southern.
Squint your eyes
kind
real bad.
of like yeah. Visually, that would be a little easier. There you go. But it's like that in between Kermit the Frog / Alabaman, but not quite as harsh an accent as what you're used to hearing in like Georgia or Louis. Like you know how each part of the Deep South is slightly different.
They're gonna go fast.
Yeah, there you go.
My car go fast. It's okay. We go fast. I'm really sad because come on, boys. I need to get that rainbow. We got to get a naked snake on here. Come on. I mean, come on. I'm still wearing a shirt. What are we gonna do?
You guys just
Exactly.
need to do a show called Camelot on Camelot, where you just put up a picture of him, but you still talk, kind of like Conan O'Brien used to have like Arnold Schwarzenegger show up, but it was just a guy mouthing on a photo.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, Camelot meets
Actually,
Camelot.
here's a show idea. There's an anime
Is he
for
still
that.
playing Xbox right now? Get over here. You go ahead and talk, Steven. I'm gonna see what Camelot's up to.
There's an anime for that, would be the title of the show. And it would literally be whatever the chat can think of. You have to find an anime that goes along with it, or at least a manga that goes along with it, because the diversity of storylines and premises is so broad that there's got to be an anime for anything. Like, you just name any food product, you name any school scenario, you name any school system. Somebody showed an anime of the Panzer Girls, the Tank Girls, where it's like high schools competing against each other, except they're using tanks. And
Yeah, it's tank battles.
The host had never heard of the show, and she was just losing it, like
Tank
tears
Girls and
rolling down her
Panzer.
face. She couldn't believe that there was an anime. It's like, wow, this is really crazy specific.
It's pretty good too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
It's surprisingly good show, but it's also like, how is this I don't understand how this is a sport. When did this become a sport?
Right.
Yeah, it's okay. It's pretty good, except for the tanks don't make any sense in terms of how effective they are. You just have to take that out of the equation.
It's what happens when you take one otaku and mold it into another otaku. It's the classic, what if it was made out of girls?
Yep.
Or what if girls did that? Or I really love girls soccer. What if it wasn't a soccer ball, but it was tanks instead?
Yep.
That is the constant question. I alluded to it earlier, but we're going to Japan this fall, assuming the country's open. But like, you look up a thing and you're like, ooh, a cafe or a bar, and it's based around trains. Cool. And then you have to like look up every review of this bar to make sure it's not just like sexy train girls. And you're like, okay, cool. We can bring my mother-in-law. It'll be okay. Like, it's like,
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember there was a show back in the turn of the last century. Wow, that sounds like a long time ago. Called Beyond
30 years
2000.
ago.
It's getting there. 22 years ago. Ha ha ha.
22. All right.
There was this show called Beyond 2000, and every once in a while they would do a review of some bizarreness going on in Japan. And there was an ice cream parlor that served their ice cream in a toilet bowl, in like a little porcelain toilet bowl.
The poop place, yeah.
Hysterical.
There's multiple places that do that. It's freaking
They also
This
do
was
brown
22
curry
years
in
ago.
a
They've
toilet
never
bowl.
done it. Yeah, see, it
Oh,
became
yeah,
like
that
a
could have been
whole
the
thing.
first, yeah. I just like see other places, and I'm just like, I don't ever want to try that.
It's so bizarre. I could see like really, really clean, like neurotic couples going to a place like that and just having a real giggle about eating out of a toilet bowl. It's just hysterical.
Well, Japan's so clean. It's basically the only place you can get away with such a concept.
Right.
Like, well, if this was a toilet bowl in any other country on planet Earth, I would probably pig vomit at just the thought of eating out of it, clean or not. But
That'd be
somehow
weird.
the Japanese are like, hey, germs don't survive here unless it's
Because
COVID
in
somehow.
Japan,
So-
I go to the dive bar, and as I head to the bathroom, the toilet lifts the seat for me, and I'm like, whoa.
I mean, I'm
Right.
gonna be honest. I would feel safe eating that in India because they wouldn't use it. Even if they had the option.
Woo, that's racy. There's some spice in the channel.
I'm excited for I want to go to the Muscle Girl bar because like they have all these challenges of like they'll beat you in arm wrestling, and then your drink is if you beat them, the drink is free. If they can curl you, then you have to pay. Like there's all this weird stuff, and I'm like,
Nice.
challenging that. So I'm hitting the gym again. I'm hitting the bench. I'm putting on them pounds, baby. I gotta finish this cut. I need you all to fat shame me until I finish my cut down to 160, and then I can get back on up.
Hey, Brandon.
Oh my God, is Brandon awake right now?
What
He
are
just
you
woke up
doing
for his
up at this
morning.
hour?
He just woke up for the morning.
Oh my God.
That's hilarious. I
He
can't
will
believe
not
I
be
cannot
stopped.
believe that he exists at this time of the night. He's east of me. I mean, everybody's east of me technically, because when we said manifest destiny, my family didn't stop.
Check
But the
Google
rest of
Maps.
you
I don't
bitches
know
were
if
like,
I'm
"Nah,
more
that's
east
good
than you."
enough."
I'm a bus ride away from the beach, so I hear you. I hear you.
Yeah,
Actually,
yeah, you and I.
you are east of me because Seattle is east of like almost all of the like valley in Oregon.
Yes. I mean, I'm technically south of Seattle, but I am
Yeah,
basically
you're like
on.
Tacoma, which is still to
Yeah.
the Tacoma
I
is
look
still to the east of like
fantastic.
even Portland, and Portland's like the
D-
eastern part of the populated Oregon.
Were you not here earlier, Gemini? Freaking look at what I forgot to say, I didn't just have a bucket of popcorn at the movie. I also had a burger at Cheesecake Factory. This
Oh
was my
no!
pre-movie weight,
Oh,
172.2. This was my post-movie and weight, 176. That's what Cheesecake Factory
It
and
was the
movie
cheese-
popcorn will do to you.
That's
you're-
not what it
you're
was.
tricking yourself if you don't think 80% of that wasn't Cheesecake Factory.
I got the mac and cheese burger.
80%
I would
of
guess
that was
that-
Cheesecake Factory, dude.
You could blame it on the film being such a burden on you that you
Oh, God,
actually
it was
gained
so
weight from
bad.
that film. It was a psychological weight that you gained.
I can. Because we left the movie. And so like growing up, my parents were really good at like, we would go watch a movie and then like we go to they're called the Landmark Theaters here in Seattle, but they're where like the indie films are played. And so we'd watch like Chocolat or something like that, and then we'd go to a place and talk about the movies. We'd have like a little like after movie meal, and we left the movie. And my sister and I, because my sister, my wife, and I all went and saw this movie last night. And my sister looks at me and she's like, "Can we go talk about this movie?" Because she had these same like, "Wow, was that really as bad as it was, or am I just thinking poorly?" So we had to like sit down at a meal and talk about the movie. So
It's
that's
the
where I blame my
detox.
4 pounds.
That's
Yeah.
funny.
Yeah. Detox. I retoxed, really, if you think about it.
Yeah. Oh, and Joe
Traveling
Ball,
to
you
Olympia.
were talking about earlier about Devilman and or Devil May Cry or whatever. Devilman.
Cry, baby.
Yeah.
It's we as the Christian world forget sometimes that those features of doing what needs to be done, but at the same time fighting the ethics of it, is a global feature of man, not necessarily a Christian morality. Christians have made it kind of like their trademark, but I mean, I'll never forget a conversation I had with one of the elders in the Koreatown vicinity. Like, there are these guys that hang out at the local Starbucks.
Mhm.
And they're all old school Buddhists. And I was eavesdropping in on their conversation, and they were eavesdropping in on my conversation with a friend of mine. And this one old guy, and I got into it, and he's like, "You Westerners just don't understand that Buddhism has no God, that there isn't a deity involved in any of this, that there's a belief system, but it's not belief, that it's..." I forget exactly how he phrased it, but I was like, boy, I think we might need this in the West a little bit, just a little bit, that you don't need to add such a huge, heavy, golden blanket of spirituality on all of this, that it's really a mind puzzle or a mind mandala that you're keeping, a map of ethics. Those big mandala wheels are like a map of ethics. I think I made a post on Twitter the other day of one of those Pantheon posters out of India of Shiva. And I'm like, This is a meme. This is a meme of the pantheon of Hindi, of Shiva, because it basically just laid out all these characteristics in cartoon format, and they were trademarked off into the corners as sub sections of the central god and deity or spirit form, and that it's it's more trademarking than anything else. It's like a color spectrum, I'm really into the zodiac for all of the right reasons, not the current reasons. That there was the wheel of the zodiac is a construct of the pantheon of human action or human being. And then we've got 3 different types of Earth. We've got a young Earth, a middle-aged Earth, and a wise old Earth, and that sort of thing repeated across the whole wheel. And the arms of the clock are the planets, right? And they each touch on these things, activating these other things in the center. And everybody forgets that in astrology, you're always in the middle. You're not actually on the outside of the wheel ever. You're not located there. You're in the center, witnessing it from the middle. But that morals and ethics are a global thing. I do a lot of reading of literature from around the world just for that very purpose.
I don't think I ever implied that morals or ethics were a Christian exclusive. Mine was more in reference to themes.
Yes.
I
don't think Steven took it
in terms of like
that's not where
how the demons infest people in Devilman is so similar to a Bible take on how a demon would infest a person. That it was more in that realm of stuff. Yeah, morality is obviously a global thing, but I think from my Christian perspective, while I like all the other concepts and the stuff is neat to think about, I still feel like the biblical reason for all those things is the correct and right reason. And I'm at a point in life where there's like my mind's made up, if that makes sense. I'm not opposed to people telling their ideas or having their ideas or trying to help Westerners understand some of the interesting subtleties or things that make Buddhism, make its ideas different from our ideas. But in a real world perspective, I think what I think and I know what I know, and that's what I'm always going to lean people towards if they want my honest opinion on something. And it's not like I only learned it through that stuff. It's just I've had life verified through it, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
life experience and things like that. So it's I find all that stuff interesting still, and I have my own ideas about the zodiac and the importance of the stars and the constellations and the systems, and I think they are extremely important. And it frustrates me that like a large chunk of, let's say, like maybe more old school, kind of like, Baptist, out of the shed, deep South style churches, they may be a little hesitant to even touch on certain topics, not realizing that the Bible itself and all the side texts are very clear about the importance of constellations and angels and heavenly creatures, relevance to those constellations and where they come from and what kind of their origin point is depending on their job in life. All these little things. So like I kind of feel you on the level of there's so much we can gain from so many things that it's frustrating when even people you would typically agree with on a lot of things won't understand where you're coming from when it comes from our shared religious belief. It's like, no, right. I'm not trying to teach you witchcraft here. I'm trying to explain to you where witchcraft came from, or I'm trying to explain to you how from my perspective what the reality is of why X, Y, and Z happens on a universal scale. And
when I do a lot of this research, and it's to explore somebody else's vocabulary so that I can do comparative vocabulary, because otherwise you don't have a common frame of reference. If I can't reference, if I'm trying to edify somebody, the last thing I want to do is explain all of my vocabulary first. I mean, because that's just a bore, and I'm going to lose them.
It's a lot.
Right. If I start from their perspective and then draw parallels, which is what the church did with the pantheons of Europe when they first established. Mother Mary was the mother goddess of the earth, and so on. And they drew parallels because they were talking to people that had a separate set of vocabulary. So, yeah, no, I totally get you, and I think it's really important that that people with strong positions are willing to explore, because if they're not willing to explore, then there's absolutely no way they're going to be able to draw new people into a flock. It would be impossible because you need to speak their language first, right?
And I think they would be shocked at how many things they just get re-verified that they've already thought or know about their own.
Yeah.
You know how you can find bits of truth in a lot of places, even if not every aspect of it to a person personally is 100% true. But you can go, yeah, there's some gems here. There's some stuff. There's something to this. Like, I've got to points where I've tried to explain to people like why I think that Roman, Greek, Indian gods, all these various religious gods from over these different periods, why I think they're actually real creatures, biblical creatures, because we can tie them to text prior to any of those things existing that shows no, there was a thing called this that looked exactly like that thing that they worship in India. There's a good chance from a Christian perspective that creature is quite real, exists, people do worship it, and it has its own little side religion as a heavenly creature that is fallen and now resides on Earth. And
Definitely.
even in their own system, these things are real. That's what's kind of odd to me when people want to not explore the vast information and lore of the rest of the planet and or their beliefs and or their ideas, because you can find a lot of interesting stuff out there that you would have probably never found if you don't go down rabbit holes. I think we're probably all the type of guys where when our brain gets fixated on a rabbit hole, it could get fixated there for a night, or it could get fixated there for 14 years off and on, you know, and that's kind of the guy I am, as I go through those same phases where I'm just locked in on something because it's, even if I don't believe it, it's got so much relevance to what I do believe that I'd be stupid for not knowing the difference. So
yeah, and I think it's
speaking of rabbit holes, I'm gonna leak some DMs. Camelot
snap.
would totally join if he wasn't ass deep in his pool right now. So have fun with your pool, ass
Brandon.
deep, man. Brandon, where'd you go? I was about to introduce you after Camelot's ass. Like, you were coming right after that sculpted butt. He's on his cell phone. If he does pop in, he's got internet issues. So
I was gonna say is he could just get on his phone too, Camelot. I mean, as he was pool, he's got an upper half that's out of the pool.
He's probably naked and drunk and knows better. He's gonna get your channel struck with his southern nudity.
I'm 2 hours in. He can do whatever he wants as long as he doesn't break basic rules.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah, one thing I'm most concerned about other religions is will it blend?
Will it blend?
Yeah, will it go in a blender?
Like will it combine? Will it combine and become another? Like that's just Shintoism. That's Shintoism and Buddhism.
Not quite that, but
Buddhism. What the hell's wrong with it? Buddhism.
Man, what the hell did I come
guy,
into
how are
today?
you?
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No.
You're the new one here. You get to say
before
something.
Brandon talks. It was yeah. Blaine probably ate like 3,000 calories at Cheesecake Factory alone, based on just looking at their menu. That burger is almost 2,000 calories by itself.
The mac and cheese burger. It said 980.
Yeah,
Or
right.
980. It shows
Maybe
1,600 on the page on Cheesecake Factory. It said 16.
Oh, you're adding the French fries. I did eat those too.
Okay.
Yeah, so you went to Cheesecake Factory and had
had
a dinner. You're gonna be like me, you know, fat kid happy. Very
Nice.
fat kid happy. So yeah, my let me tell you about these past 2 weeks and what's gone down. Oh, let's see.
You've been rough, I feel.
Yeah. Last week on Thursday, my internet went sideways. It was working, but just as a point of comparison, normally from my point to point, from where I live to where the tower is at, about 2 miles away, to the main server for my ISP, my ping typically hovers sub 10 milliseconds. So we're talking, as fast as if I was physically connected to fiber speeds. And my download speeds, consistent, my upload speeds, 100 plus. No problem. When it works fine. Well, last Thursday, after they had closed for the night, it decided to commit sideways, and the main link stopped working, and it put me on their backup. And their backup, I'm lucky if the thing doesn't top out over 100 milliseconds and doesn't eventually just end up timing out. So that started it. And then, to make it better, Friday, after they had closed, it did the same damn thing, and I ended up with a frickin' cold, and I was sick as shit for that night and Friday, and I just couldn't do it. And I really wanted to, because I really wanted to have Punk Waddle on, because he's a great guy. But I had to cancel. Couldn't get a hold of any tech support people, so I had to wait all the way until Monday to bitch at them and say, what the hell? They got it fixed. It was working. And it was working. Yes, it was working Tuesday. And then Wednesday, it decided to turn super hot around here. And out of the blue, I was done with work, just listening to a little bit of whatever I was listening to on the streaming, just sitting back in my chair, closing my eyes, and all of a sudden, I stopped hearing noise coming from the television. I look up, I look at the ping, it's at full timeout. I look outside, and right at that point, I heard a massive crack, and we had a bad lightning storm come through. And that lightning that I saw, it hit the tower 2 miles away from here and fried all of the components that make my. Yeah, they had a whole bunch of.
Uh-oh.
That was the perfect time for it to cut out.
They won't even let you yell at clouds. They won't even let you yell at clouds.
Yeah. Basically, I took out the main connection setup. They order a whole bunch of new stuff to replace it. They have it in today. Well, guess what didn't happen today?
It didn't get donuts.
Yeah, it didn't get installed. And I had begged and pleaded with them. They said they were going to have all the equipment. And I told them that I have, I can't miss 2 weeks in a row. I've got, got big guests and all this other stuff lined up, ready to go for this Saturday. And they're like, no, we can't do it. So my internet's still shit. My wife says, why don't you just go into my office and, use it there? I'm like, okay, I guess I can do that. It won't be on my computer. It won't be, my good mic. It won't have my EQ settings. None of that. It'll just be, flat, shitty mic. Well, I got the bright idea to try and find another internet provider as a backup. Well, lo and behold, glorious T-Mobile has ultra capacity 5G here, so the high band stuff that supposedly can rival that of a wired connection. So I spent about 3 hours trying to get that figured out, get it set up. That's the only way they would do it. I did it. I have to go to a town that's 15 miles away in order to pick up the device. I get there. We know. It won't let me. It won't let us do that. So I go pick up my daughter, come back. All from my business says, yeah, I pushed it through. It's there. You got to go back and pick up things. So I go back to go pick this up, and everything looked good. Thought it was all good. Set it up, give them PIN code, setting, all the stuff that you do to set up a new account. Get back here, plug it in. It says no connection. So I try calling them. Yeah, the infinite hold of over an hour plus, and it's right before I'm supposed to go live earlier that I tweeted out. So I end up going to the wife's office. I'm on the stream for 2.5 hours. Finally call them
Mhm.
again to try and see what the hell's going on. Finally get a person after being on hold this time for 45 minutes. They find the account, they find my device, they find all this stuff, and then they tell me that the PIN code that I gave to the person at the store, which is the one that I always use, is not correct, and they can't do jack shit for me, and I gotta go back to the store tomorrow to fuck around with this. Pardon my French, but I'm a little perturbed.
It's okay. We're 4.5 hours in. No one's
Okay,
watching. You're okay.
So yeah, I'm just like how my what one picture I could find on my phone. It's Megamind. No, you can't.
What what do you have planned for tomorrow?
Oh,
Is it punk waddle, or are you doing something different
No.
tomorrow?
tomorrow I have Legal Mindset of the LawTube group.
Ooh.
I was actually on his stream earlier because he was celebrating his 80K, and yeah, we were shooting the shit, and there are several other people that I hang around with, and some of the other fandom spheres that I pal around with, and yeah, we shot the shit for a while, and fortunately, the internet at my wife's office, which I just found out also is now T-Mobile's internet, it works there. But she was telling me, yeah, it took us 2 days to get that shit figured out. Well, now you tell me.
I'm watching. I'm no one. Yes, Dragon Roost. You are somebody. I can tell. There's 5 viewers here. I know. I
so
see you. I see you. I'm making a joke.
So it's been a day, and what's worse is since I'm on my Logitech headphones and microphone through my phone, I have no idea how I sound. For all I know, I could sound like complete crap. Whereas I know how I sound on my computer with my Blue Yeti and voice mod and my EQ in place. So it's since I'm going to be using a lower powered workstation tomorrow, it's going to be interesting how it all plays out. But it's going to be fun.
You're lacking some bass, but other than that, it sounds fine. So I think you'll be fine for tomorrow. If if your internet decides to just shit the bed, but you're able to start up the StreamYard, I'm a link away, and I can handle that. I'll be hungover, but able. That'll work. I don't feel hangovers anymore. I'm old enough.
Oh yeah, I'll be fine. I've got all my stuff loaded in there. I'm just extremely perturbed that I have to jump through all these hoops to do this. But
that's why we have escapism. That's why we have awesome comics like Death, Death, Death by Joe Ball, and amazing anime that we can enjoy and watch and say, "Wow, that's amazing."
Yes.
It's why I'm still on the anime subreddits, because they'll post a meme to like a comic, or a manga or something, or a doujin. And I'll be like, that's really funny. And then they'll be like, oh yeah, here's the numbers or whatever. And I'll like follow the numbers to like to the doujin. And it's like, wow, this is a really good doujin. This is really well done. Who thought this was the thing they should do? I'm still looking for tree bark. I haven't found tree bark yet, Joe Ball, but I'll find it. I'll find tree bark, the doujin.
Yeah, so yeah, that's my griping and complaining for the night. So I should actually go to sleep. I gotta get up in the morning and
did we bring you in just to bitch about things and then you're gonna go have a good day tomorrow?
Well, let's see. I did talk about one of the new shows.
Tell me something good.
Well, we did talk about for a little bit one of the new shows for the season. Which one? Uncle from Another World. I started to describe it to him. It's like, I basically was telling him, this is, as you put it, peak isekai. And somehow along the way through this thing, there was a question that was asked of, would you rather spend 5 years in jail, with that many years, it's actually federal prison, or 10 years in a coma? So I, in a roundabout way, went back to it. I said, I would do the coma, and here's why. In Uncle from Another World, this dude's in a coma for 20 years, but during the time that he's in a coma, he's in another world becoming the biggest badass, whatever sorcerer that he is. And when he wakes up, he still has all that knowledge, still has all those powers and all those things. And the first thing that he asks his nephew is, who won the console wars?
Yep. That's what sold me on it. Soranos says it's good. Soranos has it in his S class for this year. So I'm hopeful for it to be amazing.
I'm sorry, I
Yeah,
missed which one you said that was. Licorice.
No, Uncle from Another World.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah,
a
that
lot
one will
of
be good.
there's a lot of really good stuff I like from that. I like the way they do the art. I really like the way two characters interact. Their humor is really strong. The previous references to culture stuff and how he interacts with that. There's just a lot of really strong elements I like about it. Especially with
so-
like the specific element of how he's treating the other world and how weird that is. 'Cause he's just like a
it
Japanese
sounds
dude,
different.
an ugly Japanese dude.
Yeah,
Anal graving. I don't
It's
gotta
gonna
worry about
be-
them booty goblins.
It's
booty
gonna
girl's
be
gonna get
interesting,
you.
that's for sure.
Yeah, I can't wait to see more.
Yeah, I can't wait for it to. I don't think it's come out yet. No. But yeah, he's Legal Mindset's really big. Really likes the isekai genre, so that's going to be the primary
He
focus.
is living in Isekai. He's like, I'm an American from Florida. What if I moved to Korea?
Yeah,
Live my
exactly.
life there?
Yeah, he's a jet setter. He's been all over the place. So exactly, he's living the isekai lifestyle right now.
What a goofball.
So yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun, and we'll probably go a smidge longer. Normally only go for an hour, but he said he's good for hour and a half and up to 2 hours, but probably keep it closer to an hour and a half. But we'll see. We'll see how it rolls.
All right, sounds good.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun.
Enjoy your sleep and 2 claps for your internet.
Yeah, more like I'm gonna take the rifle, go shoot the thing off the roof. I mean, seriously, if I was only paying $50 a month for this, I would have zero room to bitch. But I'm paying $300 a month for this shit to work.
Yeah.
What?
So
you like out in the country?
yeah, where I live is a mile and a half on the Shoshone-Bannock tribe's tribe land, and for whatever reason, they don't like cables buried, so this area has been just shit for internet the whole entire time that it has existed. You can't get any fiber out here, even though they've done fiber drops literally to the city or the county line, which is just a mile and a half from where I'm at. But they won't allow any of that stuff. They won't allow the cable company to run theirs. None of that. So whoever's out here, if they want internet, they've been stuck either doing shitty satellite, which is if on a good day, if you're lucky, 25 megabit, but it's terrible, or some of the other point-to-point systems. But the problem with them is they've only ever gone up to maybe 25 megabit, but they're so inconsistent, and that's what made my point-to-point one work so well. It's top tier class. This one is designed to work as if it was running fiber from where this tower is at, as 2 miles from me to here. It's that quick, that responsive, and when it works really well. But they have just had all sorts of issues keeping it working at the speed and the capacity and the capabilities that I'm expecting. And ever since this lightning strike, it's just been a shit show. Yeah.
All right. Well, that sounds rough.
Yeah.
I'm glad you have shows you're enjoying. I'm glad there's escapism. I'm glad we can be your escapism for tonight. You can leave it here, and tomorrow you're gonna have a great stream.
You bet.
And I'll be there because you stream after pop culture, and I try to wake up and have coffee during pop culture streams, I'll be there. So, at the end of the day, you got me.
Excellent. I definitely appreciate it, and yeah, it'll be fun. As I said, I'll just have to actually go into town to do it. But it won't. I'm debating whether if I want to take my wireless Logitech set, or if I actually want to take my mic.
Honestly, the way you sound now is fine.
All
Honestly, like it's good enough. Like there's that extra depth that you can get from like a full mic, but like it's not gonna really change the way that like a stream comes across. And when you have Legal Mindset with this little like, hey guys, I'm here. I'm Legal Mindset. I'm from Korea, and I'm gonna talk to you about the law that happens in Florida. Look at Disney. Can you believe Disney? Oh my goodness! Like, let's get Drex on here so we can drop an octave. Like, you're gonna be fine. It'll match his voice just fine.
Yeah. All right. In that case, I'll just do that. I'll just take my wireless headset again.
Yeah, Brandon, since you've got all this, I don't know what to suggest, because I only know you as your YouTube persona, but whatever ritual you do, like throwing a glass across the yard and shattering it against the stone, whatever little thing you could do to just let it happen, just whatever it's going to be, it's going to be. Just enjoy the moment. Have the stream. Don't worry about all this technology. Just go there with what you have, and just get the job done, man. It's sad that all this stuff is going on, but your personality is going to come through if you just relax and just let it happen, man. Just let it happen.
That's what I intend to do. But fortunately, as I said, it works out at the office, so yeah, I'll be good. And yeah, I think
Awesome.
I've been debating about whether if I'm going to do a reveal. I know people have seen me before on other places, but I've never been on camera with on my own channel. I might do that eventually.
Not for just a random interview. Like a reveal stream has to be special. Like,
yeah, I'll do that
Make
another
that
day.
separate. Make that different. You can't like my face has been on the internet for over a decade now. Like it's not a big deal. But like, make it something special. Make it unique.
Yeah.
Brandon, what time are you going on?
It's 12 p.m. Eastern, so for me it's 10.
Okay.
West Coast is 9. Central would be 11.
He knows West Coast because I ask all the time.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm West Coast, so like 9 a.m. I could catch you with what you're doing. I am not waking up for pop culture stream. There's just no way. It's already 11:47, and there's no way I'm going to sleep.
That's my
I'm nursing a coffee. Yeah.
My alarm goes off, and I have like a coffee, and that's what I drink like while I'm listening to him, and I'll just kind of like pop in a couple times for a couple chats to keep it going. But yeah, he is early.
I was trying to catch all of Loki's streams this week, and he's like 6 a.m. on the dot, and it's like,
yeah.
Today, I was like, I'm not going to make it through the day without a nap. There's just no way, because I'm catching 3.5 hours of sleep and then taking a nap after a show or something like that. It's just not working. But 9 o'clock sounds doable.
Yeah, he's on early. Well, it's 8 o'clock for him when he starts, but yeah, for me it's 7.
He's central.
Yeah, and when I had to actually get up and go to work and be to work by 6, yeah, that was easy to catch his shows. But since I've been able to work from home for the past 2+ years, and I don't have to start work until whenever I feel like now, it's a little harder to justify getting up and being awake at 7.
I have to wake up at 7 for my work, and if you make me get up, and you're not gonna make me get up a minute earlier.
Yeah,
Joe,
I feel
when do
you.
you wake up? Wait, like a guy that's able to like actually like wake up and discipline himself to make the escapism that we all enjoy. What is your like? Maybe you and I need to have like a separate like one-on-one like interview stream, because I have many questions about you and your life. But like, when do you wake up?
Yeah, sure. Basically, I kind of. Here's the thing. When I say I wake up between 9 and 10, that gives you no context to what happened before that. So basically, I wake up about 9 or 10 a.m. because that's when my daughters wake up. I basically work with them throughout the day and keep them busy with stuff, upkeep on the house, whatever needs done, to about 7 or 8 o'clock. Then I'll do a little full family time with the wife as well. And then between 9 or 10, when they're all going to bed, then I come down to my office and I draw till about 6 to 7 a.m. And then I lay down and then I wake back up around 9 or 10 a.m. And I've been doing that every day for years on end.
Wow.
I kind of lived that way prior to kids. I don't want that to sound like a built-in excuse. I've been somewhat like that since I was like 18, but like my mother was a religious like zealot, like to the max growing up. So like I always drew pictures late at night by like a nightlight growing up because that was the only way I could draw without getting my stuff snatched up or thrown in the trash. And it was real simplistic stuff. It wasn't like I was drawing crazy stuff for a kid. It was like Spider-Man and that typical. Yeah, so I think by default of just like living that way as a young person, I was never able to really fully break the habit. But now it's to a point, like before I had the luxury of if I did need a long sleep, I could find a spot for it. Since I've had kids, there's just no spot for it. You know, there's between the amount of work I have to do. It's like, yeah, my book's 300 pages, but this year I'll probably end up doing closer to 400 or 450 total by December between other books I'm working on at the same time so that I have a paycheck coming in. So and King Toad's a studio as well that I own. So there's a lot of upkeep just with that as well. You know, I got to design all the products. I got to order all the merch. I got to make sure all that stuff's correct. My business partner helps with things that are within like his control where he can from the, where he lives at. Because he's only got so much space in his apartment. So we're limited with what we can do there. But, and he works a full-time job as well. But basically everything's just a constant 24-hour grind. There's more momentum now than ever. So it's been a worse grind than usual. You know, like I usually what I would do was 1 or 2 days out of the week, I would catch that long sleep and kind of be regenerated for the week. But now there's been nothing. Like Rakeda gave us an invite to set up with him at Anime Matsuri at his booth because we had already
set up for that.
Yeah, we'd got like we went through this weird phase where we got an invite with another creator friend of mine. So I was like, great, we'll go, and we booked all the shit. Then he gets back to me a little bit later and is like, yeah, I'm not going to be able to make it now. And there's like no booth covered or anything. And I'm like, no. So I had to go back to all the Flashcast people and be like, apologies. Don't know if this is going to work out now. You know, there's been a change of plans. So I don't know if the information is good because this all like happened within like 30 minutes of saying to one group of people, yeah, I'll be there. And then turning around being like, okay, well, maybe not.
Yeah,
but,
just kidding. Yeah, that's the worst part.
Because it was solid up until that point. It had been the plan for a little while anyways. And I was feeling a little let down, but I don't say anything like that to people. Like I'm not too emotional in a text format in a DM group or something.
And with somebody else loses a table or isn't able to get a table or something like that, like you don't want to be like, that guy sucks, you know, like I get that. I know,
and he's a good dude with a good reason. You know, I couldn't really be mad at him about it. And then Rakeda was like, well, you and your dude, come on down. You can, your business partner, Shane Mess, come on down and just set up at my booth. And I was like, I'm going to take you up on that instantly. I'd be a fool not to. Even just from a business perspective, I'd be an utter fool not to. Because we got a ton of merch made for this thing. And now I think I can realistically get that risk back, bare minimum, what I put into it. So,
nice.
There's just, and we've got, movie stuff in action. I've got toys in production right now. And I have to do so much of the design work for so much stuff that even if something looks simple, people don't understand how much time can disappear on Photoshop or an editing program, just like in a drawing desk. It just eats your life up with tedious nonsense that you have to do to get a good result. So
when you show them what you did, it's like 4 things that you did, and they're like, oh wow, that didn't take long at all, and you're like, yeah, because I finally figured out what 4 things I had to do. You know, it's such a pain in the ass. I bleed for you on graphic design. I hate that shit sometimes.
Yeah, no kidding.
Everything's tedious work is what it comes down to. Whether
That
I'm
it
drawing
is.
stuff for other people or I'm trying, like, if I want it to be high quality, it's always going to turn into tedious work, no matter how simple it is. And it's frustrating at times because I'll look at certain pages and be like, oh, I've done this stuff 1,000 times. I'll bash through this page in 4 hours. I'm so proud of myself when I sit down. And then 4 hours later, when I'm still on panel 2, I'm like, what is this horse shit? I've had enough of it. Like, now I'm getting
Who
offended
drew this?
by the situation. You know, I'm taking it personal for no reason at all. But
Oh.
it's just a constant grind, and it's not like a brag or one of those things where I'm trying to get sympathy. It's just the reality is like every once in a while somebody will hit me up for something, or even like there was a show I was supposed to do last night and I was all ready for it, and I sat down like for 30 minutes. I sat on the couch. I knew it was a mistake from the minute I looked at the couch. Like, don't sit down on it. Don't do it. Just go get something to keep yourself busy. You just got to get through 3 more hours and then you can sleep. And I couldn't help it. I sat down. And then I woke up at like 5 a.m. in that exact same spot and was like, oh no.
That's the beauty. Okay, that is the beauty and the terror of like the modern system, right? Is like, if I want to watch a show, I have the fucking Alexander's library, or Library of Alexandria, available to me of anime and shows and comics and all this stuff. And that's just stuff that I can pay for where people will actually make money. Then there's also all the free stuff I can go and do and laze around and enjoy, right? Like, the way that the modern system is built, it's built around that ability for you to take that time. And the trick is where you take the time, right? Like, I'm amazed right now that like anime guys, Soranos, Steven, I don't know what you do on a Saturday, but like I'm amazed that everybody else is still here. We are 5 hours in to a random ass unmonetized YouTube stream that is giving some people something to enjoy and talk about and enjoy and see. But really, like it doesn't take much. But now they can sit down and they can watch that. They can enjoy that. And so from that other end of like, you're creating, you're making these things, you're making stuff for people to enjoy. You're going on shows so people can enjoy it. You're engaging with other shows that help produce things that other people enjoy. You're doing all this stuff. You need to take time for you. Like the whole point of the Escape Corner, Blaine's Escape Corner, the whole point about this entire channel is go enjoy some you time. What is going to make you happy? What are you going to enjoy? My entire plan with this was just to review seasonal anime. And now here I am just like talking with people for 5 hours on a random Friday night because we can have some fun and we can chat, and it brings catharsis. Anime Guy can complain about his internet. Soranos can bring us the breakdown of everything he's been watching. We can get some quick reviews on some different shows. But like at the end of the day, like, you want to create. We all want to create. We all want to make something that somebody else enjoys and sees and can interact with, and maybe something I think, something I say, something I bring to the table will make somebody else just have a better day. Just have a day where they're like, you know what, I'm gonna watch that show too. Or you know what, he's had something funny. Let me follow up on that. You know, I want to bring that little bit of extra joy to somebody else's life that helps them with their own personal escapism. That's sort of what the goal is. But I also need the escapism, right? Like Wednesday night, I drank and complained. Like, that was the entire show, because at some time, like, I just have a bad day or a bad experience with a show, and I'm like, this show fucking sucks, and I need to yell at all of you guys because nobody else will listen to me about this show, right? And so we all have to engage with escapism on some level, because it's important to not just like work. Like Joe, you and I feel have this similar thing where it's like the things that I enjoy doing, I also find a way to turn into a business. I find a way to make money off of it. I find a way to do something else with it. And while that is great, that is still something I enjoy. Once you start making money off of it, now it's a business. Now I have to bookkeep. Now I have taxes. Now, now I have all this other bullshit that comes along with the thing that was fun. That as long as I can control that and enjoy that, it will still be a fun thing that I can do. But you have to understand that there's that extra level of stress, and then that level of stress needs me to have some more escapism. I need to have that other show. I need to binge Bastard tonight because I'm upset at having to pay taxes for this last quarter. Little things like that. So, one of those things where it's like, sure, I'd like to go on this show, or I got this invite to go on this show, or this person wants to say hi, or this person wants to do whatever, but I'm tired and I'm on my couch. Nobody's ever going to be like, yeah, you should be tired. You should. Well, okay. Someone will say that, but they're an asshole who's never done anything important in their life. But like people who have done stuff that's important in their life will be like, yeah, take a break. It's okay. We'll talk next week. It'll be fine.
And that's what was so great about last Saturday. And I missed I really wanted to do my show, but I said I was too sick to do it. The internet sideways, but let's see, what did I watch? What did we watch? I just hung around here with my daughter. We watched some TV. We just did nothing, and it was glorious, and the air conditioner was on, and it was nice. It was a lot of fun. And actually, now that you bring up the spring season, I did finish Spy Family, and I gave it a 9. I did finish Love After World Domination, and I did laugh my ass off at the end of that. And I've given it a
great ending.
Yes, it is a great ending, and I hope they get another season because I think that one's got potential. It's hilarious. So I gave it an 8.5. Skeleton Knight, I finished it. 8.5 easily. I like his overpowered nature, but yet he's still trying to figure out how to be the overpowered, and it's hilarious. And I got through 10 episodes of A Couple of Cuckoos, and I'm not entirely sure how I feel about that one.
It's a funky one.
It's
got
a funky
20
one.
more episodes or so.
Yeah, it's 24 episodes total for it. So, but Executioner Way of Life, stopped after this half of the second episode. I don't plan on going back to that. I decided to drop RPG Real Estate Girls because one of the guys that I actually work with, a few people I actually work with are anime nerds. He was telling me that show made him feel like a pedo, and after he said that, I'm like, nope. Nope, I'll pass.
It has such a good last episode, but you have to deal with a lot of bullshit to get to that last episode.
Yeah, and even though I've got Legend of the Galactic Heroes on here, I know that I'm never going to be able to get to it because I've got to go through all the original stuff first, and there's just no way that I'm going to have the time to do that. So I got to drop it. So the only ones that are left that I think I'm really going to tackle is Birdie Wing, Healer Girl, Spriggan,
Birdie Wing. Oh,
maybe Shikimori.
No, don't worry about it. Don't watch Shikimori. No,
worry about
this
that.
whole channel is about
You
don't
can
watch
watch-
Shikimori.
Watch
Okay.
one episode, and if you don't really love it, just don't go back.
I'll just drop it. If you're saying it's not good, then I trust your judgment on that. So I'll just drop
Blaze
that.
watched all of it. I watched one episode, and I was like, I know where this is going. I know I don't need to see anymore.
Yeah, and that's the way I was with the Executioner. It just, yeah. I'm seriously thinking about doing your boy Kung Ming, but I'm not 100 on that one. And
Really?
then
I liked that one. I really liked your boy.
Well,
We'll talk later about your boy.
Yeah, since I have Netflix right now, I got to finish Bastard. I'm 5 episodes into that one, and I do like it, but they definitely, as much as they say, yeah, this is for mature adults, we've got nudity. No, they don't. That's not anime nudity. What I expect with anime nudity is full on boobs, with all the things on it, not just
I
the.
need some nip and
Yeah,
some broken
it's-
bone.
Yes.
Yeah, it's modern anime, and that's the one thing about the modern stuff that I don't like is, even though they say that they're not censoring, they are. You can tell that they are, especially compared to how things were either in the
And
80s or
if
the
you wanna
90s.
see something uncensored, well, I have many qualms with the show, Harem in Labyrinth in Another World. You get to see. I'm pretty sure you're gonna see tatas, and there's also
Yeah.
showers of blood, and just like
okay,
the organs
this takes me
on
back
the floor.
to the beginning when Joe Ball was going over his entire pitch on Death.
Yeah.
Talking about, like, they're machines, but you can see flesh and they're getting torn apart. There is a scene that is stuck in my brain from an old kung fu movie that my dad rented from the Scarecrow video years ago, where a guy got his shin stomped on, and the
Ooh.
bones came out of his shin in the stomp, and it stuck in my brain, this idea of a fractured, broken bone that is sticking out of his shin, that wasn't really that bloody, wasn't really that gory, but you saw some white chunks come out, and that alone just has me shivering about how awful that cut was. Whereas we get gore and we get nasty stuff, and it's oh no, there's a lot of blood. Oh no, there's so much blood. Oh, there's a lot of blood. It's who cares? I don't want to see that
fake.
guy's femur get shattered ever again. It's stuck in my brain, almost like a PTSD. So
I get you. I get you there.
The arm wrestling scene from the movie The Fly with Jeff Goldblum, where he, ouch, where you feel it, you get that tingle, right in your loins, and your stomach turns a little bit.
Right
You're
before it
oh
goes over.
man, that's gotta hurt like crazy. You can feel it.
Yep.
Yeah, it's different than seeing something that's brutal to a silly level.
Yeah.
We know the
like
difference when we see it. So
Yeah. I will say this. I did watch the first episode of Tokyo Mew Mew New.
what did you think?
I know I shouldn't like it, but I think it's hilarious.
It is an anime that made anime fans.
Yes.
People who currently are I'm a real big anime fan. You're what was your first anime? They're oh, Tokyo Mew Mew. It literally captured people that you would not suspect to be big fans of Magical Girl, and said, hey, guess what? You're really into this now. It is such a great concept, a great show. I'm interested to see it redone. But at the same time, it is being redone, so I can understand someone who's already an anime fan not liking it. I love hearing that somebody is into it. Gosh, that makes me happy.
Yeah, it's cutesy, that's for damn sure. But yeah, I actually do like it. I've got it at a 7.5 right now, which for me is pretty good considering that it's definitely not a show that I normally gravitate towards. But
that's pretty high.
Yeah, I like it. I like
I'll
it.
have to check that one out.
Yeah, there's something I'd like to comment on since Brandon reminded me just by talking about shows last season. I just really didn't like any of the OPs, endings, any of that music from last season. Really, there's some good animation bits, but the music never caught me. One thing Call of the Night did so well is those OP and ED by Crazy Nuts. Those are absolutely stellar. That is some of the best music I've heard in anime. Period. That's some of my favorites. It is so
Joe,
well done.
you were talking about doing a teaser.
yeah.
Wait a second. Can I address this comment in the chat?
Sure.
Welcome, by the way, Fresh News 247. I have a 47 thing, so coincidence. I didn't even notice that till I just read it. But that's a really, really subjective thing. What is this girl like? I mean, is this the girl, or is this just a girl? Because I dropped a girl. I had taken her to one of the best comic book shops in Los Angeles, and it was my birthday, right? We're in the comic book shop like a half an hour, right? This place has models. This place has old books. It has stacks. It's got, graphic novels all over, huge artwork on the board, a gallery in the back that like Hollywood celebrities go to. It's like, epic comic book place, right?
Yeah.
A half an hour in, she says, "Are we going to stay here much longer?" And I broke up with her that night. It was my birthday. We never did anything like this. And yeah, she was cute. She was great. I liked her a lot, but it was just like one of those things where I'm like, oh, I'm comfortable enough in the relationship that I can let her see more of me for the first time. And this was my request on my birthday. And she basically like, I'm done. Like, imagine doing that to your girlfriend or wife on a shopping trip, just like,
Yeah,
I'm
no
done.
kidding.
Right? So I don't know. It's a
That's
personal
Catholic
choice.
Women. Yeah, they're allowed to do that to us. We're not allowed to do it to them. It's just like an unsaid couple.
The real question is, so she wants you to stop watching anime and buying models. Are you paying the bills while watching anime and buying models? Because
Exactly.
if you are, then I don't see an issue with that. If you can still pay for what you want while getting models, all good. I've got models I haven't even built yet of like Gundams behind me here.
Yeah,
and my wife is all cool with
never
that
build.
because there are things that are important to me. Like I want to buy this limited edition XYZ, and she's like, yeah, cool. You've made enough money that we can do that, right? Like,
Exactly.
it's all good.
Yeah, you've hit that pretty well right on there. Here's what I can tell you from my own. I've been married to my wife Amy for almost 9 years. I've only been back into anime for about the past two and a half. She doesn't like anime. Most of it anyways. She'll watch a few things with me. But we're at that point in our relationship where she knows what I like, she knows what she likes. There are certain things that we'll do together and there are certain things that we'll do separately. My whole thing with my channel is strictly my own. The anime that I choose to watch, as far as the shows, 99% of them, if she knew that I was watching them, she'd kick my ass because she definitely doesn't like most of them. But she lets me do that because she knows this is what I'm doing for this. It's what I like to do, and as long as I'm paying the bills and doing my doing my day job and all that, then she doesn't care. And as far as collecting and that, I had to get rid of most of my collection a while ago. But once I get a place where I can actually store it, then I can start really going hardcore on the collecting again. And let's see. Oh, dude, nothing like that. She doesn't worry about the money because we've only been dating 5 months, getting together a few times a week. If it's not, here's what I would say, Flash.
Something about her ex.
Yeah.
Her ex makes her not like anime. I would be careful because her ex may not have been into anime, but may have been just like
into the tentacles.
I would not count like a Love Live stan as an anime fan. I would count them as like some sort of weird degenerate who only likes one thing and one thing only, right? And that can turn somebody off because all they see is the anime that person was into. So as long as you can at least set up this boundary of like, I like this thing and you like that thing and we're good. For example, my mom does not watch anime. My dad loves anime. My dad like kung fu movies and anime are what my dad would bring home from the video store when I was a kid, and we'd watch them and we'd enjoy them. My mom would never join in. She would be like, "Oh, that's the you and the kids stuff, right?" And so having that distill of like, this is our stuff, and you don't like it, but you know what it is and you're okay with it. Like as long as you can build a boundary there that says like, this is what I'm into, you'll be fine. Now, if we can get her into anime, just send her a link, and I'll recommend all the best anime in the world, and she'll be an Evangelion fan. But then you'll have to deal with somebody who like wants to be Asuka for the rest of her life. So I don't know if that's the best thing necessarily. So
Yeah.
but it's important to have that layer, have that boundary, where it's like, this is just a thing that I enjoy. This is a storytelling method that I enjoy. I enjoy the fact that animation and comics, and you said she's already into comics. Send her to the link down in the description. Death. Show her that manga and comics can be really cool and interesting, and then step from there. Maybe get her into manga. Maybe get her into this idea of like, hey, there's another format of comic book that you've never seen that'll blow your mind. Oh, and they have animated versions of it.
Sure.
There you go.
Player manga.
Just step 1, step 2, step 3 it.
That's a basic.
Yeah.
You know,
those are
too,
like-
and if a person doesn't take to anything and it's not like weird or personal or some like poke at you, it's not for them. Except that some people in this world really do just want the most common denominator entertainment that's just easy on the brain. You don't think, you don't put any effort. You're just there to just watch, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's like pop.
There are
music. Like,
people.
I don't love pop, but there's a lot of good pop. I get why people enjoy it,
There are people that enjoy the Glock.
Yeah, exactly.
Nice.
Pop,
There
pop.
you go.
I have a Ruger 1911 beside me right now. I show it, but I don't know how YouTube is about that stuff. So.
YouTube.
I always
doesn't like
forget.
it. I
I think it's
YouTube likes
okay in an after video, but it's not cool during a live video. I don't know. I have some cool shit that I would show off.
I've shown my
but-
rifle on.
but if it
on
wasn't for that
streams
damn-
before.
The
So
damn boating accident.
yeah, exactly. All of my shit, went down with the ship. I can't explain it. All I know is that I don't have them anymore. But yeah, I especially feel bad for you, Blaine, being in Washington and all the laws and stuff there. That's so insane
There's
compared to
so many
here.
lakes to have the boating accidents in. So many
Dude,
lakes.
I got a lake every couple feet. I trip and I lose another gun in a lake.
Yeah, I
It's-
have.
Yeah,
I do
exactly.
have actually a response that is not a joke. Surprisingly, out of left field for me. I think it is good to be aware of people that don't just hate or somebody in a relationship. I would say specifically doesn't just like hate your particular interests, but they hate it because that's your interest, and they
Yeah.
want to try to use control.
Mm.
I don't know anything about your relationship with your girlfriend, where it's very possible it has nothing to do with that. But there are people who will be there, and they just want to control you.
If a woman can't stand you putting your attention into anything, like if it's
Yes.
only okay to pay attention to her, like it's not causing a squabble or some kind of feminine bullshit, then it's probably just a person you're going to have that problem with for the rest of your life. It's just a big
Yeah.
red flag because
Yeah,
normal
that's-
people
That's what I
don't
kinda
really
wanted to bring
care
up.
if you're into this kind of stuff. Like my wife is a complete girly girl, and I like that on purpose. I didn't want to be around somebody that was into what I was into. I had zero interest in that. And to this day, like I've owned comic book shops. I've been doing the con scene for like 18, 20 years. Like, and one thing I found, which is it's disheartening, but it's a reality, is the people I can talk about the things I like with are generally turn out to be a very, very small circle. And everyone else that likes the things I like annoy me to the max. So I've actually went kind of backwards, and the less people I have to be involved with and pertaining to things I like, if they don't like it on the level or for the reasons I do, it's harder for me to care about a discussion. Like when I owned a shop, people knew I loved Transformers. And a guy would show me like photos on his phone of Rubbermaid tubs or a room full of Transformers. And I'd be like, that's cool. Are you going to give them to me? And he's like, no,
Yeah.
why would you ask that? And I'm like, because I don't give a shit if they're not mine. Like, get out of here with
Wow.
that. Why would I care about your toys, dude? You're a grown man. Unless they're my toys and they're in my house where I can enjoy them all by myself because I see something in them that most people don't. So I have a hard time maybe speaking to them in a way. Like if people want to get in a debate about the Transformers cartoon continuity, I'm out. I'm instantly out because the claim to fame of that was toys and toy designs. And if you can't appreciate that first, we have no common ground. going forward on the topic. It's things like that where it's like, I don't care about a cheesy kid show. It was not a good show. It was not well done. It was intended for very simple brains. And let's stop pretending it was good. The toys are what was good. That's what made people get into this. And the show helped for sure, but it's not something to look deeply into, if you know what I mean. It's not something to waste your time debating about, because it's not even good enough to debate about. It had a few moments, but it didn't give us anything that grand that's worth wasting our like time in a Facebook group bickering with somebody about it.
Right.
Exactly.
Like, that's my thing. That's why I've separated so much, is because I have zero. What I find cool and interesting and what makes me love it is usually a little or a lot different from the general fan. And it's made it difficult for me to talk to them about these things in a serious way at times. Like, I'll kind of nod my head and agree a lot. Like, if I'm on a face-to-face level, like a convention where I have to speak to a fan or something, I'm not going to be a dick to them in real life. But, when I was running a store, it was a retail spot in a town where everybody knew about it, and I was dealing with the same people over and over. And I knew them well enough at that point to let them know there are certain things I'm not interested in working a retail store, even if I own it, is still making me just as angry as working at a Walmart. So you're not going to get much of a different guy from now. I have too much control, so I can get away with being like, "Get away from me, nerd," and quickly leaving the store and locking the doors up. Like, you can't do that in every situation. But
and here's the thing for Fresh News. We have a unique perspective. My wife has entered the room, so I can shout at her. I love fish and aquarium. Do you love fish and aquariums?
Oh.
No, she just shouted no.
Disgusting.
Do you let me do fish and aquarium stuff? Why? She loves me. It makes me happy, and I enjoy it. And what? She likes to see me being happy, so she enjoys seeing how happy I am doing fish and aquarium stuff.
And she enjoys feeding your fish Tic Tacs and pennies when you're not home, just because it's funny.
My fish aren't that big. I have a bunch of minnows. They couldn't eat a penny if they tried to.
She's like, "I'll show this pond scum what's what."
Fucking fish think they can take his time from me.
Exactly.
Disgusting fish.
Yeah. So that would be all the advice given is exactly what I would give. If you got to find something that you can do together, she's got to be okay with you doing it by yourself if she's not going to participate in it, or if she likes the one part of the three. See if you can work on the manga side, and then see if you can work into some lighter anime, and then just start, going a little more in. Start with some of the more, some of the easier shows to do.
Well, I could suggest something. What kind of cinema or entertainment is she into? And I've announced the name of the show twice. There's an anime for that.
Yep.
No matter what genre of film, zombies, old school monsters, even like monster girl shows, magic girl shows, witchcraft shows, modern, old fashioned, European, Japanese. There's a manga for it. So find out what she's into and be an ambassador to manga and anime and introduce her to the parallel from Japan, which I guarantee will be better anyway.
Or at least a unique perspective she hasn't seen before, because like even if I watch an anime about fishing for trout, which is something I've done since I was 6 years old, basically, that they're gonna come up with some weird combo of like interesting tweaks or shots or angles that make it different, right? Like, it's a different country's perspective on what you think. And that's always unique to see. I always like seeing like what a Japanese person thinks about America. So like if there's an anime set in America or a manga set in America, I like watching that because I'm like, what do you think about what we do today?
Well, Hellsing is a perfect example.
Exactly.
That vampire introduction and the power set that those vampires had was actually more in tune with the original source material than we had ever done. That moment at the staircase where he opens up another gate of power and turns into like an apparition that intrudes on his mind. It's like, forget it. It's we've never done that before, and it's actually in Bram Stoker's book that he could do that. He could alter the weather and, you know, change the environment of the room and enter your mind.
Oh yes.
Look, here's here's a manga pitch if anyone wants to jump on it, if it hasn't already been done. I had read somewhere, and y'all can verify if this is true or not, because I don't really know if it is, but when I read it, it still jumped out at me. It said in the original Bram Stoker's, there was a point where the devil took Dracula down to like an underground university, basically, like in a nutshell, where he learned all the evil ways and then went back out to the world like on a flying dragon. And I thought, there's an anime premise right there. It's Hell University.
There's got to be a dozen of those, right? It's like
yeah. Like, is there a Hell University yet?
Multiple. What Soul?
Okay.
Soul Reaper or whatever. It's like,
is that the manga I've been remembering?
Yeah, exactly. How ironic is that?
Well, gentlemen, my phone is about to keel over, and I do need to get my ass to bed. So,
all right,
I'll
Brandon,
see you all
see you
here
in the
a few
morning.
hours.
That's right.
See you,
All right,
Brandon.
guys.
You have a
Take
good
care.
one. I'll see you in the morning.
Later, man.
Thanks, guys. We'll see you.
Me and my wife, though, we got Bengals season tickets this year, so that's gonna be our thing, is heading down to Paul Brown Stadium in Cincinnati for the tail end of summer, you know, fall and winter, and I absolutely can't wait for that. I don't know if there's many sports fans up in these
I hope
parts.
Joe Burrow doesn't get his leg broken, but I do hope he has a horribly sprained ankle and can't play the whole season. I hope Jamar Chase gets caught for going over a speed limit and goes to jail for a couple months.
I think you guys are going to be sorely disappointed, my dude. Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, fucking Hendricks, all these guys, they are just going to run roughshod on the entire NFL this year. Hendrickson, my mistake.
Yeah, I was gonna say which Hendrickson, because I was like, that's defensive line guy, right?
Oh, I could say Johnson, and you'd be like, "There's like 40 Johnsons.
Yeah,
which one could it be?"
I remember the Bengals had like 6 or 7 Johnsons.
It was ridiculous there. Yeah,
God.
during the Palmer
is this
era.
baseball now?
Also, talking about this, I'm a Steelers fan.
Oh, gross! I'm gonna have to now.
Wait, aren't you in the Pacific Northwest?
Yes.
How can you be a Steelers fan?
I chose a completely independent of anything near me. I never lived anywhere near Pennsylvania. The closest I ever lived I lived in Illinois, and that was like temporarily as a child.
Oh man, you gotta root for the home teams. Come on now.
There is no home team in Oregon.
Oh well,
I don't count the Seahawks.
What's the Seahawks would be the closest team.
Yeah, I don't count.
I can see your conundrum there. Yeah.
But Seahawks
like,
are football.
I support University of Oregon football, and then there's Washington. And it's like
Bengals football.
Yes.
Yeah. NFL.
Oh, I thought it was baseball.
That's right.
Yeah. I know one sport and one sport only, and that's 4 tires on the track. That's the only thing I understand.
Yeah, I really only follow football, college, and NFL. Yeah, because of the Washington Huskies, I can't support any Washington teams, so the Seahawks are automatically out. And I hate California, so the California teams are out.
Yeah, that's
Herbert makes
me support Washington teams. I was a Husky.
Herbert makes me question my allegiances, maybe supporting the Chargers. You know, I'd have to choose something else because the Steelers were the last non-bird team that was available to choose in 2008.
You're basing it based on animals now. You're like, oh, this animal's like a better animal.
Back in 2008, when I started watching the playoffs, like I'm going to choose the Steelers because they're not a bird team. Birds would lose against the steel beam every time. And that was right. They crushed the Cardinals in the Super Bowl. That was a brilliant choice as a child.
I think that Burrow and I just drew a blank. Dude from the Chargers, Herbert. Yeah, Herbert the pervert. I think you take those 2 dudes and you're looking at pretty much who's gonna dominate the QB position for a while, as long as they're not getting broke. Yeah, they really are, because the dudes are both absolutely.
The only
phenomenal.
problem is we already have Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes. It's like we got 4 absolute stud QBs, assuming they don't get horrible injuries.
They are.
Yeah.
I think the catch is we finally saw the chinks in Mahomes' chains, and he's going to be a lot
I'm
easier.
sorry.
in the
What
future
did you
to
just
figure
say?
out. And the chinks in his chains, in his chain.
I
the
know
likeness.
we're past the 2-hour mark, but I don't know that you're allowed to say that on YouTube stream.
Oh, dude, remember the time that there was the chink in the
I'm not talking about the
armor
Panasonics. It's okay.
on this like music.
Okay.
Oh yeah, there's this like music. Oh, I gotta post this in the Discord.
Japanese football is all named after literal corporate companies. They're like the Zeniths.
Go click
And
on
the
the link in
Hanshin
Panasonic
Discord.
Tigers.
Go click on the link
That's the
in
only
your
one I
Discord
know.
lane.
But are you
There was
throwing
this
shit in
scene- there
Discord
was
right
this-
now?
Yeah, I put
Dude,
it in
it
your
is-
escape corner.
It
Click
is
on it.
end
Hold
of
on.
the night, and you're throwing shit in Discord right now. Like,
You gotta click on that, dude. It's from some odd years back
what is
about
this?
chink in the armor.
What is this? Who is this? This guy's not in this armor. I can promise
Yes,
you
it
that.
is.
Look,
That was real.
look at his white. Like,
This
look at
is
where his
real,
chin
dude.
goes. His
There's different
chin to his
pictures for this.
cheekbone. No way this guy's actually in this armor.
Let me show you another picture.
Box
oh, no,
slam
it's in-
for
it's in
chink
it,
in
yeah.
armor tweet about I can see your voice contestant dressed as knight.
Yeah, look down a bit. Look down a bit. There's a little tweet. That's where you can see him actually singing. Yeah, there.
Oh.
It's real. It's completely real.
Does he sing
There's
like
a
he's a
chink
total
in knight's
beefcake?
Oh my god. I can't believe they did that. It's so insane.
Where was this at?
It was like some Fox music show
Oh, okay. So probably in the States then?
on national TV.
That's a surprise.
I'm not reading the room here. What's the issue? I think it's fantastic. Are we saying it's thumbs up or thumbs down? I'm not reading. I'm not reading the room right.
Considering chink
I
is a
don't think that
racial
guy
slur
fits
for
in that armor.
Chinese- Considering this is a racial slur for Chinese, saying that about an Asian dude in armor seems a little bit odd.
I don't know. I think him wearing a suit of armor to sing for a performance is a little odd, and
That's
he
pretty weird,
has
too.
opened himself up to all of the chink in the armor jokes that are coming his way.
My God, that's the takeaway.
Yeah, he set himself up for disaster.
Yeah.
Oh my
It's
God,
his
I wasn't
fault.
even thinking about that. I'm just
Yeah,
you were
like,
thinking
he looks
about the
good in the
racial
armor. The armor
You
looks
were
good
thinking
on
Yeah,
about
he
him.
looks
the
pretty
racial
good.
slur,
No,
Steven.
things that look pretty good are things that just look pretty good. Let's be 100% on this.
Yeah,
Only
well,
things that look good look good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. I brought us back
I
to
forgot what
to
we were
normality.
talking about before I derailed it because I just
Oh,
had
we were
to
talking
remember
to
that
like
joke.
fresh news. I think we were talking to fresh news.
Fresh
and,
nudes.
and then
Is that what you
Brandon
just?
left. Right? It was,
I don't think
Oh,
that's what we were talking about.
I don't know. Okay, all right.
yeah, fresh news.
We are deep enough. We are deep enough for the night. We are
I think
deep enough for the
that's-
night. Joe Ball, I've got your link for the Indiegogo down in the description. Is there anything else you would like to shill for the
Oh yeah,
night?
we were talking about sports. That's what it was. You go.
No, we're getting out of sports. I
Yeah,
don't
yeah, we're
care
going
unless
on.
it's Formula One.
oh, Blaine, I got to
basically-
recommend a channel to you. Go
Go
ahead,
ahead.
Joe. I'm sorry.
Okay. We'll be in Houston at the end of the month for Anime Matsuri. You can come to the Cincinnati Comic Expo and we'll have a King Toad booth there as well. You can see us. That's last week of September, last weekend. You can find me on Twitter at Comic Art Master 1 or just punch in King Toad Joe Ball in the search. On Instagram and TikTok, I'm John Joseph Ball. And I think that's about it for now.
You'll find Joe Ball's art randomly retweeted by me as
Yeah.
well. So if you have trouble finding it, he's in my latest tweet as well. And I posted the Indiegogo into the Discord. as well as however many hours ago I posted it into a YouTube chat. Steven, glad
Yes,
to
sir.
hear your voice tonight. We've had a couple issues with your audio lately, but we had a once we sorted it out, we could actually have a chat. So good to talk to you finally.
So I just dropped the link for you, Blaine. It's a
Okay.
modeling show, a Japanese modeler, and like legendary,
says,
and I am talking
something
legendary
went wrong.
build of a Formula One car, classic Ferrari Marlboro team Formula One
drop
car.
Drop it
I'm
into the Discord. This says it's not working. It says, oops, something went wrong. Is this Formula car covered in lollies? Did this get deleted from the internet?
No.
Okay.
I'm dropping it in your DM.
Okay,
Oh, no, that's right.
You DM it because what you sent me says, oops, something went wrong.
Yeah, that must be because my administration rights aren't. I don't have the right to drop a link in your chat. Like you would have to grant me. My wrench isn't covering it.
The restream.
Your wrench is good enough, but it just says, oops. Anyway, if you've got formula stuff compared to Japan, because like Japan Super Formula does a pit stop with half the number of people that a Formula One pit stop does, and it's amazing to watch.
Whoa. Yeah,
so they literally jump over the car to get to the other set of tires. It's amazing. So if you've got Japanese formula stuff, I want to see it. So if that DM doesn't come through, I'm gonna need snips that are flying in. But we can catch you on Twitter, catch you on other people's chats. I'll probably see you tomorrow at
yeah, I'll be in Brandon's chat for sure.
The bright and early Brandon chat time window.
I might be typing on a phone in bed while I'm watching it, but I'll be there.
I'll have a coffee in one hand and a phone in the other. That's how I'll be there.
I'll join you with a pillow.
There you go. It'll be like that scene in Dress Up Darling where they're talking to the phone on the pillow next to each other. It'll be adorable.
Yeah,
Soranos.
The split screen and Harry Met Sally.
Hello.
Always wonderful to see you. Our new you're the anime correspondent now. You're the guy who's watching all the shows.
All of the anime until I stop watching.
You're the one
the
actually
anime.
watching shows. So good to see you. Are you gonna build a Twitter based on your I think you should just post your tier list
just continually
every
post
week
that
to
stuff.
Twitter.
Yeah,
that'll
maybe I
work.
could do that. I mean, that's just I might as well because I already made it, right?
All right.
Soranos,
I do not talk very often, or I don't go on Twitter very often, so I won't check DMs there usually. But if you come into Discord and find me, I will check that. And what
Awesome.
you gonna say?
do you know Writing Raven and Master TDS?
Nope.
On Twitter, Blaine, do you know them? They're YouTubers, Gothic Therapy.
Not off the top of my head.
You should check them out. There's definitely a lot of crossover conversation that I'm definitely hearing. She's into some pretty metal anime and big black magic animations and films like that, and definitely Devil May Cry kind of girl for sure.
I love me
and
some
he's
metal.
he's an actual therapist, an actual doctor in therapy, and he does analysis on pop
I don't
media.
need one of those.
That sounds pretty interesting to me. But what was the other one? Master of TDS.
Yeah, Master of the TDS.
Yeah, because I found hers, so it linked me to his as well.
Yeah,
Okay.
I can. They're married.
Post those up in the Discord. I'll make a shill your shit type of category in Discord, so we can just have like a section for links to get posted. But thank you very much, everyone. Wonderful
Great
night.
show.
This is longest show we've had. Have a wonderful rest of your evening. Been a blast. I look forward to seeing you on Monday. Kampai, everyone.
Night, Ruse. Night, Jen.
Later, Gators.
Night, guys.